Section 15 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 15 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 15. A Father Steps In. The Comte de la Bastille was at this moment overwhelmed with the sorrows which lay in wait for him as their prey. He had learned from his daughter's letter of Bettina's death and of his wife's infirmity, and Dumas related to him, when they met, his terrible perplexity as to Modeste's love affairs. "Leave me to myself," he said to his faithful friend. As the lieutenant closed the door, the unhappy father threw himself on a sofa with his head in his hands, weeping those slow, scanty tears which suffuse the eyes of a man of 60, but do not fall. Tears soon dried, yet quick to start again. The last dews of the human autumn. To have children, to have a wife, to adore them, what is it but to have many hearts and bear them to a dagger?" he cried, springing up with the bound of a tiger and walking up and down the room. "To be a father is to give one's self over, bound hand and foot, to sorrow. If I meet that d'Estournel, I will kill him. To have daughters. One gives her life to a scoundrel. The other, my Modeste, falls a victim to whom? A coward who deceives her with the gilded paper of a poet. If it were Canalis himself it might not be so bad, but that scapin of a lover, I will strangle him with my 2 hands," he cried, making an involuntary gesture of furious determination. "And what then? Suppose my Modeste were to die of grief?" He gazed mechanically out of the window of the Hôtel des Princesses, and then returned to the sofa, where he sat motionless. The fatigues of 6 voyages to India, the anxieties of speculation, the dangers he had encountered and evaded, and his many griefs, had silvered Charles Mignon's head. His handsome, soldierly face, so pure in outline and now bronzed by the suns of China and the southern seas, had acquired an air of dignity which his present grief rendered almost sublime. "Mignon told me he felt confidence in the young man who is coming to ask me for my daughter," he thought at last. And at this moment Ernest de la Bruyère was announced by one of the servants whom Monsieur de la Bastille had attached to himself during the last 4 years. "You have come, monsieur, from my friend Mignon?" he asked. "Yes," replied Ernest, growing timid when he saw before him a face as sombre as Othello's. "My name is Ernest de la Bruyère, related to the family of the late cabinet minister and his private secretary during his term of office. On his dismissal, His Excellency put me in the Court of Claims, to which I am legal counsel, and where I may possibly succeed as chief—" "And how does all this concern Mademoiselle de la Bastille?" asked the Count. "Monsieur, I love her, and I have the unhoped-for happiness of being loved by her. Hear me, monsieur," cried Ernest, checking a violent movement on the part of the angry father. "I have the strangest confession to make to you, a shameful one for a man of honor, but the worst punishment of my conduct, natural enough in itself, is not the telling of it to you. No, I fear the daughter even more than the father." Ernest then related simply, and with the nobleness that comes of sincerity, all the facts of his little drama, not omitting the 20 or more letters which he had brought with him, nor the interview which he had just had with Canalis. When Monsieur Mignon had finished reading the letters, the unfortunate lover, pale and suppliant, actually trembled under the fiery glance of the Provençal. "Monsieur," said the latter, "in this whole matter there is but one error, but that is cardinal. My daughter will not have 6 millions. At the utmost she will have a marriage portion of 200,000 francs, and very doubtful expectations." "Ah, monsieur," cried Ernest, rising and grasping Monsieur Mignon's hand, "you take a load from my breast. Nothing can now hinder my happiness. I have friends, influence. I shall certainly be chief of the Court of Claims. Had Mademoiselle Mignon no more than 10,000 francs, if I had even to make a settlement on her, she should still be my wife. And to make her happy as you, monsieur, have made your wife happy, to be to you a real son, for I have no father, are the deepest desires of my heart." Charles Mignon stepped back 3 paces and fixed upon La Bruyère a look which entered the eyes of the young man as a dagger enters its sheath. He stood silent a moment, recognizing the absolute candor, the pure truthfulness of that open nature in the light of the young man's inspired eyes. "Is fate at last weary of pursuing me?" he asked himself. "Am I to find in this young man the pearl of sons-in-law?" He walked up and down the room in strong agitation. "Monsieur," he said at last, "you are bound to submit wholly to the judgment which you have come here to seek, otherwise you are now playing a farce." "Oh, monsieur!" "Listen to me," said the father, nailing La Bruyère where he stood with a glance. "I shall be neither harsh, nor hard, nor unjust. You shall have the advantages and the disadvantages of the false position in which you have placed yourself. My daughter believes that she loves one of the great poets of the day, whose fame is really that which has attracted her. Well, I, her father, intend to give her the opportunity to choose between the celebrity which has been a beacon to her and the poor reality which the irony of fate has flung at her feet. Ought she not to choose between Canalis and yourself? I rely upon your honor not to repeat what I have told you as to the state of my affairs. You may each come, I mean you and your friend the Baron de Canalis, to Havre for the last 2 weeks of October. My house will be open to both of you, and my daughter must have an opportunity to study you. You must yourself bring your rival, and not disabuse him as to the foolish tales he will hear about the wealth of the Comte de la Bastille. I go to Havre tomorrow, and I shall expect you 3 days later. Adieu, monsieur." Poor La Bruyère went back to Canalis with a dragging step. The poet, meantime, left to himself, had given way to a current of thought out of which had come that secondary impulse which Monsieur de la Talleyrand valued so much. The first impulse is the voice of nature, the second that of society. "A girl worth 6 millions," he thought to himself, "and my eyes were not able to see that gold shining in the darkness. With such a fortune I could be peer of France, count, marquis, ambassador. I've replied to middle-class women and silly women and crafty creatures who wanted autographs. I've tired myself to death with masked ball intrigues, at the very moment when God was sending me a soul of price, an angel with golden wings. Bah! I'll make a poem on it, and perhaps the chance will come again. Heavens, the luck of that little La Bruyère, strutting about in my lustre! Plagiarism! I'm the cast, and he's to be the statue, is he? It is the old fable of Bertrand and Raton. 6 millions, a beauty, a Mignon de la Bastille, an aristocratic divinity loving poetry and the poet. And I, who showed my muscle as a man of the world, who did those Alcide exercises to silence by moral force the champion of physical force, that old soldier with a heart, that friend of this very young girl whom he'll now go and tell that I have a heart of iron. I, to play Napoleon when I ought to have been seraphic. Good heavens! True, I shall have my friend. Friendship is a beautiful thing. I have kept him, but at what a price! 6 millions, that's the cost of it. We can't have many friends if we pay all that for them." La Bruyère entered the room as Canalis reached this point in his meditations. He was gloom personified. "Well, what's the matter?" said Canalis. "The father exacts that his daughter shall choose between the 2 Canalis." "Poor boy!" cried the poet, laughing. "He's a clever fellow, that father." "I have pledged my honor that I will take you to Havre," said La Bruyère piteously. "My dear fellow," said Canalis, "if it is a question of your honor, you may count on me. I'll ask for leave of absence for a month." "Modeste is so beautiful," exclaimed La Bruyère in a despairing tone. "You will crush me out of sight. I wondered all along that fate should be so kind to me. I knew it was all a mistake." "Bah! We will see about that," said Canalis with inhuman gaiety. That evening, after dinner, Charles Mignon and Dumais were flying by virtue of 3 francs to each postilion from Paris to Havre. The father had eased the watchdog's mind as to Modeste and her love affairs. The guard was relieved, and Butchka's innocence established. "It is all for the best, my old Dumais," said the Count, who had been making certain inquiries of Mignon respecting Canalis and La Bruyère. "We are going to have 2 actors for 1 part," he cried gaily. Nevertheless, he requested his old comrade to be absolutely silent about the comedy which was now to be played at the chalet. A comedy it might be, but also a gentle punishment, or, if you prefer it, a lesson given by the father to the daughter. The two friends kept up a long conversation all the way from Paris to Havre, which put the colonel in possession of the facts relating to his family during the past 4 years, and informing Dumas that Desplaines, the great surgeon, was coming to Havre at the end of the present month to examine the cataract on Madame Mignon's eyes and decide if it were possible to restore her sight. A few moments before the breakfast hour at the chalet, the clacking of a postilion's whip apprised the family that the two soldiers were arriving. Only a father's joy at returning after long absence could be heralded with such clatter, and it brought all the women to the garden gate. There is many a father and many a child, perhaps more fathers than children, who will understand the delights of such an arrival, and the happy fact shows that literature has no need to depict it. Perhaps all gentle and tender emotions are beyond the range of literature. Not a word that could trouble the peace of the family was uttered on this joyful day. Truce was tacitly established between father, mother, and child as to the so-called mysterious love which had paled Modeste's cheeks, for this was the first day she had left her bed since Dumas' departure for Paris. The colonel, with the charming delicacy of a true soldier, never left his wife's side nor released her hand, but he watched Modeste with delight, and was never weary of noting her refined, elegant, and poetic beauty. Is it not by such seeming trifles that we recognize a man of feeling? Modeste, who feared to interrupt the subdued joy of the husband and the wife, kept at a little distance, coming from time to time to kiss her father's forehead, and when she kissed it overmuch she seemed to mean that she was kissing it for two, for Bettina and herself. "Oh, my darling, I understand you," said the colonel, pressing her hand as she assailed him with kisses. "Hush," whispered the young girl, glancing at her mother. Dumas' rather sly and pregnant silence made Modeste somewhat uneasy as to the upshot of his journey to Paris. She looked at him furtively every now and then, without being able to get beneath his epidermis. The colonel, like a prudent father, wanted to study the character of his only daughter, and above all consult his wife before entering on a conference upon which the happiness of the whole family depended. "To-morrow, my precious child," he said, as they parted for the night, "get up early, and we will go and take a walk on the seashore. We have to talk about your poems, Mademoiselle de la Bastille." His last words, accompanied by a smile which reappeared like an echo on Dumas' lips, were all that gave Modeste any clue to what was coming. But it was enough to calm her uneasiness and keep her awake far into the night with her head full of suppositions. This, however, did not prevent her from being dressed and ready in the morning long before the colonel. "You know all, my kind papa?" she said, as soon as they were on the road to the beach. "I know all, and a good deal more than you do," he replied. After that remark, father and daughter went some little way in silence. "Explain to me, my child, how it happens that a girl whom her mother idolizes could have taken such an important step as to write to a stranger without consulting her." "Oh, papa, because mamma would never have allowed it." "And do you think, my daughter, that it was proper? Though you have been educating your mind in this fatal way, how is it your good sense and your intellect did not, in default of modesty, step in and show you that by acting as you did you were throwing yourself at a man's head? To think that my daughter, my only remaining child, should lack pride and delicacy! Oh, Modeste, you made your father pass 2 hours in hell when he heard of it. For, after all, your conduct has been the same as Bettina's, without the excuse of a heart's seduction. You were a coquette in cold blood, and that sort of coquetry is head love, the worst vice of French women." "I, without pride," said Modeste, weeping. "But he has not yet seen me." "He knows your name." "I did not tell it to him till my eyes had vindicated the correspondence lasting 3 months, during which our souls had spoken to each other. Oh, my dear misguided angel, you have mixed up a species of reason with a folly that has compromised your own happiness and that of your family." "But after all, papa, happiness is the absolution of my temerity," she said, pouting. "Oh, your conduct is temerity, is it?" "A temerity that my mother practiced before me," she retorted quickly. Rebellious child, your mother, after seeing me at a ball, told her father, who adored her, that she thought she could be happy with me. Be honest, Modeste. Is there any likeness between a love hastily conceived, I admit, under the eyes of a father, and your mad action of writing to a stranger?" "A stranger, papa? Say rather one of our greatest poets, whose character and whose life are exposed to the strongest light of day, to detraction, to calumny, a man robed in fame, and to whom, my dear father, I was a mere literary and dramatic personage, one of Shakespeare's women, until the moment when I wished to know if the man himself were as beautiful as his soul." "Good God, my poor child, you are turning marriage into poetry. But if from time immemorial girls have been cloistered in the bosom of their families, if God, if social laws put them under the stern yoke of parental sanction, it is, mark my words, to spare them the misfortunes that this very poetry which charms and dazzles you, and which you are therefore unable to judge of, would entail upon them. Poetry is indeed one of the pleasures of life, but it is not life itself." "Papa, that is a suit still pending before the court of facts. The struggle is forever going on between our hearts and the claims of family." "Alas for the child that finds her happiness in resisting them," said the colonel gravely. "In 1813 I saw one of my comrades, the Marquis d'Angelmont, marry his cousin against the wishes of her father, and the pair have since paid dear for the obstinacy which the young girl took for love. The family must be sovereign in marriage." "My poet has told me all that," she answered. "He played organ for some time, and he was brave enough to disparage the personal lives of poets." "I have read your letters," said Charles Mignon, with the flicker of a malicious smile on his lips that made Modeste very uneasy. "And I ought to remark that your last epistle was scarcely permissible in any woman, even a Julie de Tanges. Good God, what harm novels do!" "We should live them, my dear father, whether people wrote them or not. I think it is better to read them. There are not so many adventures in these days as there were under Louis XIV. And Louis XV., and so they publish fewer novels. Besides, if you have read those letters, you must know that I have chosen the most angelic soul, the most sternly upright man for your son-in-law, and you must have seen that we love one another at least as much as you and mamma love each other. Well, I admit that it was not all exactly conventional. I did, if you will have me say so, wrong—" "I have read your letters," said the father, interrupting her, "and I know exactly how far your lover justified you in your own eyes for a proceeding which might be permissible in some woman who understood life, and who was led away by strong passion, but which in a young girl of 20 was a monstrous piece of wrongdoing. Yes, wrongdoing for commonplace people, for the narrow-minded Gobenheims who measure life with a square rule. Please let us keep to the artistic and poetic life, papa. We young girls have only two ways to act. We must let a man know we love him by mincing and simpering, or we must go to him frankly. Isn't the last way grand and noble? We French girls are delivered over by our families like so much merchandise, at 60 days' sight, sometimes 30, like Mam'selle Vilquin. But in England and Switzerland and Germany they follow very much the plan I have adopted. Now what have you got to say to that? Am I not half German?" "Child!" cried the colonel, looking at her. "The supremacy of France comes from her sound common sense, from the logic to which her noble language constrains her mind. France is the reason of the whole world. England and Germany are romantic in their marriage customs. Though even there noble families follow our customs. You certainly do not mean to deny that your parents, who know life, who are responsible for your soul and for your happiness, have no right to guard you from the stumbling blocks that are in your way? Good heavens!" he continued, speaking half to himself, "is it their fault or is it ours? Ought we to hold our children under an iron yoke? Must we be punished for the tenderness that leads us to make them happy and teaches our hearts how to do so?" Modeste watched her father out of the corner of her eye, as she listened to this species of invocation, uttered in a broken voice. Was it wrong, she said, in a girl whose heart was free, to choose for her husband not only a charming companion, but a man of noble genius, born to an honorable position, a gentleman, the equal of myself, a gentlewoman? "You love him?" asked her father. "Father," she said, laying her head upon his breast, "would you see me die? "Enough," said the old soldier. "I see your love is inextinguishable." "Yes, inextinguishable." "Can nothing change it?" "Nothing." "No circumstances, no treachery, no betrayal? You mean that you will love him in spite of everything because of his personal attractions, even though he proved a d'Estournel? Would you still love him?" "Oh, my father, you do not know your daughter. Could I love a coward, a man without honor, without faith?" "But suppose he had deceived you?" "He? That honest, candid soul? Half melancholy? You are joking, father, or else you have never met him." "But you see now that your love is not inextinguishable, as you chose to call it. I have already made you admit that circumstances could alter your poem. Don't you now see that fathers are good for something?" "You want to give me a lecture, papa. Is it positively l'ami des enfants over again?" "Poor deceived girl," said her father sternly. "It is no lecture of mine. I count for nothing in it. Indeed, I am only trying to soften the blow." "Father, don't play tricks with my life," exclaimed Modeste, turning pale. "Then, my daughter, summon all your courage. It is you who have been playing tricks with your life, and life is now tricking you." Modeste looked at her father in stupid amazement. "Suppose that young man whom you love, whom you saw 4 days ago at church in Havre, was a deceiver." "Never!" she cried. "That noble head, that pale face full of poetry—" "Was a lie," said the colonel, interrupting her. "He was no more Monsieur de Canalis than I am that sailor over there, putting out to sea." "Do you know what you are killing in me?" she said in a low voice. "Comfort yourself, my child. Though accident has put the punishment of your fault into the fault itself, the harm done is not irreparable. The young man whom you have seen, and with whom you exchanged hearts by correspondence, is a loyal and honorable fellow. He came to me and confided everything. He loves you, and I have no objection to him as a son-in-law." "If he is not Canalis, who is he then?" said Modeste in a changed voice. "The secretary. His name is Ernest de la Bruyère. He is not a nobleman, but he is one of those plain men with fixed principles and sound morality who satisfy parents. However, that is not the point. You have seen him, and nothing can change your heart. You have chosen him, comprehend his soul. It is as beautiful as he himself." The Count was interrupted by a heavy sigh from Modeste. The poor girl sat with her eyes fixed on the sea, pale and rigid as death, as if a pistol shot had struck her in those fatal words: "A plain man, with fixed principles and sound morality." "Deceived," she said at last. "Like your poor sister, but less fatally." "Let us go home, father," she said, rising from the hillock on which they were sitting. "Papa, hear me. I swear before God to obey your wishes, whatever they may be, in the affair of my marriage." "Then you don't love him any longer?" asked her father. "I loved an honest man, with no falsehood on his face, upright as yourself, incapable of disguising himself like an actor, with the paint of another man's glory on his cheeks." "You said nothing could change you," remarked the colonel, ironically. "Ah, do not trifle with me!" she exclaimed, clasping her hands and looking at her father in distressful anxiety. "Don't you see that you are wringing my heart and destroying my beliefs with your jokes?" "God forbid! I have told you the exact truth." "You are very kind, father," she said after a pause, and with a sort of solemnity. "He has kept your letters," resumed the colonel. "Now suppose the rash caresses of your soul have fallen into the hands of one of those poets who, as Dumas says, light their cigars with them." "Oh, you are going too far." "Canalis told him so." "Has Dumas seen Canalis?" "Yes," answered her father. The two walked along in silence. "So that is why that gentleman," resumed Modeste, "told me so much harm of poets and poetry. No wonder the little secretary said— Why," she added, interrupting herself, "his virtues, his noble qualities, his fine sentiments are nothing but an epistolary theft. The man who steals glory in a name may very likely—" "Break locks, steal purses, and cut people's throats on the highway," cried the colonel. "Ah, you young girls, that's just like you, with your peremptory opinions and your ignorance of life. A man who once deceives a woman was born under the scaffold on which he ought to die." This ridicule stopped Modeste's effervescence for a moment, and again there was silence. "My child," said the colonel presently, "men in society, as in nature everywhere, are made to win the hearts of women. and women must defend themselves. You have chosen to invert the parts. Was that wise? Everything is false in a false position. The first wrongdoing was yours. No, a man is not a monster because he seeks to please a woman. It is our right to win her by aggression with all its consequences short of crime and cowardice. A man may have many virtues even if he does deceive a woman. If he deceives her, it is because he finds her wanting in some of the treasures that he sought in her. None but a queen, an actress, or a woman placed so far above a man that she seems to him a queen, can go to him of herself without incurring blame. And for a young girl to do it, why, she is false to all that God has given her that is sacred and lovely and noble, no matter with what grace or what poetry or what precautions she surrounds her fault. "To seek the master and find the servant," she said bitterly. "Oh, I can never recover from it." "Nonsense! Monsieur Ernest de la Bruyère is, to my thinking, fully the equal of the Baron de Canalis. He is private secretary of a cabinet minister, and he is now counsel for the Court of Claims. He has a heart, and he adores you, but he does not write verses. No, I admit he is not a poet, but for all that he may have a heart full of poetry. At any rate, my dear girl," added her father, as Modeste made a gesture of disgust, "you are to see both of them, the sham and the true Canalis." "Oh, papa!" "Did you not swear just now to obey me in everything, even in the affair of your marriage? Well, I allow you to choose which of the two you like best for a husband. You have begun by a poem, you shall finish with a bucolic. And try if you can discover the real character of these gentlemen here in the country on a few hunting or fishing excursions." Modeste bowed her head and walked home with her father, listening to what he said, but replying only in monosyllables. End of Section 15. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Chapter 16 of Modeste Mignon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Chapter 16. Disenchanted. The poor girl had fallen humiliated from the Alp she had scaled in search of her eagle's nest, into the mud of the swamp below, where, to use the poetic language of an author of our day, after feeling the soles of her feet too tender to tread the broken glass of reality, imagination, which in that delicate bosom united the whole of womanhood, from the violet-hidden reveries of a chaste young girl to the passionate desires of the sex, had led her into enchanted gardens where, oh bitter sight, she now saw, springing from the ground, not the sublime flower of her fancy, but the hairy, twisted limbs of the black mandragora. Modeste suddenly found herself brought down from the mystic height of her love to a straight, flat road bordered with ditches, in short, the work-day paths of common life. What ardent, aspiring soul would not have been bruised and broken by such a fall? Whose feet were these at which she had shed her thoughts? The Modeste who re-entered the chalet was no more the Modeste who had left it 2 hours earlier than an actress in the street is like an actress on the boards. She fell into a state of numb depression that was pitiful to see. The sun was darkened, nature veiled itself, even the flowers no longer spoke to her. Like all young girls with a tendency to extremes, she drank too deeply of the cup of disillusion. She fought against reality, and would not bend her neck to the yoke of family and conventions. It was, she felt, too heavy, too hard, too crushing. She would not listen to the consolations of her father and mother, and tasted a sort of savage pleasure in letting her soul suffer to the utmost. "Poor Butcher was right," she said one evening. The words indicate the distance she traveled in a short space of time and in gloomy sadness across the barren plain of reality. Sadness, when caused by the overgrowth of hope, is a disease, sometimes a fatal one. It would be no mean object for physiology to search out in what ways and by what means thought produces the same internal disorganization as poison, and how it is that despair affects the appetite, destroys the pylorus, and changes all the physical conditions of the strongest life. Such was the case with Modeste. In 3 short days she became the image of morbid melancholy. She did not sing, she could not be made to smile. Charles Mignon, becoming uneasy at the non-arrival of the 2 friends, thought of going to fetch them, when, on the evening of the 5th day, he received news of their movements through Latournelle. Canalis, excessively delighted at the idea of a rich marriage, was determined to neglect nothing that might help him to cut out La Bruyère, without, however, giving La Bruyère a chance to reproach him for having violated the laws of friendship. The poet felt that nothing would lower a lover so much in the eyes of a young girl as to exhibit him in a subordinate position; and he therefore proposed to La Bruyère, in the most natural manner, to take a little country house at Ingouville for a month, and live there together on pretence of requiring sea air. As soon as La Bruyère, who at first saw nothing amiss in the proposal, had consented, Canalis declared that he should pay all expenses, and he sent his valet to Havre, telling him to see Monsieur Latournelle and get his assistance in choosing the house, well aware that the notary would repeat all particulars to the Mignons. Ernest and Canalis had, as may well be supposed, talked over all the aspects of the affair, and the rather prolix Ernest had given a good many useful hints to his rival. The valet, understanding his master's wishes, fulfilled them to the letter. He trumpeted the arrival of the great poet, for whom the doctors advised sea air to restore his health, injured as it was by the double toils of literature and politics. This important personage wanted a house, which must have at least such and such a number of rooms, as he would bring with him a secretary, cook, 2 servants, and a coachman, not counting himself, Germain Bonnet, the valet. The carriage, selected and hired for a month by Canalis, was a pretty one, and Germain set about finding a pair of fine horses which would also answer as saddle horses, for, as he said, Monsieur le Baron and his secretary took horseback exercise. Under the eyes of little Latournelle, who went with him to various houses, Germain made a good deal of talk about the secretary, rejecting 2 or 3 because there was no suitable room for Monsieur de la Bruyère. Monsieur le Baron, he said to the notary, makes his secretary quite his best friend. Ah, I should be well scolded if Monsieur de la Bruyère was not as well treated as Monsieur le Baron himself; and after all, you know, Monsieur de la Bruyère is a lawyer in my master's court. Germain never appeared in public unless punctiliously dressed in black, with spotless gloves, well-polished boots, and otherwise as well apparelled as a lawyer. Imagine the effect he produced in Havre, and the idea people took of the great poet from this sample of him. The valet of a man of wit and intellect ends by getting a little wit and intellect himself, which has rubbed off from his master. Germain did not overplay his part. He was simple and good-humored, as Canalis had instructed him to be. Poor La Bruyère was in blissful ignorance of the harm Germain was doing to his prospects, and the depreciation his consent to the arrangement had brought upon him. It is, however, true that some inkling of the state of things rose to Modeste's ears from these lower regions. Canalis had arranged to bring his secretary in his own carriage, and Ernest's unsuspicious nature did not perceive that he was putting himself in a false position until too late to remedy it. The delay in the arrival of the pair which had troubled Charles Mignon was caused by the painting of the Canalis arms on the panels of the carriage, and by certain orders given to a tailor; for the poet neglected none of the innumerable details which might, even the smallest of them, influence a young girl. "It is all right," said Latournelle to Mignon on the 6th day. "The Baron's valet has hired Madame Amory's villa at Saint-Vicq, all furnished, for 700 francs. He has written to his master that he may start, and that all will be ready on his arrival. So the 2 gentlemen will be here Sunday. I have also had a letter from Butcher. Here it is. It's not long. My dear master, I cannot get back till Sunday. Between now and then I have some very important inquiries to make which concern the happiness of a person in whom you take an interest." The announcement of this arrival did not rouse Modeste from her gloom. The sense of her fall and the bewilderment of her mind were still too great, and she was not nearly as much of a coquette as her father thought her to be. There is, in truth, a charming and permissible coquetry, that of the soul, which may claim to be love's politeness. Charles Mignon, when scolding his daughter, failed to distinguish between the mere desire of pleasing and the love of the mind, the thirst for love and the thirst for admiration. Like every true colonel of the empire, he saw in this correspondence, rapidly read, only the young girl who had thrown herself at the head of a poet. But in the letters which we were forced to lack of space to suppress, a better judge would have admired the dignified and gracious reserve which Modeste had substituted for the rather aggressive and light-minded tone of her first letters. The father, however, was only too cruelly right on one point. Modeste's last letter, which we have read, had indeed spoken as though the marriage were a settled fact, and the remembrance of that letter filled her with shame. She thought her father very harsh and cruel to force her to receive a man unworthy of her, yet to whom her soul had flown, as it were, bare. She questioned Dumay about his interview with the poet, she inveigled him into relating its every detail, and she did not think Canalis as barbarous as the lieutenant had declared him. The thought of the beautiful casket which held the letters of the 1,001 women of this literary Don Juan made her smile, and she was strongly tempted to say to her father, "I am not the only one to write to him. The elite of my sex send their leaves for the laurel wreath of the poet." During this week Modeste's character underwent a transformation. The catastrophe, and it was a great one to her poetic nature, roused a faculty of discernment and also the malice latent in her girlish heart, in which her suitors were about to encounter a formidable adversary. It is a fact that when a young woman's heart is chilled, her head becomes clear. She observes with great rapidity of judgment, and with a tinge of pleasantry which Shakespeare's Beatrice so admirably represents in Much Ado about Nothing. Modeste was seized with a deep disgust for men, now that the most distinguished among them had betrayed her hopes. When a woman loves, what she takes for disgust is simply the ability to see clearly. But in matters of sentiment she is never, especially if she is a young girl, in a condition to see clearly. If she cannot admire, she despises. And so, after passing through terrible struggles of the soul, Modeste necessarily put on the armor on which, as she had once declared, the word disdain was engraved. After reaching that point she was able, in the character of uninterested spectator, to take part in what she was pleased to call the farce of the suitors, a performance in which she herself was about to play the role of heroine. She particularly set before her mind the satisfaction of humiliating Monsieur de la Bruyère. "Modeste is saved," said Madame Mignon to her husband. "She wants to revenge herself on the false Canalis by trying to love the real one." Such, in truth, was Modeste's plan. It was so utterly commonplace that her mother, to whom she confided her griefs, advised her on the contrary to treat Monsieur de la Bruyère with extreme politeness. End of chapter 16.
Section 17 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 17 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac, read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 17. A Third Suitor. "Those two young men," said Madame Latournelle on Saturday evening, "have no idea how many spies they have on their tracks. We are 8 in all on the watch." "Don't say 2 young men, wife, say 3," cried little Latournelle, looking round him. "Gobenheim is not here, so I can speak out." Modeste raised her head, and everybody, imitating Modeste, raised theirs, looking at the notary. "Yes, a third lover, and he is something like a lover. Offers himself as a candidate." "Bah!" exclaimed the colonel. "I speak of no less a person," said La Tournelle pompously, "than Monsieur le Duc de Harreville, Marquis de Saint-Sever, Duc de Nivron, Comte de Bayeux, Vicomte de Essigny, Grand Equerry and Peer of France, Knight of the Spur and the Golden Fleece, Grandee of Spain, and son of the last governor of Normandy. He saw Mademoiselle Modeste at the time when he was staying with the Vilquins, and he regretted then, as his notary, who came from Bayeux yesterday, tells me, that she was not rich enough for him, for his father recovered nothing but the estate of Harreville on his return to France, and that is saddled with a sister. The young Duke is 33 years old. I am definitively charged to lay these proposals before you, Monsieur le Comte," added the notary, turning respectfully to the colonel. "Ask Modeste if she wants another bird in her cage," replied the Count. "As far as I am concerned, I am willing that my lord the Grand Equerry shall pay her attention." Notwithstanding the care with which Charles Mignon avoided seeing people, and though he stayed in the chalet and never went out without Modeste, Gobenheim had reported Damai's wealth. For Damai had said to him when giving up his position as cashier, "I am to be bailiff for my colonel, and all my fortune, except what my wife needs, is to go to the children of our little Modeste." Every one in Havre had therefore propounded the same question that the notary had already put to himself. If Damai's share in the profits is 600,000 francs, and he is going to be Monsieur Mignon's bailiff, then Monsieur Mignon must certainly have a colossal fortune. He arrived at Marseilles on a ship of his own, loaded with indigo, and they say at the Bourse that the cargo, not counting the ship, is worth more than he gives out as his whole fortune. The colonel was unwilling to dismiss the servants he had brought back with him, whom he had chosen with care during his travels, and he therefore hired a house for them in the lower part of Ingaville, where he installed his valet, cook, and coachman, all negroes, and 3 mulattoes on whose fidelity he could rely. The coachman was told to search for saddle horses for Mamselle and for his master, and for carriage horses for the calèche in which the colonel and the lieutenant had returned to Havre. That carriage, bought in Paris, was of the latest fashion, and bore the arms of La Bastille surmounted by a count's coronet. These things, insignificant in the eyes of a man who for 4 years had been accustomed to the unbridled luxury of the Indies and of the English merchants at Canton, were the subject of much comment among the business men of Havre and the inhabitants of Ingaville and Graville. Before 5 days had elapsed, the rumor of them ran from one end of Normandy to the other like a train of gunpowder touched by fire. "Monsieur Mignon has come back from China with millions," someone said in Rouen, "and it seems he was made a count in mid-ocean." "But he was the Comte de la Bastille before the Revolution," answered another. "So they call him a liberal, just because he was plain Charles Mignon for 25 years. What are we coming to?" said a third. Modeste was considered, therefore, notwithstanding the silence of her parents and friends, as the richest heiress in Normandy, and all eyes began once more to see her merits. The aunt and sister of the Duc de Harreville confirmed in the aristocratic salons of Bayeux Monsieur Charles Mignon's right to the title and arms of Count, derived from Cardinal Mignon, for whom the cardinal's hat and tassels were added as a crest. They had seen Mademoiselle de la Bastille when they were staying at the Vilquins, and their solicitude for the impoverished head of their house now became active. "If Mademoiselle de la Bastille is really as rich as she is beautiful," said the aunt of the young Duke, "she is the best match in the province. She, at least, is noble." The last words were aimed at the Vilquins, with whom they had not been able to come to terms, after incurring the humiliation of staying in that bourgeois household. Such were the little events which, contrary to the rules of Aristotle and of Horace, precede the introduction of another person into our story, but the portrait and the biography of this personage, this late arrival, shall not be long, taking into consideration his own diminutiveness. The Grand Equerry shall not take more space here than he will take in history. Monsieur le Duc de Harreville, offspring of the matrimonial autumn of the last governor of Normandy, was born during the emigration in 1799 at Vienna. The old Mareschal, father of the present Duke, returned with the King in 1814 and died in 1819 before he was able to marry his son. He could only leave him the last chateau of Harreville, the park, a few dependencies, and a farm which he had bought back with some difficulty, all of which returned a rental of about 15,000 francs a year. Louis XVIII gave the post of Grand Equerry to the son, who, under Charles X, received the usual pension of 12,000 francs, which was granted to the pauper peers of France. But what were these 27,000 francs a year and the salary of Grand Equerry to such a family? In Paris, of course, the young Duke used the King's coaches and had a mansion provided for him in the Rue Saint Thomas du Louvre, near the royal stables. His salary paid for his winters in the city, and his 27,000 francs for the summers in Normandy. If this noble personage was still a bachelor, he was less to blame than his aunt, who was not versed in La Fontaine's fables. Mademoiselle de Harreville made enormous pretensions wholly out of keeping with the spirit of the times, for great names without the money to keep them up can seldom win rich heiresses among the higher French nobility, who are themselves embarrassed to provide for their sons under the new law of the equal division of property. To marry the young Duc de Harreville it was necessary to conciliate the great banking houses, but the haughty pride of the daughter of the house alienated these people by cutting speeches. During the first years of the Restoration, from 1817 to 1825, Mademoiselle de Harreville, though in quest of millions, refused, among others, the daughter of Mongenod the banker, with whom Monsieur de Fontaine afterwards contented himself. At last, having lost several good opportunities to establish her nephew entirely through her own fault, she was just considering whether the property of the Nucingens was not too basely acquired, or whether she should lend herself to the ambition of Madame de Nucingen, who wished to make her daughter a duchess. The King, ambitious to restore the de Harrevilles to their former splendor, had almost brought about this marriage, and when it failed he openly accused Mademoiselle de Harreville of folly. In this way the aunt made the nephew ridiculous, and the nephew, in his own way, was not less absurd. When great things disappear, they leave crumbs, frusteaux, Rabelais would say, behind them, and the French nobility of this century has left us too many such fragments. Neither the clergy nor the nobility have anything to complain of in this long history of manners and customs. Those great and magnificent social necessities have been well represented, but we ought surely to renounce the noble title of historian if we are not impartial, if we do not here depict the present degeneracy of the race of nobles, although we have already done so elsewhere, in the character of the Comte de Mortsauf in The Lily of the Valley, in the Duchess de Langeais, in the very nobleness of the nobility in the Marquis d'Espard. How then could it be that the race of heroes and valiant men belonging to the proud house of Harreville, who gave the famous Marshal to the nation, cardinals to the Church, great leaders to the Valois, knights to Louis XIV, was reduced to a little fragile being smaller than Butcha? This is a question which we ask ourselves in more than one salon in Paris when we hear the greatest names of France announced, and see the entrance of a thin, pinched, undersized young man, scarcely possessing the breath of life, or a premature old one, or some whimsical creature in whom the observer can with great difficulty trace the signs of past grandeur. The dissipations of the reign of Louis XV, the orgies of that fatal and egotistical period, have produced an effete generation in which manners alone survive the nobler vanished qualities, forms which are the sole heritage our nobles have preserved. The abandonment in which Louis XVI was allowed to perish may thus be explained, with some slight reservations, as a wretched result of the reign of Madame de Pompadour. The Grand Equerry, a fair young man with blue eyes and a pallid face, was not without a certain dignity of thought, but his thin, undersized figure, and the follies of his aunt, which had taken him to the Vilquins and elsewhere to pay his court, rendered him extremely diffident. The house of Harreville had already been threatened with extinction by the deed of a deformed being. See the Enfant Maudit in Philosophical Studies. The Grand Marshal, that being the family term for the member who was made Duke by Louis XIII, married at the age of 80. The young Duke admired women, but he placed them too high and respected them too much. In fact, he adored them, and was only at his ease with those whom he could not respect. This characteristic caused him to lead a double life. He found compensation with women of easy virtue for the worship to which he surrendered himself in the salons, or, if you like, the boudoirs of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Such habits, and his puny figure, his suffering face, with its blue eyes turning upward in ecstasy, increased the ridicule already bestowed upon him, very unjustly bestowed, as it happened, for he was full of wit and delicacy, but his wit, which never sparkled, only showed itself when he felt at ease. Fanny Beaupre, an actress who was supposed to be his nearest friend, at a price, called him a sound wine so carefully corked that you break all your corkscrews. The beautiful Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, whom the Grand Equerry could only worship, annihilated him with a speech which, unfortunately, was repeated from mouth to mouth, like all such pretty and malicious sayings. "He always seems to me," she said, "like one of those jewels of fine workmanship which we exhibit but never wear, and keep in cotton wool." Everything about him, even to his absurdly contrasting title of Grand Equerry, amused the good-natured King Charles X, and made him laugh, although the Duc de Harreville justified his appointment in the matter of being a fine horseman. Men are like books, often understood and appreciated too late. Modeste had seen the Duke during his fruitless visit to the Vilquins, and many of these reflections passed through her mind as she watched him come and go. But under the circumstances in which she now found herself, she saw plainly that the courtship of the Duc de Harreville would save her from being at the mercy of either Canalis. "I see no reason," she said to La Tournelle, "why the Duc de Harreville should not be received. I have passed, in spite of our indigence," she continued, with a mischievous look at her father, "to the condition of heiress. Haven't you observed Gobenheim's glances? They have quite changed their character within a week. He is in despair at not being able to make his games of whist count for mute adoration of my charms." "Hush, my darling," cried Madame La Tournelle, "here he comes." "Old Altor is in despair," said Gobenheim to Monsieur Mignon as he entered. "Why?" asked the Count. "Vilquin is going to fail, and the Bourse thinks you are worth several millions. What ill luck for his son!" "No one knows," said Charles Mignon coldly, "what my liabilities in India are, and I do not intend to take the public into my confidence as to my private affairs. Demais," he whispered to his friend, "if Vilquin is embarrassed, we could get back the villa by paying him what he gave for it." Such was the general state of things, due chiefly to accident, when on Sunday morning Canalis and La Brière arrived, with a courier in advance, at the villa of Madame Amorai. It was known that the Duc de Harreville, his sister, and his aunt were coming the following Tuesday to occupy, also under pretext of ill health, a hired house at Greville. This assemblage of suitors made the wits of the Bourse remark that, thanks to Mademoiselle Mignon, rents would rise at Ingaville. "If this goes on, she will have a hospital here," said the younger Mademoiselle Vilquin, vexed at not becoming a duchess. The everlasting comedy of the heiress about to be played at the chalet might very well be called, in view of Modeste's frame of mind, the designs of a young girl; for since the overthrow of her illusions she had fully made up her mind to give her hand to no man whose qualifications did not fully satisfy her. The two rivals, still intimate friends, intended to pay their first visit at the chalet on the evening of the day succeeding their arrival. They had spent Sunday and part of Monday in unpacking and arranging Madame Amorai's house for a month's stay. The poet, always calculating effects, wished to make the most of the probable excitement which his arrival would cause in Havre, and which would of course echo up to the Mignons. Therefore, in his rôle of a man needing rest, he did not leave the house. La Brière went twice to walk past the chalet, though always with a sense of despair, for he feared to displease Modeste, and the future seemed to him dark with clouds. The two friends came down to dinner on Monday, dressed for the momentous visit. La Brière wore the same clothes he had so carefully selected for the famous Sunday, but he now felt like the satellite of a planet, and resigned himself to the uncertainties of his situation. Canalis, on the other hand, had carefully attended to his black coat, his orders, and all those little drawing-room elegancies which his intimacy with the Duchess de Chaulieu and the fashionable world of the Faubourg had brought to perfection. He had gone into the minutiae of dandyism, while poor La Bruyere was about to present himself with the negligence of a man without hope. Germain, as he waited at dinner, could not help smiling to himself at the contrast. After the second course, however, the valet came in with a diplomatic, that is to say, uneasy air. "Does Monsieur le Baron know," he said to Canalis in a low voice, "that Monsieur the Grand Equerry is coming to Graville to get cured of the same illness which has brought Monsieur La Bruyere and Monsieur le Baron to the seashore?" "What, the little Duc de Harreville?" "Yes, monsieur." "Is he coming for Mademoiselle de la Bastille?" asked La Bruyere, coloring. "So it appears, monsieur." "We are cheated!" cried Canalis, looking at La Bruyere. "Ah," retorted Ernest quickly, "that is the first time you have said 'we' since we left Paris. It has been 'I' all along." "You understand me," cried Canalis, with a burst of laughter. "But we are not in a position to struggle against a ducal coronet, nor the Duke's title, nor against the waste lands which the Council of State have just granted on my report to the House of Harreville." "His Grace," said La Bruyere, with a spice of malice that was nevertheless serious, "will furnish you with compensation in the person of his sister." At this instant the Comte de la Bastille was announced. The two young men rose at once, and La Bruyere hastened forward to present Canalis. "I wish to return the visit you paid me in Paris," said the Count to the young lawyer, "and I knew that by coming here I should have the double pleasure of greeting one of our great living poets." "Great, monsieur," replied the poet, smiling. "No one can be great in a century prefaced by the reign of a Napoleon. We are a tribe of would-be great poets. Besides, second-rate talent imitates genius nowadays, and renders real distinction impossible." "Is that the reason why you have thrown yourself into politics?" asked the Count. "It is the same thing in that sphere," said the poet. "There are no statesmen in these days, only men who handle events more or less. Look at it, monsieur. Under the system of government that we derive from the Charter, which makes a tax list of more importance than a coat of arms, there is absolutely nothing solid except that which you went to seek in China, wealth." Satisfied with himself and with the impression he was making on the prospective father-in-law, Canalis turned to Germain. "Serve the coffee in the salon," he said, inviting Monsieur de la Bastille to leave the dining-room. "I thank you for this visit, Monsieur le Comte," said La Bruyere. "It saves me from the embarrassment of presenting my friend to you in your own house. You have a heart, and you have also a quick mind." "Bah! The ready wit of Provence, that is all," said Charles Mignon. "Ah, do you come from Provence?" cried Canalis. "You must pardon my friend," said La Bruyere. "He has not studied, as I have, the history of La Bastille." At the word "friend," Canalis threw a searching glance at Ernest. "If your health will allow," said the Count to the poet, "I shall hope to receive you this evening under my roof. It will be a day to mark, as the old writer said, albo notanda lapilo. Although we cannot duly receive so great a fame in our little house, yet your visit will gratify my daughter, whose admiration for your poems has even led her to set them to music." "You have something better than fame in your house," said Canalis. "You have beauty, if I am to believe Ernest." "Yes, a good daughter. But you will find her rather countrified," said Charles Mignon. "A country girl sought by the Duc de Harreville," remarked Canalis dryly. "Oh," replied Monsieur Mignon, with the perfidious good humor of a Southerner, "I leave my daughter free. Dukes, princes, commoners, they are all the same to me, even men of genius. I shall make no pledges, and whoever my Modeste chooses will be my son-in-law, or rather, my son," he added, looking at La Bruyere. "It could not be otherwise. Madame de la Bastille is a German. She has never adopted our etiquette, and I let my two women lead me their own way. I have always preferred to sit in the carriage rather than on the box. I can make a joke of all this at present, for we have not seen the Duc de Harreville, and I do not believe in marriages arranged by proxy, any more than I believe in choosing my daughter's husband." "That declaration is equally encouraging and discouraging to two young men who are searching for the philosopher's stone of happiness in marriage," said Canalis. "Don't you consider it useful, necessary, and even politic to stipulate for perfect freedom of action for parents, daughters, and suitors?" asked Charles Mignon. Canalis, at a sign from La Bruyere, kept silence. The conversation presently became unimportant, and after a few turns around the garden the Count retired, urging the visit of the two friends. "That's our dismissal," cried Canalis. "You saw it as plainly as I did. Well, in his place, I should not hesitate between the grand equerry and either of us, charming as we are." "I don't think so," said La Bruyere. "I believe that frank soldier came here to satisfy his desire to see you and to warn us of his neutrality while receiving us in his house. Modeste, in love with your fame, and misled by my person, stands, as it were, between the real and the ideal, between poetry and prose. I am, unfortunately, the prose." "Germain," said Canalis to the valet, who came to take away the coffee, "order the carriage in half an hour. We will take a drive before we go to the chalet." End of Section 17. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 18 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 18 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 18. A Splendid First Appearance. The two young men were equally impatient to see Modeste, but La Bruyere dreaded the interview, while Canalis approached it with the confidence of self-conceit. The eagerness with which La Bruyere had met the father, and the flattery of his attention to the family pride of the ex-merchant, showed Canalis his own maladroitness, and determined him to select a special role. The great poet resolved to pretend indifference, though all the while displaying his seductive powers, to appear to disdain the young lady, and thus pique her self-love. Trained by the handsome Duchess de Chaulieu, he was bound to be worthy of his reputation as a man who knew women, when, in fact, he did not know them at all, which is often the case with those who are the happy victims of an exclusive passion. While poor Ernest, gloomily ensconced in his corner of the calèche, gave way to the terrors of genuine love, and foresaw instinctively the anger, contempt, and disdain of an injured and offended young girl, Canalis was preparing himself not less silently, like an actor making ready for an important part in a new play. Certainly neither of them presented the appearance of a happy man. Important interests were involved for Canalis. The mere suggestion of his desire to marry would bring about a rupture of the tie which had bound him for the last 10 years to the Duchess de Chaulieu. Though he had covered the purpose of his journey with the vulgar pretext of needing rest, in which, by the by, women never believe, even when it is true, his conscience troubled him somewhat, but the word conscience seemed so Jesuitical to La Bruyere that he shrugged his shoulders when the poet mentioned his scruples. "Your conscience, my friend, strikes me as nothing more nor less than a dread of losing the pleasures of vanity and some very real advantages and habits by sacrificing the affections of Madame de Chaulieu, for if you were sure of succeeding with Modeste, you would renounce without the slightest compunction the wilted aftermath of a passion that has been mown and well raked for the last 8 years. If you simply mean that you are afraid of displeasing your protectress, should she find out the object of your stay here, I believe you. To renounce the Duchess and yet not succeed at the chalet is too heavy a risk. You take the anxiety of this alternative for remorse." "You have no comprehension of feelings," said the poet irritably, like a man who hears truth when he expects a compliment. "That is what a bigamist should tell the jury," reported La Bruyere, laughing. This epigram made another disagreeable impression on Canalis. He began to think La Bruyere too witty and too free for a secretary. The arrival of an elegant calèche driven by a coachman in the Canalis livery made the more excitement at the chalet because the two suitors were expected, and all the personages of this history were assembled to receive them, except the Duke and Bucca. "Which is the poet?" asked Madame Latournelle of Dumas in the embrasure of a window, where she stationed herself as soon as she heard the wheels. "The one who walks like a drum major," answered the lieutenant. "Ah," said the notary's wife, examining Canalis, who was swinging his body like a man who knows he is being looked at. The fault lay with the great lady who flattered him incessantly and spoiled him, as all women older than their adorers invariably spoil and flatter them. Canalis in his moral being was a sort of Narcissus. When a woman of a certain age wishes to attach a man forever, she begins by deifying his defects, so as to cut off all possibility of rivalry. For a rival is never, at the first approach, aware of the superfine flattery to which the man is accustomed. Coxcombs are the product of this feminine maneuver when they are not fops by nature. Canalis, taken young by the handsome Duchess, vindicated his affections to his own mind by telling himself that they pleased that grande dame whose taste was law. Such shades of character may be excessively faint, but it is improper for the historian not to point them out. For instance, Melchior possessed the talent for reading, which was greatly admired, and much injudicious praise had given him a habit of exaggeration which neither poets nor actors are willing to check, and which made people say of him, always through De Marsay, that he no longer declaimed, he bellowed his verses, lengthening the sounds that he might listen to himself. In the slang of the green room, Canalis dragged the time. He was fond of exchanging glances with his hearers, throwing himself into postures of self-complacency, and practising those tricks of demeanor which actors call balancoires, the picturesque phrase of an artistic people. Canalis had his imitators, and was in fact the head of a school of his kind. This habit of declamatory chanting slightly affected his conversation, as we have seen in his interview with Dumas. The moment the mind becomes finical, the manners follow suit, and the great poet ended by studying his demeanor, inventing attitudes, looking furtively at himself in mirrors, and suiting his discourse to the particular pose which he happened to have taken up. He was so preoccupied with the effect he wished to produce that a practical joke, Blondette, had bet once or twice, and won the wager, that he could nonplus him at any moment by merely looking fixedly at his hair or his boots or the tails of his coats. These airs and graces, which started in life with a passport of flowery youth, now seemed all the more stale and old because Melchior himself was waning. Life in the world of fashion is quite as exhausting to men as it is to women, and perhaps the 20 years by which the Duchess exceeded her lover's age weighed more heavily upon him than upon her. For to the eyes of the world she was always handsome, without rouge, without wrinkles, and without heart. Alas, neither men nor women have friends who are friendly enough to warn them of the moment when the fragrance of their modesty grows stale, when the caressing glance is but an echo of the stage, when the expression of the face changes from sentiment to sentimentality, and the artifices of the mind show their rusty edges. Genius alone renews its skin like a snake, and in the matter of charm, as in everything else, it is only the heart that never grows old. People who have hearts are simple in all their ways. Now Canalis, as we know, had a shriveled heart. He misused the beauty of his glance by giving it, without adequate reason, the fixity that comes to the eyes in meditation. In short, applause was to him a business in which he was perpetually on the lookout for gain. His style of paying compliments, charming to superficial people, seemed insulting to others of more delicacy by its triteness and the cool assurance of its cut and dried flattery. As a matter of fact, Melchior lied like a courtier. He remarked without blushing to the Duc de Chaulieu, who made no impression whatever when he was obliged to address the Chamber as Minister of Foreign Affairs, "Your Excellency was truly sublime." Many men like Canalis are purged of their affectations by the administration of non-success in little doses. These defects, slight in the gilded salons of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where everyone contributes his or her quota of absurdity, and where these particular forms of exaggerated speech and affected diction, magniloquence if you please to call it so, are surrounded by excessive luxury and sumptuous toilettes, which are to some extent their excuse, were certain to be far more noticed in the provinces, whose own absurdities are of a totally different type. Canalis, by nature overstrained and artificial, could not change his form. In fact, he had had time to grow stiff in the mould into which the Duchess had poured him. Moreover, he was thoroughly Parisian, or, if you prefer it, truly French. The Parisian is amazed that everything everywhere is not as it is in Paris, the Frenchman as it is in France. Good taste, on the contrary, demands that we adapt ourselves to the customs of foreigners without losing too much of our own character, as did Alcibiades, that model of a gentleman. True grace is elastic. It lends itself to circumstances. It is in harmony with all social centers. It wears a robe of simple material in the streets, noticeable only by its cut, in preference to the feathers and flounces of middle-class vulgarity. Now Canalis, instigated by a woman who loved herself much more than she loved him, wished to lay down the law and be everywhere such as he himself might see fit to be. He believed he carried his own public with him wherever he went, an error shared by several of the great men of Paris. While the poet made a studied and effective entrance into the salon of the chalet, La Bruyère slipped in behind him like a person of no account. "Ha! Do I see my soldier?" said Canalis, perceiving Dumas, after addressing a compliment to Madame Mignon and bowing to the other women. "Your anxieties are relieved, are they not?" he said, offering his hand effusively. "I comprehend them to their fullest extent after seeing Mademoiselle. I spoke to you of terrestrial creatures, not of angels." All present seemed by their attitudes to ask the meaning of this speech. "I shall always consider it a triumph," resumed the poet, observing that everybody wished for an explanation, "to have stirred to mention one of those men of iron whom Napoleon had the eye to find and make the supporting piles on which he tried to build an empire, too colossal to be lasting. For such structures time alone is the cement. But this triumph, why should I be proud of it? I count for nothing. It was the triumph of ideas over facts. Your battles, my dear Monsieur Dumas, your heroic charges, Monsieur le Comte, nay, war itself was the form in which Napoleon's idea clothed itself. Of all these things, what remains? The sod that covers them knows nothing. Harvests come and go without revealing their resting place. Were it not for the historian, the writer, futurity would have no knowledge of these heroic days. Therefore, your 15 years of war are now ideas and nothing more. That which preserves the empire forever is the poem that the poets make of them. A nation that can win such battles must now know how to sing them." Canalis paused to gather by a glance that ran around the circle the tribute of amazement which he expected of provincials. "You must be aware, monsieur, of the regret I feel at not seeing you," said Madame Mignon, "since you compensate me with the pleasure of hearing you." Modeste, determined to think Canalis sublime, sat motionless with amazement. The embroidery slipped from her fingers, which held it only by the needleful of thread. "Modeste, this is Monsieur Ernest de la Bruyère. Monsieur Ernest, my daughter," said the Count, thinking the secretary too much in the background. The young girl bowed coldly, giving Ernest a glance that was meant to prove to everyone present that she saw him for the first time. "Pardon me, monsieur," she said without blushing. "The great admiration I feel for the greatest of our poets is, in the eyes of my friends, a sufficient excuse for seeing only him." The pure, fresh voice, with accents like that of Mademoiselle Mars, charmed the poor secretary, already dazzled by Modeste's beauty, and in his sudden surprise he answered by a phrase that would have been sublime had it been true. "He is my friend," he said. "Ah, then you do pardon me," she replied. "He is more than a friend," cried Canalis, taking Ernest by the shoulder and leaning upon it like Alexander on Hephaestion. "We love each other as though we were brothers." Madame Latournelle cut short the poet's speech by pointing to Ernest and saying aloud to her husband, "Surely that is the gentleman we saw at the church." "Why not?" said Charles Mignon quickly, observing that Ernest reddened. Modeste coldly took up her embroidery. "Madame may be right. I have been twice in Havre lately," replied La Bruyère, sitting down by Dumas. Canalis, charmed with Modeste's beauty, mistook the admiration she expressed and flattered himself he had succeeded in producing his desired effects. "I should think a man without heart, if he had no devoted friend near him," said Modeste, to pick up the conversation interrupted by Madame Latournelle's awkwardness. "Mademoiselle, Ernest's devotion makes me almost think myself worth something," said Canalis, "for my dear Pylades is full of talent. He was the right hand of the greatest master we have had since the peace. Though he holds a fine position, he is good enough to be my tutor in the science of politics. He teaches me to conduct affairs and feeds me with his experience, when all the while he might aspire to much better situation. Oh, he is worth far more than I." At a gesture from Modeste, he continued gracefully, "Yes, the poetry that I express he carries in his heart, and if I speak thus openly before him, it is because he has the modesty of a nun." "Enough, oh, enough!" cried La Bruyère, who hardly knew which way to look. "My dear Canalis, you remind me of a mother who is seeking to marry off her daughter." "How is it, monsieur," said Charles Mignon, addressing Canalis, "that you can even think of becoming a political character?" "It is abdication," said Modeste. "For a poet, politics are the resource of matter-of-fact men." "Ah, mademoiselle, the rostrum is today the greatest theatre of the world. It has succeeded the tournaments of chivalry. It is now the meeting place for all intellects, just as the army has been the rallying point of courage." Canalis stuck spurs into his charger and talked for 10 minutes on political life. Poetry was but a preface to the statesman. Today the orator has become a sublime reasoner, the shepherd of ideas. A poet may point the way to nations or individuals, but can he ever cease to be himself? He quoted Chateaubriand, and declared that he would one day be greater on the political side than on the literary. The form of France has to be the pharos of humanity. Oral battles supplanted fields of battle. There were sessions of the chamber finer than any Austerlitz, and orators were seen to be as lofty as generals. They spent their lives, their courage, their strength as freely as those who went to war. Speech was surely one of the most prodigal outlets of the vital fluid that man had ever known, etc. This improvisation of modern commonplaces, clothed in sonorous phrases and newly invented words, and intended to prove that the Comte de Canalis was becoming one of the glories of the French government, made a deep impression upon the notary and Gobenheim, and upon Madame Latournelle and Madame Mignon. Modeste looked as though she were at the theatre, in an attitude of enthusiasm for an actor, very much like that of Ernest toward herself, for, though the secretary knew all these high-sounding phrases by heart, he listened through the eyes, as it were, of the young girl, and grew more and more madly in love with her. To this true lover, Modeste was eclipsing all the Modestes he had created as he read her letters and answered them. This visit, the length of which was predetermined by Canalis, careful not to allow his admirers a chance to get surfeited, ended by an invitation to dinner on the following Monday. "We shall not be at the chalet," said the Comte de la Bastille. "Dumais will have sole possession of it. I return to the villa, having bought it back under a deed of redemption within 6 months, which I have today signed with Monsieur Vilquin." "I hope," said Dumais, "that Vilquin will not be able to return to you the sum you have just lent him, and that the villa will remain yours." "It is an abode in keeping with your fortune," said Canalis. "You mean the fortune that I am supposed to have," replied Charles Mignon hastily. "It would be too sad," said Canalis, returning to Modeste with a charming little bow, "if this Madonna were not framed in a manner worthy of her divine perfections." That was the only thing Canalis said to Modeste. He affected not to look at her, and behaved like a man to whom all idea of marriage was interdicted. "Ah, my dear Madame Mignon," cried the notary's wife, as soon as the gravel was heard to grit under the feet of the Parisians, "what an intellect!" "Is he rich? That is the question," said Gobenheim. Modeste was at the window, not losing a single movement of the great poet, and paying no attention to his companion. When Monsieur Mignon returned to the salon, and Modeste, having received a last bow from the two friends as the carriage turned, went back to her seat, a weighty discussion took place, such as provincials invariably hold over Parisians after a first interview. Gobenheim repeated his phrase, "Is he rich?" as a chorus to the songs of praise sung by Madame Latournelle, Modeste, and her mother. "Rich!" exclaimed Modeste. "What can that signify? Do you not see that Monsieur de Canalis is one of those men who are destined for the highest places in the state? He has more than fortune, he possesses that which gives fortune." "He will be minister or ambassador," said Monsieur Mignon. "That won't hinder taxpayers from having to pay the costs of his funeral," remarked the notary. "How so?" asked Charles Mignon. "He strikes me as a man who will waste all the fortunes with whose gifts Mademoiselle Modeste so liberally endows him," answered Latournelle. "Modeste can't avoid being liberal to a poet who called her a Madonna," said Dumas, sneering and faithful to the repulsion which Canalis had originally inspired him. Gobenheim arranged the whist table with all the more persistency because, since the return of Monsieur Mignon, Latournelle and Dumas had allowed themselves to play for 10-sou points. "Well, my little darling," said the father to the daughter in the embrasure of the window, "admit that papa thinks of everything. If you send your orders this evening to your former dressmaker in Paris and all your other furnishing people, you shall show yourself 8 days hence in all the splendor of an heiress. Meantime, we will install ourselves in the villa. You already have a pretty horse. Now order a habit. You owe that amount of civility to the grand equerry." "All the more because there will be a number of us to ride," said Modeste, who was recovering the colors of health. "The secretary did not say much," remarked Madame Mignon. "A little fool," said Madame Latournelle. "The poet has an attentive word for everybody. He thanked Monsieur Latournelle for his help in choosing the house, and said he must have taken counsel with a woman of good taste. But the other looked as gloomy as a Spaniard, and kept his eyes fixed on Modeste as though he would like to swallow her whole. If he had even looked at me, I should have been afraid of him." "He had a pleasant voice," said Madame Mignon. "No doubt he came to Havre to inquire about the Mignons in the interest of his friend the poet," said Modeste, looking furtively at her father. "It was certainly he whom we saw in church." Madame Dumas and Monsieur and Madame Latournelle accepted this as the natural explanation of Ernest's journey. End of Section 18. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 19 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 19 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 19, of which the author thinks a good deal. "Do you know, Ernest," cried Canalis, when they had driven a short distance from the house, "I don't see any marriageable women in society in Paris who compares with that adorable girl." "Ah, that ends it," replied Ernest. "She loves you, or she will love you if you desire it. Your fame won half the battle. Well, you may now have it all your own way. You shall go there alone in the future. Modeste despises me. She is right to do so, and I don't see any reason why I should condemn myself to see, to love, to desire, and adore that which I can never possess." After a few consoling remarks, dashed with his own satisfaction at having made a new version of Caesar's phrase, Canalis divulged a desire to break with the Duchesse de Chaulieu. La Bruyère, totally unable to keep up the conversation, made the beauty of the night an excuse to be set down, and then rushed like one possessed to the seashore, where he stayed till past 10, in a half-demented state, walking hurriedly up and down, talking aloud in broken sentences, sometimes standing still or sitting down, without noticing the uneasiness of 2 custom-house officers who were on watch. After loving Modeste's wit and intellect and her aggressive frankness, he now joined adoration of her beauty, that is to say, love without reason, love inexplicable, to all the other reasons which had drawn him 10 days earlier to the church in Havre. He returned to the chalet, where the Pyrenees hounds barked at him till he was forced to relinquish the pleasure of gazing at Modeste's windows. In love, such things are of no more account to the lover than the work which is covered by the last layer of color is to the artist. Yet they make up the whole of love, just as the hidden toil is the whole of art. Out of them arise the great painter and the true lover whom the woman and the public end, sometimes too late, by adoring. "Well, then," he cried aloud, "I will stay. I will suffer. I will love her for myself only, in solitude. Modeste shall be my sun, my life. I will breathe with her breath, rejoice in her joys and bear her griefs. Be she even the wife of that egoist, Canalis." "That's what I call loving, monsieur," said a voice which came from a shrub by the side of the road. "Ha ha! So all the world is in love with the Mademoiselle de la Bastille?" And Butcha suddenly appeared and looked at La Bruyère. La Bruyère checked his anger when, by the light of the moon, he saw the dwarf, and he made a few steps without replying. "Soldiers who serve in the same company ought to be good comrades," marked Butcha. "You don't love Canalis, neither do I." "He is my friend," replied Ernest. "Ha! You are the little secretary?" "You are to know, monsieur, that I am no man's secretary. I have the honor to be of counsel to a supreme court of this kingdom." "I have the honor to salute Monsieur de la Bruyère," said Butcha. "I myself have the honor to be head clerk to La Tournelle, chief counsellor of Havre, and my position is a better one than yours. Yes, I have had the happiness of seeing Mademoiselle Modeste de la Bastille nearly every evening for the last 4 years, and I expect to live near her as a king's servant lives in the Tuileries. If they offered me the throne of Russia, I should answer, 'I love the sun too well.' Isn't that telling you, monsieur, that I care more for her than for myself? I am looking after her interests with the most honorable intentions. Do you believe that the proud Duchess de Châlus would cast a favorable eye on the happiness of Madame de Canalis, if her waiting woman, who is in love with Monsieur Germain, not liking that charming valet's absence in Havre, were to say to her mistress, while brushing her hair—" "Who do you know about all this?" said La Bruyère, interrupting Butcha. "In the first place, I am clerk to a notary," answered Butcha. "But haven't you seen my hump? It is full of resources, monsieur. I have made myself cousin to Mademoiselle Philoxene Jacquemin, born at Honfleur, where my mother was born, a Jacquemin. There are 8 branches of the Jacquemins at Honfleur. So my cousin Philoxene, enticed by the bait of a highly improbable fortune, has told me a good many things." "The Duchess is vindictive?" said La Bruyère. "Vindictive as a queen, Philoxene says. She has never yet forgiven me the Duke for being nothing more than her husband," replied Butcha. "She hates as she loves. I know all about her character, her tastes, her toilette, her religion, and her manners. For Philoxene stripped her for me, soul and corset. I went to the opera expressly to see her, and I didn't grudge the 10 francs it cost me. I don't mean the play. If my imaginary cousin had not told me the Duchess had seen her 50 summers, I should have thought I was over-generous in giving her 30. She has never known a winter, that Duchess." "Yes," said La Bruyère, "she is a cameo, preserved because it is stone. Canalis would be in a bad way if the Duchess were to find out what he is doing here, and I hope, monsieur, that you will go no further in this business of spying, which is unworthy of an honest man." "Monsieur," said Butcha proudly, "for me, Modeste is my country. I do not spy, I foresee, I take precautions. The Duchess will come here if it is desirable, or she will stay tranquilly where she is, according to what I judge best." "You?" "I." "And how, pray?" "Ha! That is it," said the little hunchback, plucking a blade of grass. "See, here, this herb believes that men build palaces for it to grow in. It wedges its way between the closest blocks of marble, and brings them down, just as the masses forced into the edifice of feudality have brought it to the ground. And the power of the feeble life that can creep everywhere is greater than that of the mighty behind their cannons. I am one of 3 who have sworn that Modeste shall be happy, and we would sell our honor for her. Adieu, monsieur. If you truly love Mademoiselle de la Bastille, forget this conversation and shake hands with me. For I think you've got a heart. I longed to see the chalet, and I got here just as she was putting out her light. I saw the dogs rush at you, and I overheard your words, and that is why I take the liberty of saying we serve in the same regiment, that of loyal devotion." "Monsieur," said La Bruyère, wringing the hunchback's hand, would you have the friendliness to tell me if Mademoiselle Modeste ever loved anyone with love before she wrote to Canalis?" "Oh!" exclaimed Butcha in an altered voice, "that thought is an insult. And even now, who knows if she really loves? Does she know herself? She is enamored of genius, of the soul and intellect of that seller of verses, that literary quack. We all study him, and I know how to make the man's real character peep out from under the turtle shell of fine manners. We'll soon see the petty little head of his ambition and his vanity," cried Butcha, rubbing his hands. "So unless Mamselle is desperately taken with him—" "Oh, she was seized with admiration when she saw him, as if he were something marvelous," exclaimed La Bruyère, letting the secret of his jealousy escape him. "If he is a loyal, honest fellow, and loves her, if he is worthy of her, if he renounces his Duchess," said Butcha, "then I'll manage the Duchess. Here, my dear sir, take this road, and you will get home in 10 minutes." But as they parted, Butcha turned back and hailed poor Ernest, who, as a true lover, would gladly have stayed all night talking of Modeste. "Monsieur," said Butcha, "I have not yet had the honor of seeing our great poet. I am very curious to observe that magnificent phenomenon in the exercise of his functions. Do me the favor to bring him to the chalet tomorrow evening, and stay as long as possible, for it takes more than an hour for a man to show himself for what he is. I shall be the first to see if he loves, if he can love, or if ever he will love Mademoiselle Modeste." "You are very young to be a professor," said Butcha, cutting short La Bruyère. "Ha, monsieur, deformed folks are born 100 years old. And besides, a sick man who has long been sick knows more than his doctor. He knows the disease, and that is more than can be said for the best of doctors. Well, so it is with a man who cherishes a woman in his heart when the woman is forced to disdain him for his ugliness or his deformity. He ends by knowing so much of love that he becomes seductive, just as the sick man recovers his health. Stupidity alone is incurable. I have had neither father nor mother since I was 6 years old. I am now 25. Public charity has been my mother, the procureur du roi of my father. Oh, don't be troubled," he added, seeing Ernest's gesture. "I am much more lively than my situation. Well, for the last 6 years, ever since a woman's eye first told me I had no right to love, I do love, and I study women. I began with the ugly ones, for it is best to take the bull by the horns. So I took my master's wife, who has certainly been an angel to me, for my first study. Perhaps I did wrong, but I couldn't help it. I passed her through my alembic, and what did I find? This thought crouching at the bottom of her heart: I am not so ugly as they think me. But if a man were to work upon that thought, he could bring her to the edge of the abyss, pious as she is. And have you studied Modeste?" "I thought I told you," replied Butcha, "that my life belongs to her, just as France belongs to the king. Do you now understand what you called my spying in Paris? No one but me really knows what nobility, what pride, what devotion, what mysterious grace, what unwearying kindness, what true religion, gaiety, wit, delicacy, knowledge, and courtesy there are in the soul and in the heart of that adorable creature." Butcha drew out his handkerchief and wiped his eyes, and La Bruyère pressed his hand for a long time. "I live in the sunbeam of her existence. It comes from her. It is absorbed in me. That is how we are united, as nature is to God, by the light and by the word. Adieu, monsieur. Never in my life have I talked this way, but seeing you beneath her windows, I felt in my heart that you loved her as I love her." Without waiting for an answer, Butcha quitted the poor lover, into whose heart his words had put an inexpressible balm. Ernest resolved to make a friend of him, not suspecting that the chief object of the clerk's loquacity was to gain communication with someone connected with Canalis. Ernest was rocked to sleep that night by the ebb and flow of thoughts and resolutions and plans for his future conduct, whereas Canalis slept the sleep of the conqueror, which is the sweetest slumbers after that of the just. At breakfast next morning, the friends agreed to spend the evening of the following day at the chalet, and initiate themselves into the delights of provincial whist. To get rid of the day, they ordered their horses, purchased by Germain at a large price, and started on a voyage of discovery round the country, which was quite as unknown to them as China, for the most foreign thing to Frenchmen in France is France itself. By dint of reflecting on his position as an unfortunate and despised lover, Ernest went through something of the same process as Modeste's first letter had forced upon him. Though sorrow is said to develop virtue, it only develops it in virtuous persons. That cleaning out of the conscience takes place only in persons who are by nature clean. La Bruyère vowed to endure his sufferings in Spartan silence, to act worthily and give way to no baseness, while Canalis, fascinated by the enormous dot, was telling himself to take every means of captivating the heiress. Selfishness and devotion, the key notes of the two characters, therefore took, by the action of a moral law which is often very odd in its effects, certain measures that were contrary to their respective natures. The selfish man put on self-abnegation. The man who thought chiefly of others took refuge on the Aventinus of pride. That phenomenon is often seen in political life. Men frequently turn their characters wrong side out, and it sometimes happens that the public is unable to tell which is the right side. After dinner, the two friends heard the arrival of the grand equerry, who was presented at the chalet the same evening by Latournelle. Mademoiselle de Harreville, who had contrived to wound that worthy man by sending a footman to tell him to come to her, instead of sending her nephew in person, thus depriving the notary of a distinguished visit he would certainly have talked about for the rest of his natural life. So Latournelle curtly informed the grand equerry, when he proposed to drive him to the chalet, that he was engaged to take Madame Latournelle. Guessing from the little man's sulky manner that there was some blunder to repair, the Duke said graciously, "Then I shall have the pleasure, if you will allow me, of taking Madame Latournelle also?" Disregarding Mademoiselle de Harreville's haughty shrug, the Duke left the room with the notary. Madame Latournelle, half crazed with joy at seeing the gorgeous carriage at her door with footmen in royal livery letting down the steps, was too agitated on hearing that the grand equerry had called for her to find her gloves, her parasol, her absurdity, or her usual air of pompous dignity. Once in the carriage, however, and while expressing confused thanks and civilities to the little Duke, she suddenly exclaimed from a thought in her kind heart, "But Butcha, where is he?" "Let us take Butcha," said the Duke, smiling. When the people in the quays, attracted in groups by the splendor of the royal equipage, saw the funny spectacle, the three little men with the spare gigantic woman, they looked at one another and laughed. "If you melt all three together, they might make one man fit to mate with that big codfish," said the sailor from Bordeaux. "Is there any other thing you would like to take with you, madame?" asked the Duke, jestingly, while the footman waited his orders. "No, monsieur," she replied, turning scarlet and looking at her husband, as much as to say, "What did I do wrong?" "Monsieur le Duc honors me by considering that I am a thing," said Butcha. "A poor clerk is usually thought to be a nonentity." Though this was said with a laugh, the Duke colored and did not answer. Great people are to blame for joking with their social inferiors. Jesting is a game, and games presuppose equality. It is to obviate any inconvenient results of this temporary equality that players have the right, after the game is over, not to recognize each other. The visit of the grand equerry had the ostensible excuse of an important piece of business, namely the retrieval of an immense tract of waste land left by the sea between the mouths of the two rivers, which tract had just been adjudged by the Council of State to the House of Harreville. The matter was nothing less than putting floodgates with double bridges, draining 300 or 400 acres, cutting canals, and laying out roadways. When the Duke had explained the condition of the land, Charles Mignon remarked that time must be allowed for the soil, which was still moving, to settle and grow solid in a natural way. "Time, which has providentially enriched your house, Monsieur le Duc, can alone complete the work," he said in conclusion. "It would be prudent to let 50 years elapse before you reclaim the land." "Do not let that be your final word, Monsieur le Comte," said the Duke. "Come to Harreville and see things for yourself." Charles Mignon replied that every capitalist should take time to examine into such matters with a cool head, thus giving the Duke a pretext for his visits to the chalet. The sight of Modeste made a lively impression on the young man, and he asked the favor of receiving her at Harreville with her father, saying that his sister and his aunt had heard much of her and wished to make her acquaintance. On this the Count proposed to present his daughter to those ladies himself, and invited the whole party to dinner on the day of his return to the villa. The Duke accepted the invitation. The blue ribbon, the title, and above all the ecstatic glances of the noble gentleman had an effect upon Modeste, but she appeared to great advantage in carriage, dignity, and conversation. The Duke withdrew reluctantly, carrying with him an invitation to visit the chalet every evening, an invitation based on the impossibility of a courtier of Charles X existing for a single evening without his rubber. The following evening, therefore, Modeste was to see all three of her lovers. No matter what young girls may say, and though the logic of the heart may lead them to sacrifice everything to preference, it is extremely flattering to their self-love to see a number of rival adorers around them, distinguished or celebrated men, or men of ancient lineage, all endeavoring to shine and to please. Suffer as Modeste may in general estimation, it must be told she subsequently admitted that the sentiments expressed in her letters paled before the pleasure of seeing three such different minds at war with one another, three men who, taken separately, would each have done honor to the most exacting family. Yet this luxury of self-love was checked by a misanthropical spitefulness resulting from the terrible wound she had received, although by this time she was beginning to think that wound was disappointment only. So when her father said to her, laughing, "Well, Modeste, do you want to be a duchess?" she answered with a mocking curtsy, "Sorrows have made me philosophical." "Do you mean to be only a baroness?" asked Butcha. "Or a viscountess?" said her father. "How could that be?" she asked quickly. "If you accept Monsieur la Brière, he has enough merit and influence to obtain permission from the king to bear my titles and arms." "Oh, if it comes to disguising himself, he will not make any difficulty," said Modeste scornfully. Butcha did not understand this epigram, whose meaning could only be guessed by Monsieur and Madame Mignon and Dumais. "When it is a question of marriage, all men disguise themselves," remarked La Tournelle, "and women set themselves the example. I've heard it said ever since I came into the world that Monsieur this or Mamselle that has made a good marriage, meaning that the other side made a bad one." "Marriage," said Butcha, "is like a lawsuit. There's always one side discontented. If one dupes the other, certainly half the husbands in the world are playing a comedy at the expense of the other half." "From which you conclude, Sir Butcha?" inquired Modeste. "To pay the utmost attention to the manoeuvres of the enemy," answered the clerk. "What did I tell you, my darling?" said Charles Mignon, alluding to their conversation on the seashore. "Men play as many parts to get married as mothers make their daughters play to get rid of them," said La Tournelle. "Then you approve of stratagems?" said Modeste. "On both sides," cried Gobenheim, "and that brings it even." This conversation was carried on by fits and starts, as they say, in the intervals of cutting and dealing the cards, and it soon turned chiefly on the merits of the Duc de Harreville, who was thought very good-looking by little La Tournelle, little Dumais, and little Butcha. Without the foregoing discussion on the lawfulness of matrimonial tricks, the reader might possibly find the forthcoming account of the evening so impatiently awaited by Butcha somewhat too long. Deplaine, the famous surgeon, arrived the next morning, and stayed only long enough to send to Havre for fresh horses and have them put to, which took about an hour. After examining Madame Mignon's eyes, he decided that she could recover her sight, and fixed a suitable time, a month later, to perform the operation. This important consultation took place before the assembled members of the chalet, who stood trembling and expectant to hear the verdict of the Prince of Science. That illustrious member of the Academy of Sciences put about a dozen brief questions to the blind woman as he examined her eyes in the strong light from a window. Modeste was amazed at the value which a man so celebrated attached to time, when she saw the travelling carriage piled with books which the great surgeon proposed to read during the journey, for he had left Paris that evening before, and had spent the night in sleeping and travelling. The rapidity and clearness of Deplaine's judgment on each answer made by Madame Mignon, his succinct tone, his decisive manner, gave Modeste her first real idea of a man of genius. She perceived the enormous difference between a second-rate man like Canalis and Deplaine, who was even more than a superior man. A man of genius finds in the consciousness of his talent, and in the solidity of his fame, an arena of his own, where his legitimate pride can expand and exercise itself without interfering with others. Moreover, his perpetual struggle with men and things leave them no time for the coxcombry of fashionable genius, which makes haste to gather in the harvests of a fugitive season, and whose vanity and self-love are as petty and exacting as a custom-house which levies tithes on all that comes its way. Modeste was the more enchanted by this great practical genius because he was evidently charmed with the exquisite beauty of Modeste, he through whose hands so many women had passed, and who had long since examined the sex, as it were, with magnifier and scalpel. It would be a sad pity, he said, with an air of gallantry which he occasionally put on, and which contrasted with his assumed brusqueness, if a mother were deprived of the sight of so charming a daughter. Modeste insisted on serving the simple breakfast which was all the great surgeon would accept. She accompanied her father and Dumais to the carriage stationed at the garden gate, and said to Desplaines at parting, her eyes shining with hope, "And will my dear mamma really see me?" "Yes, my little sprite, I'll promise you that," he answered, smiling, "and I am incapable of deceiving you, for I, too, have a daughter." The horses started, and carried him off as he uttered the last words with unexpected grace and feeling. Nothing is more charming than the peculiar unexpectedness of persons of talent. End of section 19. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 20 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 20 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 20. The Poet Does His Exercises. This visit of the great surgeon was the event of the day, and it left a luminous trace in Modeste's soul. The young enthusiast ardently admired the man whose life belonged to others, and in whom the habit of studying physical suffering had destroyed the manifestations of egoism. That evening, when Gobenheim, the Latournelles, and Butcha, Canalis, Ernest, and the Duc de Harreville were gathered in the salon, they all congratulated the Mignon family on the hopes which Desplaines encouraged. The conversation, in which the Modeste of her letters was once more in the ascendant, turned naturally on the man whose genius, unfortunately for his fame, was appreciable only by the faculty and men of science. Gobenheim contributed a phrase which is the sacred chrism of genius as interpreted in those days by public economists and bankers. "He makes a mint of money." "They say he is very grasping," said Canalis. The praises which Modeste showered on Desplaines had annoyed the poet. Vanity acts like a woman. They both think they are defrauded when love or praise is bestowed on others. Voltaire was jealous of the wit of a roué whom Paris admired for 2 days, and even a duchess takes offence at a look bestowed upon her maid. The avarice excited by these two sentiments is such that a fraction of them given to the poor is thought robbery. "Do you think, monsieur," said Modeste, smiling, "that we should judge genius by ordinary standards?" "Perhaps we ought first of all to define the man of genius," replied Canalis. "One of the conditions of genius is invention of a form, a system, a force. Napoleon is an inventor, apart from his other conditions of genius. He invented his method of making war. Walter Scott is an inventor. Linnaeus is an inventor. Geoffroy Saint Hilaire and Cuvier are inventors. Such men are men of genius of the first rank. They renew, increase, or modify both science and art. But Desplaines is merely a man whose vast talent consists in properly applying laws already known, in observing, by means of a natural gift, the limits laid down for each temperament, and the time appointed by nature for an operation. He has not founded, like Hippocrates, the science itself. He has invented no system as did Galen, Broussais, and Rossery. He is merely an executive genius, like Moscheles on the piano, Paganini on the violin, or Farinelli on his own larynx. Men who have developed enormous faculties, but who have not created music. You must permit me to discriminate between Beethoven and La Catalani. To one belongs the immortal crown of genius and of martyrdom, to the other innumerable 5-franc pieces. One we can pay in coin, but the world remains throughout all time a debtor to the other. Each day increases our debt to Molière, but Baron's comedies have been overpaid. "I think you make the prerogative of ideas too exclusive," said Ernest de la Bruyère, in a quiet and melodious voice, who formed a sudden contrast to the peremptory tones of the poet, whose flexible organ had abandoned its caressing notes for the strident and magisterial voice of the rostrum. "Genius must be estimated according to its utility, and Parmentier, who brought potatoes into general use, Jacquard, the inventor of the silk looms, Papin, who first discovered the elastic quality of steam, are men of genius, to whom statues will some day be erected. They have changed, or they will change, in a certain sense, the face of the state. It is in that sense that Desplein will always be considered a man of genius by thinkers. They see him attended by a generation of sufferers whose pains are stifled by his hand." That Ernest should give utterance to his opinions was enough to make Modeste oppose it. "If that be so, monsieur," she said, "then the man who could discover a way to mow wheat without injuring the straw, by a machine that could do the work of 10 men, would be a man of genius." "Yes, my daughter," said Madame Mignon, "and the poor would bless him for cheaper bread. He that is blessed by the poor is blessed of God." "That is putting utility above art," said Modeste, shaking her head. "Without utility, what would become of art?" said Charles Mignon. "What would it rest on? What would it live on? Where would you lodge, and how would you pay the poet?" "Oh, my dear papa, such opinions are fearfully flat and antediluvian. I am not surprised that Gobenheim and Monsieur La Bruyère, who are interested in the solution of social problems, should think so. But you, whose life has been the most useless poetry of the century, useless because the blood you shed all over Europe, and the horrible sufferings extracted by your colossus, did not prevent France from losing 10 departments acquired under the Revolution. How can you give in to such excessively pigtail notions as the idealists say? It is plain you've just come from China." The impertinence of Modeste's speech was heightened by a little air of contemptuous disdain which she purposely put on, and which fairly astounded Madame Mignon, Madame Latournelle, and Dumais. As for Madame Latournelle, she opened her eyes so wide she no longer saw anything. Butcha, whose alert attention was comparable to that of a spy, looked at Monsieur Mignon, expecting to see him flush with sudden and violent indignation. "A little more, young lady, and you will be wanting in respect for your father," said the colonel, smiling and noticing Butcha's look. "See what it is to spoil one's children." "I am your only child," she said saucily. "Child, indeed," remarked the notary, significantly. "Monsieur," said Modeste, turning upon him, "my father is delighted to have me for his governess. He gave me life, and I give him knowledge. He will soon owe me something." "There seems occasion for it," said Madame Mignon. "But Mamselle is right," said Canalis, rising and standing before the fireplace in one of the finest attitudes of his collection. "God in his providence has given food and clothing to man, but he has not directly given him art. He says to man, 'To live, thou must bow thyself to the earth. To think, thou shalt lift thyself to me.' We have as much need of the life of the soul as of the life of the body. Hence there are 2 utilities. It is true we cannot be shod by books or clothed by poems. An epic song is not, if you take the utilitarian view, as useful as the broth of a charity kitchen. The noblest ideas will not sail a vessel in place of canvas. It is quite true that the cotton gin gives us calicoes for 30 sous a yard less than we ever paid before. But that machine and all other industrial perfections will not breathe the breath of life into a people, will not tell futurity of civilization that once existed. Art, on the contrary, Egyptian, Mexican, Grecian, Roman art, with their masterpieces, now called useless, reveal the existence of races back in the vague immense of time, beyond where the great intermediary nations, denuded of men of genius, have disappeared, leaving not a line nor a trace behind them. The works of genius are the summum of civilization and presuppose utility. Surely a pair of boots are not as agreeable to your eyes as a fine play at the theatre, and you don't prefer a windmill to the Church of San Juan, do you? Well, then, nations are imbued with the same feelings as the individual man, and the man's cherished desire is to survive himself morally just as he propagates himself physically. The survival of a people is the work of its men of genius. At this very moment France is proving energetically the truth of that theory. She is undoubtedly excelled by England in commerce, industry, and navigation, and yet she is, I believe, at the head of the world, by reason of her artists, her men of talent, and the good taste of her products. There is no artist and no superior intellect that does not come to Paris for a diploma. There is no school of painting at this moment but that of France, and we shall reign far longer and perhaps more securely by our books than our swords. In La Bruyere's system, on the other hand, all that is glorious and lovely must be suppressed. Women's beauty, music, painting, poetry. Society will not be overthrown, that is true. But, I ask you, who would willingly accept such a life? All useful things are ugly and forbidding. A kitchen is indispensable, but you take care not to sit there. You live in the salon, which you adorn, like this, with superfluous things. Of what use, let me ask you, are these charming wall paintings, this carved woodwork? There is nothing beautiful but that which seems to us useless. We call the 16th century the Renaissance with admirable truth of language. That century was the dawn of a new era. Men will continue to speak of it when all remembrance of anterior centuries had passed away, their only merit being that they once existed, like the million beings who count as rubbish of a generation. Rubbish, yes, that may be, but my rubbish is dear to me, said the Duc de Harreville, laughing, during the silent pause which followed the poet's pompous oration. Let me ask, said Butcha, attacking Canalis, does art, the sphere in which, according to you, genius is required to evolve itself, exist at all? Is it not a splendid lie, a delusion of the social man? Do I want a landscape scene of Normandy in my bedroom when I can look out and see a better one done by God himself? Our dreams make poems more glorious than Iliads. For an insignificant sum of money I can find at Valognes, at Carentan, at Provence, at Arles, many a Venus as beautiful as those of Titian. The Police Gazette publishes tales, differing somewhat from those of Walter Scott, but ending tragically with blood, not ink. Happiness and virtue exist above and beyond both art and genius. Bravo, Butcha, cried Madame Latournelle. What did he say? Asked Canalis of La Bruyere, failing to gather from the eyes and attitude of Mademoiselle Mignon the usual signs of artless admiration. The contemptuous indifference which Modeste had exhibited towards La Bruyere, and above all her disrespectful speeches to her father, so depressed the young man that he made no answer to Canalis. His eyes, fixed sorrowfully on Modeste, were full of deep meditation. The Duc de Harreville took up Butch's argument and reproduced it with much intelligence, saying finally that the ecstasies of Saint Teresa were far superior to the creations of Lord Byron. "Oh, Monsieur le Duc," exclaimed Modeste, "hers was purely a personal poetry, whereas the genius of Lord Byron and Molière benefit the world." "How do you square that opinion with those of Monsieur le Baron?" cried Charles Mignon quickly. "Now you are insisting that genius must be useful and benefit the world as though it were cotton, but perhaps you think logic as antediluvian as your poor old father." Butcha, La Bruyere, and Madame Latournelle exchanged glances that were more than half derisive, and drove Modeste to a pitch of irritation that kept her silent for a moment. "Mademoiselle, do not mind them," said Canalis, smiling upon her. "We are neither beaten nor caught in a contradiction. Every work of art, let it be in literature, music, painting, sculpture, or architecture, implies a positive social utility equal to that of all other commercial products. Art is preeminently commerce, presupposes it, in short. An author pockets 10,000 francs for his book. The making of books means the manufacture of paper, a foundry, a printing office, a bookseller. In other words, the employment of thousands of men. The execution of a symphony of Beethoven or an opera by Rossini requires human arms and machinery and manufactures. The cost of a monument is an almost brutal case in point. In short, I may say that the works of genius have an extremely costly basis and are necessarily useful to the working man. Astride of that theme, Canalis spoke for some minutes with a fine luxury of metaphor and much inward complacency as to his phrases, but it happened with him, as with many another great speaker, that he found himself at last at the point from which the conversation started, and in full agreement with La Bruyère without perceiving it. "I see with much pleasure, my dear Baron," said the little Duke slyly, "that you will make an admirable constitutional minister." "Oh," said Canalis, with the gesture of a great man, "what is the use of all these discussions? What do they prove? The eternal verity of one axiom. All things are true, all things are false. Moral truths as well as human beings change their aspect according to their surroundings to the point of being actually unrecognizable." "Society exists through settled opinions," said the Duc de Hérouville. "What laxity!" whispered Madame Latournelle to her husband. "He is a poet," said Gobenheim, who overheard her. Canalis, who was 10 leagues above the heads of his audience, and who may have been right in his last philosophical remark, took the sort of coldness which now overspread the surrounding faces of a symptom of provincial ignorance. But seeing that Modeste understood him, he was content, being wholly unaware that monologue is particularly disagreeable to country folk, whose principal desire it is to exhibit the manner of life and the wit and custom of the provinces to Parisians. "It is long since you have seen the Duchesse de Chaulieu?" asked the Duke, addressing Canalis as if to change the conversation. "I left her about 6 days ago." "Is she well?" persisted the Duke. "Perfectly well." "Have the kindness to remember me to her when you write." "They say she is charming," remarked Modeste, addressing the Duke. "Monsieur le Baron can speak more confidently than I," replied the grand equerry. "More than charming," said Canalis, making the best of the Duke's perfidy. "But I am partial, mademoiselle. She has been a friend to me for the last 10 years. I owe all that is good in me to her. She has saved me from the dangers of the world. Moreover, Monsieur le Duc de Chaulieu launched me in my present career. Without the influence of that family, the king and the princesses would have forgotten a poor poet like me. Therefore, my affection for the Duchess must always be full of gratitude." His voice quivered. "We ought to love the woman who has led you to write those sublime poems, and who inspires you with such noble feelings," said Modeste, quite affected. "Who can think of a poet without a muse?" "He would be without a heart," replied Canalis. "He would write barren verses like Voltaire, who never loved anyone but Voltaire." "I thought you did me the honor to say in Paris," interrupted Dumais, "that you never felt the sentiments you expressed." "The shoe fits, my soldier," replied the poet, smiling, "but let me tell you that it is quite possible to have a great deal of feeling both in the intellectual life and in real life. My good friend here, La Bruyère, is madly in love," continued Canalis, with a fine show of generosity, looking at Modeste. "I, who certainly love as much as he, that is, I think so unless I delude myself, well, I can give to my love a literary form in harmony with its character. But I dare not say, mademoiselle," he said, turning to Modeste with too studied a grace, "that tomorrow I may not be without inspiration." Thus the poet triumphed over all obstacles. In honor of his love, he rode a tilt at the hindrances that were thrown in his way, and Modeste remained wonderstruck at the Parisian wit that scintillated in his declamatory discourse, of which she had hitherto known little or nothing. "What an acrobat!" whispered Butcha to Latournelle, after listening to a magnificent tirade on the Catholic religion and the happiness of having a pious wife, served up in response to a remark by Madame Mignon. Modeste's eyes were blindfolded, as it were. Canalis's elocution and the close attention which she was predetermined to pay to him prevented her from seeing that Butcha was carefully noting the declamation, the want of simplicity, the emphasis that took the place of feeling, and the curious incoherencies in the poet's speech which led the dwarf to make his rather cruel comment. At certain points of Canalis's discourse, when Monsieur Mignon, Dumais, and Butcha and Latournelle wondered at the man's utter want of logic, Modeste admired his suppleness, and said to herself as she dragged him after her through the labyrinth of fancy, "He loves me." Butcha, in common with the other spectators of what we must call a stage scene, was struck with the radiant defect of all egoists, which Canalis, like many men accustomed to perorate, allowed to be plainly seen. Whether he understood beforehand what the person he was speaking to meant to say, whether he was not listening, or whether he had the faculty of listening when he was thinking of something else, It is certain that Melchior's face wore an absent-minded look in conversation, which disconcerted the ideas of others and wounded their vanity. Not to listen is not merely a want of politeness, it is a mark of disrespect. Canalis pushed this habit too far, for he often forgot to answer a speech which required an answer, and passed without the ordinary transitions of courtesy to the subject, whatever it was, that preoccupied him. Though such impertinence is accepted without protest from a man of marked distinction, it stirs a leaven of hatred and vengeance in many hearts. For those of equals it even goes far as to destroy a friendship. If by chance Melchior was forced to listen, he fell into another fault. He merely lent his attention and never gave it. Though this may not be so mortifying, it shows a kind of semi-concession which is almost as unsatisfactory to the hearer and leaves him dissatisfied. Nothing brings more profit in the commerce of society than the small change of attention. He that heareth, let him hear, is not only a gospel precept, it is an excellent speculation. Follow it, and all will be forgiven you, even vice. Canalis took a great deal of trouble in his anxiety to please Modeste, but though he was compliant enough with her, he fell back into his natural self with others. Modeste, pitiless for the 10 martyrs she was making, begged Canalis to read some of his poems. She wanted, she said, a specimen of his gift for reading, of which she had heard so much. Canalis took the volume which she gave him, and cooed, for that is the proper word, a poem which is generally considered his finest, an imitation of Moore's Loves of the Angels, entitled Vitalis, which Monsieur and Madame Dumas, Madame Latournelle, and Gobenheim welcomed with a few yawns. "If you are a good whist player, monsieur," said Gobenheim, flourishing 5 cards held like a fan, "I must say I have never met a man as accomplished as you." The remark raised a laugh, for it was the translation of everybody's thought. "I play it sufficiently well to live in the provinces for the rest of my days," replied Canalis. "That, I think, is enough, and more than enough, literature and conversation for whist players," he added, throwing the volume impatiently on a table. This little incident serves to show what dangers environ a drawing-room hero when he steps like Canalis out of his sphere. He is like the favorite actor of a second-rate audience, whose talent is lost when he leaves his own boards and steps upon those of an upper-class theater. End of section 20. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Chapter 21 of Modeste Mignon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Chapter 21. Modeste plays her part. The game opened with the Baron and the Duke, Gobenheim and Latournelle as partners. Modeste took a seat near the poet. To Ernest's deep disappointment, he watched the face of the wayward girl, and marked the progress of the fascination which Canalis exerted over her. Libraire had not the gift of seduction which Melchior possessed. Nature frequently denies it to true hearts, who are, as a rule, timid. This gift demands fearlessness, and alacrity of ways and means that might be called the trapeze of the mind. A little mimicry goes with it. In fact, there is always, morally speaking, something of the comedian in a poet. There is a vast difference between expressing sentiments we do not feel, though we may imagine all their variations, and feigning to feel them when bidding for success on the theatre of private life. And yet, though the necessary hypocrisy of a man of the world may have engendered a poet, he ends by carrying the faculties of his talent into the expression of any required sentiment, just as a great man doomed to solitude ends by infusing his heart into his mind. He is after the millions, thought Libraire sadly, and he can play passion so well that Modeste will believe him. Instead of endeavoring to appear more amiable and wittier than his rival, Ernest imitated the Duc de Horreville, and was gloomy, anxious, and watchful. But whereas the courier studied the freaks of the young heiress, Ernest simply fell a prey to the pains of dark and concentrated jealousy. He had not yet been able to obtain a glance from his idol. After a while he left the room with Butcha. "It is all over," he said. "He is caught by him. I am more disagreeable to her, and moreover she is right. Canalius is charming. There's intellect in his silence, passion in his eyes, poetry in his rhodomontades." "Is he an honest man?" asked Butcha. "Oh yes," replied Library. "He is loyal and chivalrous, and capable of getting rid, under Modeste's influence, of those affectations which Madame de Chateleux has taught him." "You are a fine fellow," said the hunchback. "But is he capable of loving? Will he love her?" "I don't know," answered Library. "Has he said anything about me?" he asked after a moment's silence. "Yes," said Butcha, and he repeated Modeste's speech about disguises. Poor Ernest flung himself upon a bench and held his head in his hands. He could not keep back his tears, and he did not wish Butcha to see him. But the dwarf was the very man to guess his emotion. "What troubles you?" he asked. "She is right," cried Ernest, springing up. "I am a wretch." And he related the deception into which Canalius had led him from when Modeste's first letter was received, carefully pointing out to Butcha that he had wished to undeceive the young girl before he herself took off the mask, and apostrophizing in rather juvenile fashion his luckless destiny. Butcha sympathetically understood the love in the favour and vigour of his simple language, and in his deep and genuine anxiety. "But why don't you show yourself to Mademoiselle Modeste for what you are?" he said. "Why do you let your rival do his exercises?" "Have you never felt your throat tighten when you wish to speak to her?" cried Library. "Is there never a strange feeling in the roots of your hair, and on the surface of your skin, when she looks at you? Even is she thinking of something else? But you had sufficient judgment to show displeasure when she as good as told her excellent father that he was a dolt. Monseigneur, I love her too well not to have felt a knife in my heart when I heard her contradicting her own perfections. Canalius supported her. If she had more self-love than heart, there would be nothing for a man to regret in losing her," answered Library. At this moment, Modeste, followed by Canalius, who had lost the rubber, came out with her father and Madame Dumais to breathe the fresh air of the starry night, while his daughter walked about with the poet. Charles Mignon left her and came up to Library. "Your friend Monseigneur ought to have been a lawyer," he said, smiling and looking attentively at the young man. "You must not judge a poet as you would an ordinary man, as you would me, for example." "Monseigneur le Comte," said Library, "a poet has a mission. He's obliged by his nature to see the poetry of questions just as he expresses that of things. When you think of him inconsistent with himself, he is really faithful to his vocation. He is a painter, copying with equal truth a Madonna and a courtesan. Molière is as true to nature in his old men as in his young ones, and Morelle's judgment was assuredly a sound and healthy one. These witty paradoxes might be dangerous for second-rate minds, but they have no real influence on the character of great men." Charles Mignon passed Library's hand. That adaptability, however, leads a man to excuse himself in his own eyes for actions that are diametrically opposed to each other, above all in politics. "Ah, mademoiselle," Canalius was at this moment saying in a caressing voice, replying to a roguish remark of Modeste, "do not think that a multiplicity of emotions can in any way lessen the strength of feelings. Poets, even more than other men, must needs love with constancy and faith. You must not be jealous of what is called the muse. Happy is the wife of a man whose days are occupied. If you heard the complaints of women who have to endure the burden of an idle husband, either a man without duties, or one so rich as to have nothing to do, you would know that the highest happiness of a partisan wife is freedom, the right to rule in her own home. Now we writers and men of functions and occupations, we leave the sceptre to our wives. We cannot descend to the tyranny of little minds. We have something better to do. If I ever marry, which I assure you is a catastrophe very remote at the present moment, I should wish my wife to enjoy the same moral freedom that a mistress enjoys, and which is perhaps the real source of her attraction." Canalius talked on, displaying the warmth of his fancy, and all his graces, for Modeste's benefit as he spoke of love, marriage, and the adoration of woman, until Monsignor Mignon, who had rejoined them, seized the opportunity of a slight pause to take his daughter's arm, and led her up to Ernest de la Barre, whom he had been advising to seek an open explanation to her. "Mademoiselle," said Ernest, in a voice that was scarcely his own, "it is impossible for me to remain any longer under the weight of your displeasure. I do not defend myself. I do not seek to justify my conduct. I desire only to make you see that before reading your most flattering letter, addressed to the individual and no longer to the poet, the last which you sent to me, I wished, and I told you, in my note written at Havre, that I wished to correct the error under which you were acting. All the feelings that I have had the happiness to express to you are sincere. A hope dawned on me in Paris when your father told me he was comparatively poor. But now that all is lost, now that nothing is left for me but endless regrets, why should I stay here where all is torture? Let me carry away with me one smile to live forever in my heart." "Monseigneur," answered Modeste, who seemed cold and absent-minded, "I am not the mistress of his house, but I certainly should deeply regret to retain any one where he finds neither pleasure nor happiness." She left Library, and took Madame Dumais' arm to re-enter the house. A few minutes later all the actors in this domestic scene reassembled in the salon, and were a good deal surprised to see Modeste sitting behind the Duc d'Orville, and conquetting with him like an accomplished partisan woman. She watched his play, gave him the advice he wanted, and found occasion to say flattering things by ranking the merits of noble birth with those of genius and beauty. Canalis thought he knew the reason of this change. He had tried to pique Modeste by calling marriage a catastrophe, and showing that he was aloof from it, but like others who play with fire, he had burned his fingers. Modeste's pride and her present disdain frightened him, and he endeavoured to recover his ground, exhibiting a jealousy which was all the more visible because it was artificial. Modeste, implacable, was an angel, tasted the sweets of power, and naturally enough abused it. The Duc d'Orville had never known such a happy evening. A woman smiled on him at 11 o'clock, an unheard-of hour at the Châtelet. The three suitors took their leave, the Duke thinking Modeste charming, Canalis believing her excessively coquettish, and Library heartbroken by her cruelty. For 8 days the heiress continued to be to her three lovers very much what she had been during that evening, so that the poet appeared to carry the day against his rivals, in spite of certain freaks and caprices, from which time to time gave the Duc d'Orville a little hope. The disrespect she showed to her father, and the great liberties she took with him, her impatience with her blind mother, to whom she seemed to grudge the little services which had once been the delight of her filial piety, seemed the result of a capricious nature and a heedless gaiety indulged from childhood. When Modeste went too far, she turned round and openly took herself to task, ascribing her impertinence and levity to a spirit of independence. She acknowledged to the Duke and Canalis her distaste for obedience, and professed to regard it as an obstacle to her marriage, thus investigating the nature of her suitors, after the manner of those who dug into the earth in search of metal, coal, tufa, or water. "I shall never," she said, the evening before the day on which the family were to move to the villa, "find a husband who will put up with my caprices as my father does. His kindness never flags. I am sure no one will ever be as indulgent to me as my precious mother." "They know that you love them, mademoiselle," said Library. "You may be very sure, mademoiselle, that your husband will know the full value of his treasure," added the Duke. "You have spirit and resolution enough to discipline a husband," cried Canalis, laughing. Modeste smiled at Henry IV. Must have smiled after drawing out of the characters of his three principal ministers, for the benefit of a foreign ambassador, by means of three answers to an insidious question. On the day of the dinner, Modeste, led away by the preference she bestowed on Canalis, walked alone with him up and down the gravelled space which lay between the house and the lawn with its flower beds. From the gestures of the poet, and the air and manner of the young heiress, it was easy to see that she was listening favourably to him. The two demoiselles Hors d'elle hastened to interrupt the scandalous tete-a-tete. And with the natural cleverness of woman under such circumstances, they turned the conversation on the court and the distinction of an appointment under the crown, pointing out the difference that existed between appointments in the household of the king and those of the crown. They tried to intoxicate Modeste's mind by appealing to her pride, and describing one of the highest stations to which a woman could aspire. "To have a duke for a son," said the elder lady, "is an actual advantage. The title is a fortune that we secure to our children, without the possibility of loss." "How is it, then," said Canellas, displeased at his tete-a-tete being thus broken in upon, "that Monsieur de Luc has had so little success in a matter where his title would seem to be of special service to him?" The two ladies cast a look at Canellas as full of venom as the tooth of a snake, and they were so disconcerted by Modeste's amused smile that they were actually unable to reply. "Monsieur de Luc has never blamed you," she said to Canellas, "for the humility with which you bear your fame. Why should you attack him for his modesty?" "Besides, we have never met a woman worthy of my nephew's rank," said Mademoiselle d'Aurevel. "Some had only the wealth of the position, others without fortune had the wit and birth. I must admit that we have done well to wait till God granted us an opportunity to meet one in whom we find the noble blood, the mind and fortune of a Duchesse d'Aurevel." "My dear Modeste," said Helen d'Aurevel, leading her new friend apart, "there are 1,000 barons in the kingdom, just as there are a great 100 poets in Paris, who are worth as much as he. He is so little of a great man that even I, a poor girl forced to take the veil for want of a dot, I would not take him. You don't know what a young man is who has been for 10 years in the hands of a Duchesse de Chaulieu. None but an old woman of 60 could put up with the little ailments of which, they say, the great poet is always complaining. A habit in Louis XIV that became a perfectly insupportable annoyance. It is true the Duchess does not suffer from it as much as a wife, who would have him always about her." Then, practising a well-known manoeuvre peculiar to her sex, Helen d'Aurevel repeated in a low voice all the calumnies which women jealous of the Duchesse de Chaulieu were in the habit of spreading about the poet. This little incident, common as it is in the intercourse of women, will serve to show with what fury the hounds were after Modeste's wealth. 10 days saw a great change in the opinions at the Châtelet as to the 3 suitors of Mademoiselle de la Baste's hand. This change, which was much to the disadvantage of Canellas, came about through considerations of a nature which ought to make the holders of any kind of fame pause and reflect. No one can deny, if we remember the passion with which people seek for autographs, that public curiosity is greatly excited by a celebrity. Evidently, most provincials never form an exact idea in their own minds of how illustrious partisans put on their cravats, walk on the boulevards, stand gaping at nothing, or eat a cutlet, because no sooner do they perceive a man clothed in the sunbeams of fashion, or resplendent with some dignity that is more or less fugitive, though always envied, than they cry out, "Look at that, how queer!" and other depreciatory exclamations. In a word, the mysterious charm that attaches to every kind of fame, even that which is most justly due, never lasts. It is, and especially with superficial people, who are envious or sarcastic, a sensation which passes off with the rapidity of lightning, and never returns. It would seem as though fame, like the sun, hot and luminous at a distance, as the summit of an Alp when you approach it. Perhaps man is only really great to his peers. Perhaps the defects inherent in his constitution disappear sooner to his eyes of his equals than to those of vulgar admirers. A poet, if he would please in ordinary life, must put on the fictitious graces of those who are able to make their insignificances forgotten by charming manners and compelling speeches. The poet of the Faubourg Saint Germain, who did not choose to bow before this social dictum, was made before long to feel that an insulting provincial indifference had succeeded to the day's fascination of the earlier evenings. The prodigality of his wit and wisdom had produced upon these worthy souls somewhat the effect which a shop full of glassware products on the eye, in other words, the fire and brilliancy of Canalus's eloquence, soon wearied people who, to use their own words, cared more for the solid, forced after a while to behave like an ordinary man. The poet found an unexpected stumbling block on the ground where Librere had already won the suffrage of the worthy people who at first had thought him sulky. They felt the need of compensating themselves for Canalus's reputation by preferring his friend. The best of men are influenced by such feelings as these. The simple and straightforward young fellow jarred no one's self-love. Coming to know him better, they discovered his heart, his modesty, his silent and sure discretion, and his excellent bearing. The Duc d'Orval considered him as a political element far above Canalus. The poet, ill-balanced and ambitious and restless as Tasso, loved luxury, grandeur, and ran into debt, while the young lawyer, whose character was equable and well-balanced, lived soberly, was useful without proclaiming it, awaited rewards without begging for them, and laid by his money. Canalus had moreover laid himself upon in a special way to the bourgeois eyes that were watching him. For 2 or 3 days he had shown signs of impatience. He had given way of depression to states of melancholy without apparent reason, to those capricious changes of temper which are the natural results of the nervous temperament of poets. These originalities, we use the Provençal word, came from the uneasiness that his conduct toward the Duchesse de Chaulieu, which grew daily less explainable, caused him. He knew he ought to write to her, but could not resolve on doing so. All these fluctuations were carefully remarked and commented on by the gentle American and the excellent Madame La Tournelle, and they formed the topic of many a discussion between these two ladies and Madame Mignon. Canalus felt the effects of these discussions without being able to explain them. The attention paid to him was not the same. The faces surrounding him no longer wore the entranced look of the earlier days, while at the same time Ernest was evidently gaining ground. For the last 2 days the poet had endeavored to fascinate Modeste only, and he took advantage of every moment when he found himself alone with her to weave the web of passionate language around his love. Modeste's blush as she listened to him, on the occasion we have just mentioned, showed the Demoiselles d'Orval the pleasure with which she was listening to sweet conceits that were sweetly said, and they, horribly uneasy at the sight, had immediate recourse to the ultima ratio of woman in such cases, namely those calamities which seldom miss their object. Accordingly, when the party met at the dinner table, the poet saw a cloud on the brow of his idol. He knew that Mademoiselle d'Orval's malignity allowed him to lose no time, and he resolved to offer himself as a husband at the first moment when he could find himself alone with Modeste. Overhearing a few acid though polite remarks exchanged between the poet and the two noble ladies, Gobenheim nudged Butcha with his elbow, and said in an undertone, motioning towards the poet and the grand equerry, "They'll demolish one another. Canalus has genius enough to demolish himself all alone," answered the dwarf. End of chapter 21. Recording by Chris Caron, Ham Lake, Minnesota.
Section 22 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 22 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 22. A Riddle Guest. During the dinner, which was magnificent and admirably well served, the Duke obtained a signal advantage over Canalis. Modeste, who had received her habit and other equestrian equipments the night before, spoke of taking rides about the country. A turn of the conversation led her to express the wish to see a hunt with the hounds, a pleasure which she had never yet enjoyed. The Duke at once proposed to arrange a hunt in one of the crown forests which lay a few leagues from Havre. Thanks to his intimacy with the Prince de Cadignan, master of the hunt, he saw his chance of displaying an almost regal pomp before Modeste's eyes, and luring her with a glimpse of court fascinations to which she could be introduced by marriage. Glances were exchanged between the Duke and the two demoiselles de Harreville, which plainly said, "The heiress is ours," and the poet, who detected them, and who had nothing but his personal splendors to depend on, determined all the more firmly to obtain some pledge of affection at once. Modeste, on the other hand, half frightened at being thus pushed beyond her intentions by the de Harrevilles, walked rather markedly apart with Melchior when the company adjourned to the park after dinner. With the pardonable curiosity of a young girl, she let him suspect the calumnies which Helene had poured into her ears. But on Canalis' exclamation of anger, she begged him to keep silence about them, which he promised. "These stabs of the tongue," he said, "are considered fair in the great world. They shock your upright nature. But as for me, I laugh at them. I am even pleased. These ladies must feel that the Duke's interests are in great peril when they have recourse to such warfare." Making the most of the advantage Modeste had thus given him, Canalis entered upon this defence with such warmth, such eagerness, and with a passion so exquisitely expressed, as he thanked her for a confidence in which he could venture to see the dawn of love, that she found herself suddenly as much compromised with the poet as she feared to be with the grand equerry. Canalis, feeling the necessity of prompt action, declared himself plainly. He uttered vows and protestations in which his poetry shone like a moon, invoked for the occasion, and illuminating his allusions to the beauty of his mistress and the charms of her evening dress. This counterfeit enthusiasm, in which the night, the foliage, the heavens and earth, and nature herself played a part, carried the eager lover beyond all bounds, for he dwelt in his disinterestedness and revamped his own charming style, Diderot's famous apostrophe to Sophie and 1,500 francs, and the well-known "love in a cottage" of every lover who knows perfectly well the length of the father-in-law's purse. "Monsieur," said Modeste, after listening with delight to the melody of his concerto, "the freedom granted to me by my parents has allowed me to listen to you, but it is to them that you must address yourself." "But," exclaimed Canalis, "tell me that if I obtain their consent you will ask nothing better than to obey them." "I know beforehand," she replied, "that my father has certain fancies which may wound the proper pride of an old family like yours. He wishes to have his own title and name borne by his grandsons." "Ah, dear Modeste, what sacrifices would I not make to commit my life to the guardian care of an angel like you!" "You will permit me not to decide in a moment the fate of my whole life," she said, turning to rejoin the demoiselles de Harreville. Those noble ladies were just then engaged in flattering the vanity of little Latournelle, intending to win him over to their interests. Mademoiselle de Harreville, to whom we shall in future confine the family name, to distinguish her from her niece Helene, was giving the notary to understand that the post of Judge of the Supreme Court in Havre, which Charles X would bestow as she desired, was an office worthy of his legal talent and his well-known probity. Butcha, meanwhile, who had been walking about with La Bruyère, was greatly alarmed at the progress Canalis was evidently making, and he waylaid Modeste at the lower step of the portico when the whole party returned to the house to endure the torments of their inevitable whist. "Mademoiselle," he said in a low whisper, "I do hope you don't call him Melchior." "I am very near it, my black dwarf," she said, with a smile that might have made an angel swear. "Good God!" exclaimed Butcha, letting fall his hands, which struck the marble steps. "Well, and isn't he worth more than that spiteful, gloomy secretary in whom you take such an interest?" she retorted, assuming at the mere thought of Ernest the haughty manner whose secret belongs exclusively to young girls, as if their virginity lent them wings to fly to heaven. "Pray would your little La Bruyère accept me without a fortune?" she said after a pause. "Ask your father," replied Butcha, who walked a few steps from the house to get Modeste at a safe distance from the windows. "Listen to me, mademoiselle. You know that he who speaks to you is ready to give not only his life but his honor for you, at any moment and at all times. Therefore, you may believe in him. You can confide to him that which you may not, perhaps, be willing to say to your father. Tell me, has the sublime Canalis been making you the disinterested offer that you now fling as a reproach at poor Ernest?" "Yes." Do you believe it?" "That question, my mannikin," she replied, giving him one of the 10 or a dozen nicknames she had invented for him, "strikes me as undervaluing the strength of my self-love." "Ah, you are laughing, my dear Mademoiselle Modeste. Then there's no danger. I hope you are only making a fool of him." "Pray, what would you think of me, Monsieur Butcha, if I allowed myself to make fun of those who do me the honor to wish to marry me? You ought to know, Master Jean, that even if a girl affects to despise the most despicable attentions, she is flattered by them." "Then I flatter you?" said the young man, looking up at her with a face that was illuminated like a city for a festival. "You?" she said. "You give me the most precious of all friendships, a feeling as disinterested as that of a mother for her child. Compare yourself to no one, for even my father is obliged to be devoted to me." She paused. "I cannot say that I love you in the sense which men give to that word, but what I do give you is eternal and can know no change." "Then," said Butcha, stooping to pick up a pebble that he might kiss the hem of her garment, "suffer me to watch over you as a dragon guards a treasure. The poet was covering you just now with the lacework of his precious phrases, the tinsel of his promises. He chanted his love on the best strings of his lyre, I know he did. If as soon as this noble lover finds out how small your fortune is, he makes a sudden change in his behavior, and is cold and embarrassed, will you still marry him? Shall you still esteem him?" "He would be another Francisque Altor," she said, with a gesture of bitter disgust. "Let me have the pleasure of producing that change of scene," said Butcha. "Not only shall it be sudden, but I believe I can change it back and make your poet as loving as before. Nay, it is possible to make him blow alternately hot and cold upon your heart, just as gracefully as he has talked upon both sides of an argument in one evening without ever finding it out." "If you are right," she said, "who can be trusted?" "One who truly loves you." "The little Duke?" Butcha looked at Modeste. The pair walked some distance in silence. The girl was impenetrable, and not an eyelash quivered. "Mademoiselle, permit me to be the exponent of the thoughts that are lying at the bottom of your heart like sea mosses under the waves, and which do not choose to gather up." "Eh?" said Modeste. "So my intimate friend and counselor thinks himself a mirror, does he?" "No, an echo," he answered, with a gesture of sublime humility. "The Duke loves you, but he loves you too much. If I, a dwarf, have understood the infinite delicacy of your heart, it would be repugnant to you to be worshipped like a saint in her shrine. You are eminently a woman. You neither want a man perpetually at your feet, of whom you are eternally sure, nor a selfish egoist like Canalis, who will always prefer himself to you. Why? Ah, that I don't know. But I will make myself a woman, an old woman, and find out the meaning of the plan which I have read in your eyes, and which perhaps is in the heart of every girl. Nevertheless, in your great soul you feel the need of worshipping. When a man is at your knees, you cannot put yourself at his. You can't advance in that way, as Voltaire might say. The little Duke has too many genuflections in his moral being, and the poet has too few. Indeed, I might say none at all. Ha! I have guessed the mischief in your smiles when you talk to the grand equerry, and when he talks to you and you answer him. You would never be unhappy with the Duke, and everybody will approve your choice, if you do choose him, but you will never love him. The ice of egotism and the burning heat of ecstasy both produce indifference in the heart of every woman. It is evident to my mind that no such perpetual worship will give you the infinite delights which you are dreaming of in marriage. In some marriage where obedience will be your pride, where noble little sacrifices can be made and hidden, where the heart is full of anxieties without a cause, and successes are awaited with eager hope, where each new chance for magnanimity is hailed with joy, where souls are comprehended with their inmost recesses, and where the woman protects with her love the man who protects her." "You are a sorcerer!" exclaimed Modeste. "Neither will you find that sweet equality of feeling, that continual sharing of each other's lives, that certainty of pleasing which makes marriage tolerable, if you take Canalis, a man who thinks of himself only, whose eye is the one string to his lute, whose mind is so fixed on himself that he has hitherto taken no notice of your father or the Duke, a man of second-rate ambitions, to whom your dignity and your devotion will matter nothing, who will make you a mere appendage to his household, and who already insults you by his indifference to your behavior. Yes, If you permitted yourself to go so far as to box your mother's ears, Canalis would shut his eyes to it, and deny your crime even to himself, because he thirsts for your money. And so, mademoiselle, when I spoke of the man who truly loves you, I was not thinking of the great poet who is nothing but a little comedian, nor of the duke who might be a good marriage for you, but never a husband. Butcha, my heart is a blank page on which you are yourself writing all that you read there," cried Modeste, interrupting him. "You are carried away by your provincial hatred for everything that obliges you to look higher than your own head. You can't forgive a poet for being a statesman, for possessing the gift of speech, for having a noble future before him, and you calumniate his intentions." "His! Mademoiselle, he will turn his back upon you with the baseness of an auteur. Make him play that pretty little comedy, and—" "That I will. He shall play it through and through within 3 days. On Wednesday. Recollect, on Wednesday. Until then, mademoiselle, amuse yourself by listening to the little tunes of the lyre, so that the discords and the false notes may come out all the more distinctly." Modeste ran gaily back to the salon, where La Bruyère, who was sitting by the window, where he had doubtless been watching his idol, rose to his feet as if a groom of the chambers had suddenly announced "The Queen." It was a movement of spontaneous respect, full of that living eloquence that lies in a gesture even more than in speech. Spoken love cannot compare with acts of love, and every young girl of 20 has the wisdom of 50 in applying the axiom. In it lies the great secret of attraction. Instead of looking Modeste in the face, as Canalis, who paid her public homage, would have done, the neglected lover followed her with a furtive look between his eyelids, humble after the manner of Butcha, and almost timid. The young heiress observed it as she took her place by Canalis, to whose games she proceeded to pay attention. During a conversation which ensued, La Bruyère heard Modeste say to her father that she should ride out for the first time on the following Wednesday, and she also reminded him that she had no whip in keeping with her new equipments. The young man flung a lightning glance at the dwarf, and a few minutes later the two were pacing the terrace. "It is 9 o'clock," cried Ernest. "I shall start for Paris at full gallop. I can get there tomorrow morning by 10. My dear Butcha, from you she will accept anything, for she is attached to you. Let me give her a riding whip in your name. But if you will do me this immense kindness, you shall have not only my friendship, but my devotion." "Ah, you are very happy," said Butcha ruefully. "You have money, you? Tell Canalis not to expect me, and that he must find some pretext to account for my absence." An hour later Ernest had ridden out of Havre. He reached Paris in 12 hours, where his first act was to secure a place in the mail coach for Havre on the following evening. Then he went to 3 of the chief jewelers in Paris and compared all the whip handles that they could offer. He was in search of some artistic treasure that was regally superb. He found one at last, made by Stidmann for a Russian, who was unable to pay for it when finished. A fox head in gold, with a ruby of exorbitant value. All his savings went into the purchase, a cost of which was 7,000 francs. Ernest gave a drawing of the arms of La Bastille, and allowed the shop people 20 hours to engrave them. The handle, a masterpiece of delicate workmanship, was fitted to an India rubber whip, and put into a morocco case lined with velvet, on which 2 M's interlaced were stamped in gold. La Bruyère got back to Havre by the mail coach Wednesday morning in time to breakfast with Canalis. The poet had concealed his secretary's absence by declaring that he was busy with some work sent from Paris. Butcha, who met La Bruyère at the coach door, took the box containing the precious work of art to François Cochet, with instructions to place it on Modeste's dressing table. "Of course you will accompany Mademoiselle Modeste on her ride today?" said Butcha, who went to Canalis's house to let La Bruyère know by a wink that the whip had gone to its destination. "I," answered Ernest. "No, I'm going to bed." "Bah!" exclaimed Canalis, looking at him. "I don't know what to make of you." Breakfast was then served, and the poet naturally invited their visitor to stay and take it. Butcha complied, having seen in the expression of the valet's face the success of a trick in which we shall see the first fruits of his promise to Modeste. "Monsieur is very right to detain the clerk of Monsieur Latournelle," whispered Germain in his master's ear. Canalis and Germain went into the salon in a sign that passed between them. "I went out this morning to see the men fish, monsieur," said the valet. "An excursion proposed to me by the captain of a smack whose acquaintance I have made." Germain did not acknowledge that he had the bad taste to play billiards in a café, a fact of which Butcha had taken advantage to surround him with friends of his own and manage him as he pleased. "Well," said Canalis, "to the point, quick." "Monsieur le Baron, I heard a conversation about Monsieur Mignon, which I encouraged as far as I could, for no one, of course, knew that I belonged to you. Ah, monsieur, judging by the talk of the quays, you are running your head into a noose. The fortune of Mademoiselle de la Bastille is like her name, Modeste. The vessel on which the father returned does not belong to him, but to rich China merchants, to whom he renders an account. They even say things that are not at all flattering to Monsieur Mignon's honor. Having heard that you and Monsieur le Duc were rivals for Mademoiselle de la Bastille's hand, I have taken liberty to warn you. Of the two, wouldn't it be better that his lordship should gobble her? As I came home, I walked round the quays and into that theatre hall where the merchants meet. I slipped boldly in and out among them. Seeing a well-dressed stranger, those worthy fellows began to talk to me of Havre, and I got them, little by little, to speak of Colonel Mignon. What they said only confirms the stories the fishermen told me, and I feel that I should fail in my duty if I keep silence. That is why I did not get home in time to dress monsieur this morning." "What am I to do?" cried Canalis, who remembered his proposals to Modeste the night before, and did not see how he could get out of them. "Monsieur knows my attachment to him," said Germain, perceiving that the poet was quite thrown off his balance. "He will not be surprised if I give him a word of advice. There is that clerk. Try to get the truth out of him. Perhaps he'll unbutton after a bottle or two of champagne, or at any rate a third. It would be strange indeed if monsieur, who will one day be ambassador, as Philoxene has heard Madame la Duchesse say time and again, couldn't turn a little notary's clerk inside out." End of Section 22. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Chapter 23 of Modeste Mignon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Chapter 23. Butcha distinguishes himself. At this instant, Butcha, the hidden prompter of the fishing part, was requesting the secretary to say nothing about his trip to Paris, and not to interfere in any way with what he, Butcha, might do. The dwarf had already made use of an unfavourable feeling lately roused against Monsieur Mignon in Havre, in consequence of his reserve and his determination to keep silence as to the amount of his fortune. The persons who were most bitter against him even declared calumniously that he had made over a large amount of property to Dumais to save it from the just demands of his associates in China. Butcha took advantage of this state of feeling. He asked the fishermen, who owed him many a good turn, to keep the secret and lend him their tongues. They served him well. The captain of the fishing smack told Germain that one of his cousins, a sailor, had just returned from Marseilles, where he had been paid off from the brig in which Monsieur Mignon returned to France. The brig had been sold to the account of some other person than Monsieur Mignon, and the cargo was only worth 300,000 or 400,000 francs at the utmost. "Germain," said Canalis, as the valet was leaving the room, "serve champagne and claret. A member of the legal fraternity of Havre must carry away with him proper ideas of a poet's hospitality. Besides, he has got a wit that is equal to Figaro's," added Canalis, laying his hand on the dwarf's shoulder, "and we must make it foam and sparkle with champagne. You and I, Ernest, will not spare the bottle either. Faith, it is over 2 years since I have been drunk," he added, looking at La Brière. "Not drunk with wine, you mean," said Butcha, looking keenly at him. "Yes, I can believe that. You get drunk every day on yourself, you drink in so much praise. Ah, you're handsome, you're a poet, you're famous in your lifetime, you have the gift of an eloquence that is equal to your genius, and you please all women, even my master's wife. Admired by the finest Sultana Valide that I ever saw in my life, and I never saw but her, you can, if you choose, marry Mademoiselle de la Bastille. Goodness! The mere inventory of your present advantages, not to speak of the future, A noble title, peerage, embassy, is enough to make me drunk already, like the men who bottle other men's wine." "All such social distinctions," said Kennelie, "are of little use without the one thing that gives them value, wealth. Here we can talk as men with men. Fine sentiments only do in verse." "That depends on circumstances," said the dwarf, with a knowing gesture. "Ah, you writer of conveyances," said the Poet, smiling at the interruption. "You know as well as I do that cottage rhymes with pottage, and who would like to live on that for the rest of his days?" At table Butcher played the part of Trigaudin in the Maison à Loterie, in a way that alarmed Ernest, who did not know the waggery of a lawyer's office, which is quite equal to that of an atelier. Butcher poured forth the scandalous gossip of Havre, the private history of fortune and boudoirs, and the crimes committed coat in hand, which are called in Normandy "getting out of a thing as best you can." He spared no one, and his liveliness increased with the torrents of wine which poured down his throat like rain through a gutter. "Do you know, La Brière," said Kennelie, filling Butcher's glass, "that this fellow would make a capital secretary to the embassy?" "And oust his chief!" cried the dwarf, flinging a look at Kennelie whose insolence was lost in the gurgling of carbonic acid gas. "I've little enough gratitude and quite enough scheming to get astride of your shoulders. Pah! A poet carrying a hunchback! That's been seen, often seen, on bookshelves. Come, don't look at me as if I were swallowing swords. My dear great genius, you're a superior man. You know that gratitude is the word of fools. They stick it in the dictionary, but it isn't in the human heart. Pledges are worth nothing, except on a certain mount that is neither Pindus nor Parnassus. You think I owe a great deal to my master's wife, who brought me up. Bless you, the whole town has paid her for that in praises, respect, and admiration, the very best of coin. I don't recognize any service that is only the capital of self-love. Men make a commerce of their services, and gratitude goes down on the debit side, that's all. As to schemes, they are my divinity. What?" he exclaimed, at a gesture of Kennelie. "Don't you admire the faculty which enables a wily man to get the better of a man of genius? It takes the closest observation of his vices and his weaknesses and the wit to seize the happy moment. Ask diplomacy if its greatest triumphs are not those of craft over force. If I were your secretary, Monsieur le Baron, you'd soon be Prime Minister, because it would be my interest to have you so. Do you want a specimen of my talents in that line? Well then, listen. You love Mademoiselle Modeste distractedly, and you've good reason to do so. The girl has my fullest esteem. She's a true Parisian. Sometimes we get a few real Parisians born down here in the provinces. Well, Modeste is just the woman to help a man's career. She's got that in her," he cried, with a turn of his wrist in the air. "But you've a dangerous competitor in the Duke. What will you give me to get him out of Havre within 3 days?" "Finish this bottle," said the Poet, refilling Butcher's glass. "You'll make me drunk," said the dwarf, tossing off his 9th glass of champagne. "Have you a bed where I could sleep it off? My master is as sober as the camel that he is, and Madame Latournelle too. They are brutal enough, both of them, to scold me, and they'd have the rights of it too. There are those deeds I ought to be drawing." Then, suddenly returning to his previous ideas, after the fashion of a drunken man, he exclaimed, "And I've such a memory! It is on a par with my gratitude." "Butcher," cried the Poet, "you said just now you had no gratitude. You contradict yourself." "Not at all," he replied. "To forget a thing means almost always recollecting it. Come, come, do you want me to get rid of the Duke? I'm cut out for a secretary." "How could you manage it?" said Kennelie, delighted to find the conversation taking this turn of its own accord. "That's none of your business," said the dwarf, with a portentous hiccough. Butcher's head rolled between his shoulders, and his eyes turned from Germain to La Brière, and from La Brière to Kennelie, after the manner of men who, knowing they are tipsy, wish to see what other men are thinking of them. For in the shipwreck of drunkenness it is noticeable that self-love is the last thing that goes to the bottom. "Ah, my great poet, you're a pretty good trickster yourself, but you're not deep enough. What do you mean by taking me for one of your own readers? You who sent your friend to Paris, full gallop, to inquire into the property of the Mignon family. Ha! I hoax, thou hoaxest, we hoax. Good! But do me the honour to believe that I am deep enough to keep the secrets of my own business. As the head clerk of a notary, my heart is a locked box, padlocked. My mouth never opens to let out anything about a client. I know all and I know nothing. Besides, my passion is well known. I love Modeste. She is my pupil, and she must make a good marriage. I'll fool the Duke, if need be, and you shall marry. Germain, coffee and liqueurs, said Canelli. Liqueurs, repeated Butcher with a wave of his hand, and the air of a sham virgin repelling seduction. Ah, those poor deeds! One of 'em was a marriage contract, and that second clerk of mine is as stupid as an epithalamium, and he's capable of digging his penknife right through the bride's paraphernalia. He thinks he's a handsome man because he's 5 feet 6. Idiot. Here is some crème de thé, a liqueur of the West Indies, said Canelli. You whom Mademoiselle Modeste consults. Yes, she consults me. Well, do you think she loves me? Asked the poet. Loves you? Yes, more than she loves the Duke, answered the dwarf, rousing himself from a stupor which was admirably played. She loves you for your disinterestedness. She told me she was ready to make the greatest sacrifices for your sake, to give up dress and spend as little as possible on herself, and devote her life to showing you that in marrying her you hadn't done so bad a thing for yourself. She is as right as a trivet, yes, and well informed. She knows everything, that girl. And she has 300,000 francs? There may be quite as much as that, cried the dwarf, enthusiastically. Papa Mignon, Mignon by name, Mignon by nature, and that's why I respect him. Well, he would rob himself of everything to marry his daughter. Your restoration has taught him how to live on half pay. He'd be quite content to live with Dumas on next to nothing, if he could rake and scrape enough together to give the little one 300,000 francs. But don't let's forget that Dumas is going to leave all his money to Modeste. Dumas, you know, is a Breton, and that fact clinches the matter. He won't go back from his word, and his fortune is equal to the colonel's. But I don't approve of M. Mignon's taking back that villa, and, as they often ask my advice, I told them so. You sink too much in it, I said. If Vilquin does not buy it back, there's 200,000 francs which won't bring you a penny. It only leaves you 100,000 to get along with, and it isn't enough. The colonel and Dumas are consulting about it now. But nevertheless, between you and me, Modeste is sure to be rich. I hear talk on the quays against it, but that's all nonsense. People are jealous. Why, there's no such dot in Havre, cried Butcher, beginning to count on his fingers. 200,000 to 300,000 in ready money, bending back the thumb of his left hand with the forefinger of his right. That's one item. The reversion of the Villa Mignon, that's another. Tertio, Dumas' property, doubling down his middle finger. Ah, little Modeste may count upon her 600,000 francs as soon as the 2 old soldiers have got their marching orders for eternity. This coarse and candid statement, intermingled with a variety of liqueurs, sobered Canelli as much as it appeared to befuddle Butcher. To the latter, a young provincial, such a fortune must of course seem colossal. He let his head fall into the palm of his right hand, and putting his elbows majestically on the table, blinked his eyes and continued talking to himself. In 20 years, thanks to that code, which pillages fortunes under what they call successions, an heiress worth 1,000,000 will be as rare as generosity in a money-lender. Suppose Modeste does want to spend all the interest of her own money. Well, she's so pretty, so sweet and pretty, why, she's, you poets are always after metaphors, she's a weasel as tricky as a monkey. How came you to tell me she had 6 millions? Said Canelli to La Brière, in a low voice. My friend, said Ernest, I do assure you that I was bound to silence by an oath. Perhaps even now I ought not to say as much as that. Bound? To whom? To Monsieur Mignon. Ernest, you who know how essential fortune is to me. Butcher snored. Who know my situation, and all that I shall lose in the Duchesse de Chaulieu by this attempt at marrying, You could coldly let me plunge into such a thing as this!" exclaimed Canalis, turning pale. "It was a question of friendship, and ours was a compact entered into long before you ever saw that crafty Mignon." "My dear fellow," said Ernest, "I love Modeste too well to—" "Fool! Then take her," cried the poet, "and break your oath." "Will you promise me on your word of honor to forget what I now tell you, and to behave to me as though this confidence had never been made, whatever happens?" "I'll swear that by my mother's memory." "Well then," said La Brière, "Monsieur Mignon told me in Paris that he was very far from having the colossal fortune which the Mignonneaus told me about and which I mentioned to you. The colonel intends to give 200,000 francs to his daughter. And now, Melchior, I ask you, was the father really distrustful of us, as you thought, or was he sincere? It is not for me to answer those questions. If Modeste without a fortune deigns to choose me, she'll be my wife." "A blue stocking, educated till she is a terror, a girl who has read everything, who knows everything, in theory," cried Canalis hastily, noticing La Brière's gesture. "A spoiled child, brought up in luxury in her childhood and weaned off it for 5 years. Ah, my poor friend, take care what you are about." "Ode and code," said Butcher, waking up. "You do the ode and I the code. There's only a sea's difference between us. Well now, code comes from coda, a tale, mark that word. See here, a bit of good advice is worth your wine and your cream of tea. Father Mignon, he's cream too, the cream of honest men. He's going with his daughter on this riding party. Do you go up frankly and talk dot to him. He'll answer plainly, and you'll get at the truth just as surely as I'm drunk and you're a great poet. But no matter for that. We're to leave Havre together, that's settled, isn't it? I'm to be your secretary in place of that little fellow who sits there grinning at me and thinking I'm drunk. Come, let's go, and leave him to marry the girl." Canalis rose to leave the room to dress for the excursion. "Hush, not a word, he's going to commit suicide," whispered Butcher, sober as a judge, to La Brière as he made the gesture of a street boy at Canalis' back. "Adieu, my chief," he shouted in stentorian tones. "Will you allow me to take a snooze in that kiosk down in the garden?" "Make yourself at home," answered the poet. Butcher, pursued by the laughter of the 3 servants of the establishment, gained the kiosk by walking over the flower beds and round the vases with the perverse grace of an insect describing its interminable zigzags as it tries to get out of a closed window. When he had clambered into the kiosk and the servants had retired, he sat down on a wooden bench and wallowed in the delights of his triumph. He had completely fooled a great man. He had not only torn off his mask, but he had made him untie the strings himself, and he laughed like an author over his own play, that is to say, with a true sense of the immense value of his vis comica. "Men are tops," he cried. "You've only to find the twine to wind them up with. But I'm like my fellows," he added, presently. "I should faint away if anyone came and said to me, 'Mademoiselle Modeste has been thrown from her horse and has broken her leg.'" Chapter 23.
Section 24 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 24 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 24. The poet feels that he is loved too well. An hour later, Modeste, charmingly equipped in a bottle green cashmere habit, a small hat with a green veil, buckskin gloves, and velvet boots which met the lace frills of her drawers, and mounted on an elegantly caparisoned little horse, was exhibiting to her father and the Duc de Harreville the beautiful present she had just received. She was evidently delighted with an attention of a kind that particularly flatters women. "Did it come from you, Monsieur le Duc?" she said, holding the sparkling handle toward him. There was a card with it saying, "Guess if you can," and some asterisks. Francois and Dumais credit Butcha with this charming surprise. But my dear Butcha is not rich enough to buy such rubies. And as for Papa, to whom I said, as I remember, on Sunday evening that I had no whip, he sent to Rouen for this one, pointing to a whip in her father's hand, with a top like a cone of turquoise, a fashion then in vogue which has since become vulgar. "I would give 10 years of my old age, mademoiselle, to have the right to offer you that beautiful jewel," said the Duke courteously. "Ah, here comes the audacious giver," cried Modeste as Canalis rode up. "It is only a poet who knows where to find such choice things, monsieur," she said to Melchior. "My father will scold you and say you justify those who accuse you of extravagance." "Oh!" exclaimed Canalis, with apparent simplicity. "So that is why La Bruyère rode at full gallop from Havre to Paris." "Does your secretary take such liberties?" said Modeste, turning pale and throwing the whip to Francois with an impetuosity that expressed scorn. "Give me your whip, papa." "Poor Ernest, who lies there on his bed half dead with fatigue," said Canalis, overtaking the girl, who had already started at a gallop. "You are pitiless, mademoiselle. I have," the poor fellow said to me, "only this one chance to remain in her memory." "And should you think well of a woman who could take presents from half the parish?" said Modeste. She was surprised to receive no answer to this inquiry, and attributed the poet's inattention to the noise of the horse's feet. "How you delight in tormenting those who love you," said the Duke. "Your nobility of soul and your pride are so inconsistent with your faults that I begin to suspect you calumniate yourself, and do those naughty things on purpose." "Ah, have you only just found that out, Monsieur le Duc?" she exclaimed, laughing. "You have the sagacity of a husband." They rode half a mile in silence. Modeste was a good deal astonished not to receive the fire of the poet's eyes. The evening before, as she was pointing out to him an admirable effect of setting sunlight across the water, she had said, remarking his inattention, "Well, don't you see it?" To which he replied, "I can see only your hand." But now his admiration for the beauties of nature seemed a little too intense to be natural. "Does Monsieur La Bruyère know how to ride?" she asked, for the purpose of teasing him. "Not very well, but he gets along," answered the poet, cold as Gobenheim before the colonel's return. At a crossroad, which Monsieur Mignon made them take through a lovely valley to reach the height overlooking the Seine, Canalis let Modeste and the Duke pass him, and then reined up to join the colonel. "Monsieur le Comte," he said, "you are an open-hearted soldier, and I know you will regard my frankness as a title to your esteem. When proposals of marriage, with all their brutal, or, if you please, too civilized discussions, are carried on by third parties, it is an injury to all. We are both gentlemen, and both discreet, and you, like myself, have passed beyond the age of surprises. Let us, therefore, speak as intimates. I will set you the example. I am 29 years old, without landed estates, and full of ambition. Mademoiselle Modeste, as you must have perceived, pleases me extremely. Now, in spite of the little defects which your little girl likes to assume—" "Not counting those she really possesses," said the colonel, smiling. "I should gladly make her my wife, and I believe I could render her happy. The question of money is of the utmost importance to my future, which hangs today in the balance. All young girls expect to be loved, whether or no, fortune or no fortune. But you are not the man to marry your dear Modeste without a dot, and my situation does not allow me to make a marriage of what is called love, unless with a woman who has a fortune at least equal to mine. I have, from my emoluments and sinecures, from the Academy, and from my works, about 30,000 francs a year, a large income for a bachelor. If my wife brought me as much more, I should still be in about the same condition that I am now. Shall you give Mamselle 1,000,000? "Ah, monsieur, we have not reached that point as yet," said the colonel, Jesuitically. "Then suppose," said Canalis quickly, "that we go no further. We will let the matter drop. You shall have no cause to complain of me, Monsieur le Comte. The world shall consider me among the unfortunate suitors of your charming daughter. Give me your word of honor to say nothing on the subject to anyone, not even to Mademoiselle Modeste, because," he added, throwing a word of promise to the ear, "my circumstances may so change that I can ask you for her without doubt." "I promise you that," said the colonel. "You know, monsieur, with what assurance the public, both in Paris and the provinces, talk of fortunes that they make and unmake. People exaggerate both happiness and unhappiness. We are never so fortunate nor so unfortunate as people say we are. There is nothing sure and certain in business except investments in land. I am awaiting the accounts of my agents with very great impatience. The sale of my merchandise in my ship and the settlement of my affairs in China are not yet concluded, and I cannot know the full amount of my fortune for at least 6 months. I did, however, say to Monsieur Labrière in Paris that I would guarantee a dot of 200,000 francs in ready money. I wish to entail my estates and enable my grandchildren to inherit my arms and title." Canalis did not listen to this statement after the opening sentence. The four riders, having now reached a wider road, went abreast, and soon reached a stretch of tableland, from which the eye took in on one side the rich valley of the Seine towards Rouen, and on the other an horizon bounded only by the sea. "Butcher was right. God is the greatest of all landscape painters," said Canalis, contemplating the view, which is unique among the many fine scenes that have made the shores of the Seine so justly celebrated. "Above all do we feel that, my dear Baron," said the Duke, "on hunting days, when nature has a voice, and a lively tumult breaks the silence. At such times the landscape, changing rapidly as we ride through it, seems really sublime." "The sun is the inexhaustible palette," said Modeste, looking at the poet in a species of bewilderment. A remark that she presently made on his absence of mind gave him an opportunity of saying that he was just then absorbed in his own thoughts, an excuse that authors have more reason for giving than other men. "Are we really made happy by carrying our lives into the midst of the world, and swelling them with all sorts of fictitious wants and over-excited vanities?" said Modeste, moved by the aspect of the fertile and billowy country too long for a philosophically tranquil life. "This is a bucolic, mademoiselle, which is only written on tablets of gold," said the poet. "And sometimes under garret roofs," remarked the colonel. Modeste threw a piercing glance at Canalis, which he was unable to sustain. She was conscious of a ringing in her ears. Darkness seemed to spread before her, and then she suddenly exclaimed in icy tones, "Ah, it is Wednesday!" "I do not say this to flatter your passing caprice, mademoiselle," said the Duke, to whom the little scene, so tragical for Modeste, had left time for thought. "But I declare I am so profoundly disgusted with the world and the court and Paris that had I a Duchess de Harreville, gifted with the wit and graces of mademoiselle, I would gladly bind myself to live like a philosopher at my chateau, doing good around me, draining my marshes, educating my children." "That, Monsieur le Duc, will be set to the account of your great goodness," said Modeste, letting her eyes rest steadily on the noble gentleman. "You flatter me in not thinking me frivolous, and in believing that I have enough resources within myself to be able to live in solitude. It is perhaps my lot," she added, glancing at Canalis with an expression of pity. "It is the lot of all insignificant fortunes," said the poet. "Paris demands Babylonian splendor. Sometimes I ask myself how I have ever managed to keep it up." "The king does that for both of us," said the Duke candidly. "We live on His Majesty's bounty. If my family had not been allowed, after the death of Monsieur le Grand, as they call Cinq-Mars, to keep his office among us, we should have been obliged to sell Harreville back to the Black Brethren. Ah, believe me, mademoiselle, it is a bitter humiliation to me to have to think of money in marrying." The simple honesty of this confession came from his heart, and the regret was so sincere that it touched Modeste. "In these days," said the poet, "no man in France, Monsieur le Duc, is rich enough to marry a woman for herself, her personal worth, her grace, or her beauty." The colonel looked at Canalis with a curious eye, after first watching Modeste, whose face no longer expressed the slightest astonishment. "For persons of high honor," he said slowly, "it is a noble employment of wealth to repair the ravages of time and destiny and restore the old historic families." "Yes, papa," said Modeste gravely. The colonel invited the Duke and Canalis to dine with him sociably in their riding dress, promising them to make no change himself. When Modeste went to her room to make her toilette, she looked at the jeweled whip she had disdained in the morning. "What workmanship they put into such things nowadays," she said to Francois Cochet, who had become her waiting maid. "That poor young man, mademoiselle, who has got a fever." "Who told you that?" "Monsieur Butcha. He came here this afternoon and asked me to say to you that he hoped you would notice he had kept his word on the appointed day." Modeste came down to the salon dressed with royal simplicity. "My dear father," she said aloud, taking the colonel by the arm, "please go and ask after Monsieur de la Brière's health, and take him back his present. You can say that my small means as well as my natural tastes forbid my wearing ornaments which are only fit for queens and courtesans. Besides, I can only accept gifts from a bridegroom. Beg him to keep the whip until you know whether you are rich enough to buy it back." "My little girl has plenty of good sense," said the colonel, kissing his daughter on the forehead. Canalis took advantage of a conversation which began between the Duke and Madame Mignon to escape the terrace, where Modeste had joined him, influenced by curiosity, though the poet believed her desire to become Madame de Canalis had brought her there. Rather alarmed at the indecency with which he had just executed what soldiers call a volte-face, and which, according to the laws of ambition, every man in his position would have executed quite as brutally, he now endeavored, as the unfortunate Modeste approached him, to find plausible excuses for his conduct. "Dear Modeste," he began, in a coaxing tone, "considering the terms on which we stand to each other, shall I displease you if I say that your replies to the Duc de Hérouville were very painful to a man in love? Above all, to a poet whose soul is feminine, nervous, full of the jealousies of true passion? I should make a poor diplomatist indeed if I had not perceived that your first coquetries, your little premeditated inconsistencies, were only assumed for the purpose of studying our characters." Modeste raised her head with the rapid, intelligent, half coquettish motion of a wild animal, in whom instinct produces such miracles of grace. "And therefore, when I returned home and thought them over, they never misled me. I only marveled at a cleverness so in harmony with your character and your countenance. Do not be uneasy. I never doubted that your assumed duplicity covered an angelic candor. No, your mind, your education, have in no way lessened the precious innocence which we demand in a wife. You are indeed a wife for a poet, a diplomatist, a thinker, a man destined to endure the chances and changes of life, and my admiration is equalled only by the attachment I feel to you. I now entreat you, if yesterday you were not playing a little comedy when you accepted the love of a man whose vanity will change to pride if you accept him, one whose defects will become virtues under your divine influence, I entreat you do not excite a passion which in him amounts to vice. Jealousy is a noxious element in my soul, and you have revealed to me its strength. It is awful. It destroys everything. Oh, I do not mean the jealousy of an Othello," he continued, noticing Modeste's gesture. "No, no, my thoughts were of myself. I have been so indulged on that point. You know the affection to which I owe all the happiness I have ever enjoyed. Very little at the best." He sadly shook his head. "Love is symbolized among all nations as a child, because it fancies the world belongs to it, and it cannot conceive otherwise. Well, nature herself set the limit to that sentiment. It was stillborn. A tender maternal soul guessed and calmed the painful constriction of my heart. For a woman who feels, who knows that she is past the joys of love, becomes angelic in her treatment of others. The Duchess has never made me suffer in my sensibilities. For 10 years, not a word, not a look that could wound me. I attach more value to words, to thoughts, to looks, than ordinary men. If a look is to me a treasure beyond all price, the slightest doubt is deadly poison. It acts instantaneously. My love dies. I believe, contrary to the mass of men, who delight in trembling, hoping, expecting, that love can only exist in perfect, infantile, and infinite security. The exquisite purgatory, where women delight to send us by their coquetry, is a base happiness to which I will not submit. To me, love is either heaven or hell. If it is hell, I will have none of it. I feel an affinity with the azure skies of paradise within my soul. I can give myself without reserve, without secrets, or doubts, or deceptions in the life to come, and I demand reciprocity. Perhaps I offend you by these doubts. Remember, however, that I am only talking of myself." "A good deal, but never too much," said Modeste, offended in every hole and corner of her pride by this discourse, in which the Duchesse de Chaulieu served as a dagger. "I am so accustomed to admire you, my dear poet." "Well, then, can you promise me the same canine fidelity which I offer to you? Is it not beautiful? Is it not just what you have longed for? But why, dear poet, do you not marry a deaf mute, and one who is also something of an idiot? I ask nothing better than to please my husband, but you threaten to take away from a girl the very happiness you so kindly arrange for her. You are tearing away every gesture, every word, every look. You cut the wings of your bird, and then expect it to hover above you. I know poets are accused of inconsistency. Oh, very unjustly," she added as Canalis made a gesture of denial. "That alleged defect which comes from the brilliant activity of their minds, which commonplace people cannot take into account. I do not believe, however, that a man of genius can invent such irreconcilable conditions and call his invention life. You are requiring the impossible solely for the pleasure of putting me in the wrong. Like the enchanters in fairy tales who set tasks to persecuted young girls whom the good fairies come and deliver. In this case the good fairy would be true love," said Canalis in a curt tone, aware that his elaborate excuse for a rupture was seen through by the keen and delicate mind which Butcha had piloted so well. "My dear poet, you remind me of those fathers who inquire into a girl's dot before they are willing to name that of their son. You are quarrelling with me without knowing whether you have the slightest right to do so. Love is not gained by such dry arguments as yours. The poor Duke, on the contrary, abandons himself to it like my Uncle Toby, with this difference, that I am not the widow Wadman, though widow indeed of many illusions as to the poetry at the present moment. Ah, yes, we young girls will not believe in anything that disturbs our world of fancy. I was warned of all this beforehand. My dear poet, you are attempting to get up a quarrel which is unworthy of you. I no longer recognize the Melchior of yesterday." "Because Melchior has discovered a spirit of ambition in you which—" Modeste looked at him from head to foot with an imperial eye. "But I shall be peer of France and ambassador as well as he," added Canalis. "Do you take me for a bourgeois?" she said, beginning to mount the steps of the portico, but she instantly turned back and added, "That is less impertinent than to take me for a fool. The change in your conduct comes from certain silly rumours which you have heard in Havre, and which my maid François has repeated to me." "Ah, Modeste, how can you think it?" said Canalis, striking a dramatic attitude. "Do you think me capable of marrying you only for your money?" "If I do you that wrong after your edifying remarks on the banks of the Seine, can you easily undeceive me?" she said, annihilating him with her scorn. "Ah," thought the poet, as he followed her into the house, "if you think, my little girl, that I'm to be caught in that net, you take me to be younger than I am. Dear, dear, what a fuss about an artful little thing whose esteem I value about as much as that of the King of Borneo. But she has given me a good reason for the rupture by accusing me of such unworthy sentiments. Isn't she sly? La Bruyère will get a burden on his back, idiot that he is. And 5 years hence it will be a good joke to see them together." The coldness which this altercation produced between Modeste and Canalis was visible to all eyes that evening. The poet went off early on the ground of La Bruyère's illness, leaving the field to the grand equerry. About 11 o'clock, Butcha, who had come to walk home with Madame Latournelle, whispered in Modeste's ear, "Was I right?" "Alas, yes," she said. "But I hope you have left the door half open so that he can come back. We agreed upon that, you know." "Anger got the better of me," said Modeste. "Such meanness sent the blood to my head, and I told him what I thought of him." "Well, so much the better. When you are both so angry that you can't speak civilly to each other, I engage to make him desperately in love and so pressing that you will be deceived yourself." "Come, come, Butcha, he is a great poet. He is a gentleman. He is a man of intellect." "Your father's 8 millions are more to him than all that." "8 millions!" exclaimed Modeste. "My master, who has sold his practice, is going to Provence to attend to the purchase of lands which your father's agent has suggested to him. The sum that is to be paid for the estate of La Bastille is 4 millions. Your father has agreed to it. You are to have a dot of 2 millions and another million for an establishment in Paris, a hotel and furniture. Now count up." "Ah, then I can be Duchess de Harreville," cried Modeste, glancing at Butcha. "If it hadn't been for that comedian of a Canalis, you would have kept his whip, thinking it came from me," said the dwarf, indirectly pleading La Bruyère's cause. "Monsieur Butcha, may I ask if I am to marry to please you?" said Modeste, laughing. "That fine fellow loves you as well as I do, and you loved him for 8 days," retorted Butcha, "and he has got a heart." "Can he compete, pray, with an office under the crown? There are but 6. Grand Almoner, Chancellor, Grand Chamberlain, Grand Master, High Constable, Grand Admiral, but they don't appoint High Constables any longer. In 6 months, mamselle, the masses, who are made up of wicked butches, could send all those grand dignities to the winds. Besides, what signifies nobility in these days? There are not 1,000 real noblemen in France. The de Hérovilles are descended from a tipstaff in the time of Robert of Normandy. You will have to put up with many a vexation from the old aunt with the furrowed face. Look here, as you are so anxious for the title of Duchess, you belong to the Comtat, and the Pope will certainly think as much of you as he does of all those merchants down there. He'll sell you a duchy with some name ending in ia or agno. Don't play away your happiness for an office under the crown. End of section 24. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 25 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 25 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Chapter 25. A Diplomatic Letter. The poet's reflections during the night were thoroughly matter-of-fact. He sincerely saw nothing worse in life than the situation of a married man without money. Still trembling at the danger he had been led into by his vanity, his desire to get the better of the Duke, and his belief in the Mignon millions, he began to ask himself what the Duchess must be thinking of his stay in Havre, aggravated by the fact that he had not written to her for 14 days, whereas in Paris they exchanged 4 or 5 letters a week. "And that poor woman is working hard to get me appointed commander of the Legion and ambassador to the court of Baden," he cried. Thereupon, with that promptitude of decision which results, in poets as well as in speculators, from a lively intuition of the future, he sat down and composed the following letter. To Madame la Duchesse de Châlus. My dear Eleanor, you have doubtless been surprised at not hearing from me, but the stay I am making in this place is not altogether on account of my health. I have been trying to do a good turn to our little friend La Bruyère. The poor fellow has fallen in love with a certain Mademoiselle Modeste de la Bastille, a rather pale, insignificant, and thread-papery little thing, who, by the way, has the vice of liking literature, and calls herself a poet to excuse the caprices and humours of a rather sullen nature. You know Ernest, he is so easy to catch that I have been afraid to leave him to himself. Mademoiselle de la Bastille was inclined to coquet with your Melchior, and was only too ready to become your rival, though her arms are thin, and she has no more bust than most girls. Moreover, her hair is as dead and colourless as that of Madame de Rochefide, and her eyes small, grey, and very suspicious. I put a stop, perhaps rather brutally, to the attentions of Mademoiselle Modeste, but love, such as mine for you, demanded it. What care I for all the women on earth? Compared to you, what are they? The people with whom I pass my time, and who form the circle round the heiress, are so thoroughly bourgeois that they almost turn my stomach. Pity me. Imagine, I pass my evenings with notaries, notaresses, cashiers, provincial money-lenders. Ah, what a change from my evenings in the Rue de Grenelle! The alleged fortune of the father, lately returned from China, has brought to Havre that indefatigable suitor, the grand equerry, hungry after the millions which he wants, they say, to drain his marshes. The king does not know what a fatal present he made the duke in those wastelands. His Grace, who has not yet found out that the lady had only a small fortune, is jealous of me. For La Bruyère is quietly making progress with his idol under cover of his friend, who serves as a blind. Notwithstanding Ernest's romantic ecstasies, I myself, a poet, think chiefly of the essential thing, and I have been making some inquiries which darken the prospects of our friend. If my angel would like absolution for some of our little sins, she will try to find out the facts of the case by sending for Mignon, the banker, and questioning him with the dexterity that characterizes her as to the father's fortune. Monsieur Mignon, formerly colonel of cavalry in the Imperial Guard, has been for the last 7 years a correspondent of the Mignons. It is said that he gives his daughter a dot of 200,000 francs, and before I make the offer on Ernest's behalf I am anxious to get the rights of the story. As soon as the affair is arranged I shall return to Paris. I know a way to settle everything to the advantage of our young lover, simply by the transmission of the father-in-law's title, and no one, I think, can more readily obtain that favor than Ernest, both on account of his own services and the influence which you and I and the Duke can exert for him. With his tastes, Ernest, who of course will step into my office when I go to Baden, will be perfectly happy in Paris with 25,000 francs a year, a permanent place, and a wife, luckless fellow. Ah, dearest, how I long for the Rue de Grenelle! 15 days of absence, when they do not kill love, they revive all the ardor of its earlier days, and you know better than I, perhaps, the reasons that make my love eternal. My bones will love thee in the grave. Ah, I cannot bear this separation. If I am forced to stay here another 10 days, I shall make a flying visit of a few hours to Paris. Has the Duke obtained for me the thing we wanted? And shall you, my dearest life, be ordered to drink the Baden waters next year? The billing and cooing of the handsome disconsolate, compared with the accents of our happy love, so true and changeless for now 10 years, have given me a great contempt for marriage. I had never seen the thing so near. Ah, dearest, what the world calls a false step brings two beings nearer together than the law. Does it not? The concluding idea served as a text for 2 pages of reminiscences and aspirations a little too confidential for publication. The evening before the day on which Canalis put the above epistle into the post, Butcha, under the name of Jean Jacquemin, had received a letter from his fictitious cousin, Philoxene, and had mailed his answer, which thus preceded the letter of the poet by about 12 hours. Terribly anxious for the last 2 weeks, and wounded by Melchior's silence, the Duchess herself dictated Philoxene's letter to her cousin, and the moment she had read the answer, rather too explicit for her quinquagenary vanity, she sent for the banker and made close inquiries as to the exact fortune of Monsieur Mignon. Finding herself betrayed and abandoned for the millions, Eleanor gave way to a paroxysm of anger, hatred, and cold vindictiveness. Philoxene knocked at the door of the sumptuous room, and entering found her mistress with her eyes full of tears. So unprecedented a phenomenon in the 15 years she had waited upon her that the woman stopped short, stupefied. "We expiated the happiness of 10 years in 10 minutes," she heard the Duchess say. "A letter from Havre, madame." Eleanor read the poet's prose without noticing the presence of Philoxene, whose amazement became still greater when she saw the dawn of fresh serenity on the Duchess's face as she read further and further into the letter. "Hold out a pole no thicker than a walking-stick to a drowning man, and he will think it a high road of safety." The happy Eleanor believed in Canalis's good faith when she had read through the 4 pages in which love and business, falsehood and truth jostled each other. She who, a few moments earlier, had sent for her husband to prevent Melchior's appointment while there was still time, was now seized with a spirit of generosity that amounted almost to the sublime. "Poor fellow," she thought, "he has not had one faithless thought. He loves me as he did on the first day. He tells me all. Philoxene," she cried, noticing her maid, who was standing near and pretending to arrange the toilet table. "Madame la Duchess?" "A mirror, child." Eleanor looked at herself, saw the fine, razor-like lines traced on her brow, which disappeared at a little distance. She sighed, and in that sigh she felt she bade adieu to love. A brave thought came into her mind, a manly thought outside of all the pettiness of women, a thought which intoxicates for a moment and which explains, perhaps, the clemency of the Semiramis of Russia when she married her young and beautiful rival to Momanoff. "Since he has not been faithless, he shall have the girl and her millions," she thought, "provided Mademoiselle Mignon is as ugly as he says she is." 3 raps, circumspectly given, announced the Duke, and his wife went herself to the door to let him in. "Ah, I see you are better, my dear," he cried, with the counterfeit joy that courtiers assume so readily, and by which fools are readily taken in. "My dear Henri," she answered, "why is it you have not yet obtained that appointment for Melchior, you who sacrificed so much to the king in taking a ministry which you knew could only last 1 year?" The Duke glanced at Philoxene, who showed him by an almost imperceptible sign the letter from Havre on the dressing-table. "You would be terribly bored at Baden and come back with daggers drawn with Melchior," said the Duke. "Pray, why?" "Why, you would always be together," said the former diplomat with comic good humour. "Oh no," she said, "I am going to marry him." "If we can believe de Harreville, our dear Canalis stands in no need of your help in that direction," said the Duke, smiling. "Yesterday Grandlieu read me some passages from a letter the Grand Equerry had written him. No doubt they were dictated by the aunt for the express purpose of their reaching you, for Mademoiselle de Harreville, always on the scent of a dot, knows that Grandlieu and I play whist nearly every evening. That good little de Harreville wants the Prince de Cadignan to go down and give a royal hunt in Normandy, and endeavour to persuade the king to be present so as to turn the head of the damoiselle when she sees herself the object of such a grand affair. In short, 2 words from Charles X would settle the matter. De Harreville says the girl has incomparable beauty." "Henri, let us go to Havre," cried the Duchess, interrupting him. "Under what pretext?" said her husband gravely. He was one of the confidants of Louis XVIII. "I never saw a hunt." "It would be all very well if the king went, but it is a terrible bore to go so far, and he will not do it. I have just been speaking with him about it." "Perhaps Madame would go?" "That would be better," returned the Duke. "I dare say the Duchess de Maufrigneuse would help you to persuade her from Rosny. If she goes, the king will not be displeased at the use of his hunting equipage. Don't go to Havre, my dear," added the Duke paternally. "That would be giving yourself away. Come, here's a better plan, I think. Gaspard's chateau of Rosenbray is on the other side of the forest of Bretonne. Why not give him a hint to invite the whole party?" "He invite them?" said Eleanor. "I mean, of course, the Duchess. She is always engaged in pious works with Mademoiselle de Harreville. Give that old maid a hint, and get her to speak to Gaspard." "You are a love of a man," cried Eleanor. "I'll write to the old maid and to Diane at once, for we must get hunting things made. A riding hat is so becoming. Did you win last night at the English embassy?" "Yes," said the Duke. "I cleared myself." "Henri, above all things, stop proceedings about Melchior's 2 appointments." After writing half a dozen lines to the beautiful Diane de Maufrigneuse, and a short hint to Mademoiselle de Harreville, Eleanor sent the following answer like the lash of a whip through the poet's lies. To Monsieur le Baron de Canalis. My dear poet, Mademoiselle de la Bastille is very beautiful. Mignon has provided to me that her father has millions. I did think of marrying you to her. I am therefore much displeased at your want of confidence. If you had any intention of marrying La Bruyère when you went to Le Havre, it is surprising that you said nothing to me about it before you started. And why have you omitted writing to a friend who is so easily made anxious as I? Your letter arrived a trifle late. I have already seen the banker. You are a child, Melchior, and you are playing tricks with us. It is not right. The Duke himself is quite indignant at your proceedings. He thinks you less than a gentleman, which casts some reflections on your mother's honour. Now I intend to see things for myself. I shall, I believe, have the honour of accompanying Madame to the hunt which the Duc de Harreville proposes to give for Mademoiselle de la Bastille. I will manage to have you invited to Rosenbray, for the meet will probably take place in Duc de Verneuil's park. Pray believe, my dear poet, that I am none the less for life. Your friend, Eleanor de M. "There, Ernest, just look at that," cried Canalis, tossing the letter at Ernest's nose across the breakfast table. "That's the 2000th love letter I have had from that woman, and there isn't even a thou in it. The illustrious Eleanor has never compromised herself more than she does there. Marry, and try your luck. The worst marriage in the world is better than this sort of halter. Ah, I am the greatest Nicodemus that ever tumbled out of the moon. Modeste has millions, and I've lost her, for we can't get back from the poles, where we are today, to the tropics, where we were 3 days ago. Well, I am all the more anxious for your triumph over the Grand Equerry, because I told the Duchess I came here only for your sake, and so I shall do my best for you. Alas, Melchior, Modeste must needs have so noble, so grand, so well balanced a nature to resist the glories of the court, and all these splendors cleverly displayed for her honor and glory by the Duke, that I cannot believe in the existence of such perfection. And yet, if she is still the Modeste of her letters, there might be hope. Well, well, you are a happy fellow, you young Boniface, to see the world and your mistress through green spectacles, cried Canalis, marching off to pace up and down the garden. Caught between two lies, the poet was at a loss what to do. "Play by rule and you lose," he cried presently, sitting down in the kiosk. "Every man of sense would have acted as I did 4 days ago and got himself out of the net in which I saw myself. At such times people don't disentangle nets, they break through them. Come, let us be calm, cold, dignified, affronted. Honor requires it. English stiffness is the only way to win her back. After all, if I have to retire finally, I can always fall back on my old happiness. A fidelity of 10 years can't go unrewarded. Eleanor will arrange me some good marriage." End of section 25. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 26 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 26 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Chapter 26. True Love. The hunt was destined to be not only a meet of the hounds, but a meeting of all the passions excited by the Colonel's millions and Modeste's beauty. And while it was in prospect, there was truce between the adversaries. During the days required for the arrangement of this terrestrial solemnity, the salon of the Villa Mignon presented the tranquil picture of a united family. Canalis, cut short in his role of injured love by Modeste's quick perceptions, wished to appear courteous. He laid aside his pretensions, gave no further specimens of his oratory, and became what all men of intellect can be when they renounce affectation, perfectly charming. He talked finances with Gobenheim, and war with the Colonel, Germany with Madame Mignon, and housekeeping with Madame Latournelle, endeavoring to bias them all in favor of La Bruyère. The Duc de Harreville left the field to his rivals, for he was obliged to go to Rozenbray to consult with the Duc de Verneuil, and see that the orders of the royal huntsman, the Prince de Cadignan, were carried out. And yet the comic element was not altogether wanting. Modeste found herself between the depreciatory hints of Canalis as to the gallantry of the Grand Equerry, and the exaggerations of the two Mademoiselles de Harreville, who passed every evening at the villa. Canalis made Modeste take notice that, instead of being the heroine of the hunt, she would be scarcely noticed. Madame would be attended by the Duchesse de Maffrigneuse, daughter-in-law of the Prince de Catignan, by the Duchesse de Chaulieu, and other great ladies of the court, among whom she could produce no sensation. No doubt the officers in garrison at Rouen would be invited, etc. Helene, on the other hand, was incessantly telling her new friend, whom she already looked upon as a sister-in-law, that she was to be presented to Madame. Undoubtedly the Duc de Verneuil would invite her father and herself to stay at Rozenbray. If the Colonel wished to obtain a favor of the King, a peerage, for instance, the opportunity was unique, for there was hope of the King himself being present on the third day. She would be delighted with the charming welcome with which the beauties of the court, the Duchesses de Chaulieu, de Maffrigneuse, de Lenoncourt Chaulieu, and other ladies were prepared to meet her, It was in fact an excessively amusing little warfare, with its marches and counter-marches and stratagems, all of which were keenly enjoyed by the Demais, the Latournelles, Gobenheim, and Butcha, who in conclave assembled said horrible things of these noble personages, cruelly noting and intelligently studying all their little meannesses. The promises on the de Harreville side were, however, confirmed by the arrival of an invitation couched in flattering terms from the Duc de Verneuil and the master of the hunt to Monsieur le Comte de la Bastille and his daughter to stay at Rosenbray to be present at a grand hunt on the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th of November following. La Bruyère, full of dark presentiments, craved the presence of Modeste with an eagerness whose bitter joys are known only to lovers who feel that they are parted, and parted fatally from those they love. Flashes of joy came to him, intermingled with melancholy meditations on the one theme, "I have lost her," and made him all the more interesting to those who watched him, because his face and his whole person were in keeping with his profound feeling. There is nothing more poetic than a living elegy animated by a pair of eyes, walking about and sighing without rhymes. The Duc de Harreville arrived at last to arrange for Modeste's departure. After crossing the Seine, she was to be conveyed in the Duc's calèche, accompanied by the Demoiselles de Harreville. The Duc was charmingly courteous. He begged Canalis and La Bruyère to be of the party, assuring them, as he did the colonel, that he had taken particular care that hunters should be provided for them. The colonel invited the three lovers to breakfast on the morning of the start. Canalis then began to put into execution a plan that he had been maturing in his own mind for the last few days, namely, to quietly reconquer Modeste and throw over the Duchess, La Bruyère, and the Duc. A graduate of diplomacy could hardly remain stuck in the position in which he found himself. On the other hand, La Bruyère had come to the resolution of bidding Modeste an eternal farewell. Each suitor was therefore on the watch to slip in a last word, like the defendant's counsel to the court before judgment is pronounced. For all felt that the 3 weeks' struggle was approaching its conclusion. After dinner on the evening before the start was to be made, the colonel had taken his daughter by the arm and made her feel the necessity of deciding. "Our position with the de Harreville family will be quite intolerable at Rosenbray," he said to her. "Do you mean to be a duchess?" "No, father," she answered. "Then do you love Canalis?" "No, papa, 1,000 times no!" she exclaimed with the impatience of a child. The colonel looked at her with a sort of joy. "Ah, I have not influenced you," cried the father, "and I will now confess that I chose my son-in-law in Paris when, having made him believe that I had but little fortune, he grasped my hand and told me I took a weight from his mind." "Who is it you mean?" asked Modeste, coloring. "The man of fixed principles and sound moralities," said her father slyly, repeating the words which had dissolved poor Modeste's dream on the day after his return. "I was not even thinking of him, papa. Please leave me at liberty to refuse the Duke myself. I understand him, and I know how to soothe him." "Then your choice is not made?" "Not yet. There is another syllable or two in the charade of my destiny still to be guessed. But after I have had a glimpse of court life at Rosenbray, I will tell you my secret." "Ah, Monsieur de la Bruyère," cried the colonel, as the young man approached them along the garden path in which they were walking, "I hope you are going to this hunt?" "No, colonel," answered Ernest. "I have come to take leave of you and of Mamselle. I return to Paris." "You have no curiosity?" said Modeste, interrupting and looking at him. "A wish, that I cannot expect, would suffice to keep me," he replied. "If that is all, you must stay to please me. I wish it," said the colonel, going forward to meet Canalis, and leaving his daughter and La Bruyère together for a moment. "Mamselle," said the young man, raising his eyes to hers with the boldness of a man without hope, "I have an entreaty to make to you." "To me?" "Let me carry away with me your forgiveness. My life can never be happy. It must be full of remorse for having lost my happiness, no doubt by my own fault, but at least—" "Before we part for ever," said Modeste, interrupting à la Canalis, and speaking in a voice of some emotion, "I wish to ask you one thing. And though you once disguised yourself, I think you cannot be so base as to deceive me now." The taunt made him turn pale, and he cried out, "Oh, you are pitiless!" "Will you be frank?" "You have the right to ask me that degrading question," he said in a voice weakened by the violent palpitation of his heart. "Well, then, did you read my letters to Monsieur de Canalis?" "No, mademoiselle. When I allowed your father to read them, it was to justify my love by showing him how it was born, and how sincere my efforts were to cure you of your fancy." "But how came the idea of that unworthy masquerade ever to arise?" she said, with a sort of impatience. La Bruyère related truthfully the scene in the poet's study which Modeste's first letter had occasioned, and the sort of challenge that resulted from his expressing a favourable opinion of a young girl thus led toward a poet's fame, as a plant seeks its share of the sun. "You have said enough," said Modeste, restraining some emotion. "If you have not my heart, monsieur, you have at least my esteem." These simple words gave the young man a violent shock. Feeling himself stagger, he leaned against a tree, like a man deprived for a moment of reason. Modeste, who had left him, turned her head and came hastily back. "What is the matter?" she asked, taking his hand to prevent him from falling. "Forgive me. I thought you despised me." "But," she answered, with a distant and disdainful manner, "I did not say that I loved you." And she left him again. But this time, in spite of her harshness, La Bruyère thought he walked on air. The earth softened under his feet. The trees bore flowers. The skies were rosy. The air cerulean, as they are in the temples of Hymen in those fancy pantomimes which finish happily. In such situations every woman is a Janus, and sees behind her without turning around. And thus Modeste perceived on the face of her lover the indubitable symptoms of a love like Butcha's, surely the ne plus ultra of a woman's hope. Moreover, the great value which La Bruyère attached to her opinion filled Modeste with an emotion that was inestimably sweet. "Mademoiselle," said Canalis, leaving the colonel and waylaying Modeste, "in spite of the little value you attach to my sentiments, my honor is concerned in effacing a stain under which I have suffered too long. Here is a letter which I have received from the Duchess de Chaulieu 5 days after my arrival in Havre." He let Modeste read the first lines of the letter we have seen, which the Duchess began by saying that she had seen Mignon and wished to marry her poet to Modeste. Then he tore that passage from the body of the letter and placed the fragment in her hand. "I cannot let you read the rest," he said, putting the paper in his pocket, "but I confide these few lines to your discretion, so that you may verify the writing. A young girl who could accuse me of ignoble sentiments is quite capable of suspecting some collusion, some trickery. Ah, Modeste," he said, with tears in his voice, "your poet, the poet of Madame de Chaulieu, has no less poetry in his heart than in his mind. You are about to see the Duchess. Suspend your judgment of me until then." He left Modeste half bewildered. "Oh dear," she said to herself, "it seems they are all angels, and not marriageable. The Duke is the only one who belongs to humanity." "Mademoiselle Modeste," said Butcha, appearing with a parcel under his arm, "this hunt makes me very uneasy. I dreamed your horse ran away with you, and I have been to Rouen to see if I could get a Spanish bit, which they tell me a horse can't take between his teeth. I entreat you to use it. I have shown it to the colonel, and he has thanked me more than there is any occasion for." "Poor dear Butcha!" cried Modeste, moved by tears to this maternal care. Butcha went skipping off like a man who has just heard the death of a rich uncle. "My dear father," said Modeste, returning to the salon, "I should like to have that beautiful whip. Suppose you were to ask Monsieur de la Bruyère to exchange it for your picture by Van Ostade." Modeste looked furtively at Ernest while the colonel made him this proposition, standing before the picture, which was the sole thing he possessed in memory of his campaigns, having bought it of a burgher at Rabistan. And she said to herself as La Bruyère left the room precipitately, "He will be at the hunt." A curious thing happened. Modeste's 3 lovers, each and all, went to Rozenbrai with their hearts full of hope, and captivated by her many perfections. Rozenbrai, an estate lately purchased by the Duc de Verneuil with the money which fell to him as his share of the 1,000 millions voted as indemnity for the sale of the lands of the émigrés, is remarkable for its château, whose magnificence compares only with that of the Mesnil-Or of Balleroy. This imposing and noble edifice is approached by a wide avenue of 4 rows of venerable elms, from which the visitor enters an immense rising courtyard, like that of Versailles, with magnificent iron railings and 2 lodges, and adorned with rows of large orange trees in their tubs. Facing this courtyard, the château presents between 2 fronts of the main building which retreat on either side of this projection, a double row of 19 tall windows, with carved arches and diamond panes, divided from each other by a series of fluted pilasters, surmounted by an entablature which hides an Italian roof, from which rise several stone chimneys basked by carved trophies of arms. Rosenbray was built, under Louis XIV, by a fermier general named Cotten. The façade toward the park differs from that on the courtyard by having a narrower projection in the centre, with columns between 5 windows, above which rises a magnificent pediment. The family of Marigny, to whom the estates of this Cotten were brought in marriage by Mademoiselle Cotten, her father's sole heiress, ordered a sunrise to be carved in this pediment by Cosivaux. Beneath it are 2 angels unwinding a scroll, on which is cut this motto in honor of the grand monarch, Sol nobis benignus. From the portico, reached by 2 grand circular and balustraded flights of steps, the view extends over an immense fish pond, as long and wide as the Grand Canal at Versailles, beginning at the foot of a grass plot which compares well with the finest English lawns, and bordered with beds and baskets now filled with the brilliant flowers of autumn. On either side of the piece of water 2 gardens, laid out in the French style, display their squares and long straight paths, like brilliant pages written in the ciphers of Le Nôtre. These gardens are backed to their whole length by a border of nearly 30 acres of woodland. From the terrace the view is bounded by a forest belonging to Rosenbray, and contiguous to 2 other forests, one of which belongs to the Crown, the other to the State. It would be difficult to find a nobler landscape. End of section 26. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Chapter 27 of Modeste Mignon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott-Wormley. Chapter 27. A Girl's Revenge. Modeste's arrival at Rosanbray made a certain sensation in the avenue when the carriage with the liveries of France came in sight, accompanied by the grand equerry, the colonel, Canalis, and La Bruyère on horseback, preceded by an outrider in full dress, and followed by 6 servants, among whom were the negroes and the mulatto, and the britska of the colonel for the 2 waiting women and the luggage. The carriage was drawn by 4 horses, ridden by postilions dressed with an elegance specially commanded by the grand equerry, who was often better served than the king himself. As Modeste, dazzled by the magnificence of the great lords, entered and beheld this lesser Versailles, she suddenly remembered her approaching interview with the celebrated duchesses, and began to fear that she might seem awkward, or provincial, or parvenu. In fact, she lost her self-possession, and heartily repented having wished for a hunt. Fortunately, however, as the carriage drew up, Modeste saw an old man, in a blond wig frizzed into little curls, whose calm, plump, smooth face wore a fatherly smile and an expression of monastic cheerfulness, which the half-veiled glance of the eye rendered almost noble. This was the Duc de Verneuil, master of Rosanbray. The Duchess, a woman of extreme piety, the only daughter of her rich and deceased Chief Justice, spare and erect, and the mother of 4 children, resembled Madame Latournelle, if the imagination can go so far as to adorn the notary's wife with the graces of a bearing that was truly abbatial. "Ah, good morning, dear Hortense," said Mademoiselle d'Hérouville, kissing the Duchess with the sympathy that united their haughty natures. "Let me present to you and to the dear Duke our little angel, Mademoiselle de la Bastille." "We have heard so much of you, mademoiselle," said the Duchess, "that we were in haste to receive you." "And regret the time lost," added the Duc de Verneuil, with courteous admiration. "Monsieur le Comte de la Bastille," said the grand equerry, taking the colonel by the arm and presenting him to the Duke and Duchess, with an air of respect in his tone and gesture. "I am glad to welcome you, Monsieur le Comte," said Monsieur de Verneuil. "You possess more than one treasure," he added, looking at Modeste. the Duchess took Modeste under her arm and led her into an immense salon, where a dozen or more women were grouped about the fireplace. The men of the party remained with the duke on the terrace, except Canalis, who respectfully made his way to the superb Eleanor. The Duchesse de Chaulieu, seated at an embroidery frame, was showing Mademoiselle de Verneuil how to shade a flower. If Modeste had run a needle through her finger when handling a pincushion, she could not have felt a sharper prick than she received from the cold and haughty and contemptuous stare with which Madame de Chaulieu favored her. For an instant she saw nothing but that one woman, and she saw through her. To understand the depth of cruelty to which these charming creatures, whom our passions deify, can go, we must see women with each other. Modeste would have disarmed almost any other than Eleanor by the perfectly stupid and involuntary admiration which her face betrayed. Had she not known the Duchess's age, she would have thought her a woman of 36, but other and greater astonishments awaited her. The poet had run plump against the great lady's anger. Such anger is the worst of sphinxes. The face is radiant, all the rest menacing. Kings themselves cannot make the exquisite politeness of a mistress's cold anger capitulate when she guards it with steel armor. Canalis tried to cling to the steel, but his fingers slipped on the polished surface, like his words on the heart. And the gracious face, the gracious words, the gracious bearing of the Duchesse hid the steel of her wrath, now fallen to 25 below zero, from all observers. The appearance of Modeste in her sublime beauty, and dressed as well as Diane de Maufrigneuse herself, had fired the train of gunpowder which reflection had been laying in Eleanor's mind. All the women had gone to the windows to see the new wonder get out of the royal carriage, attended by her 3 suitors. "Do not let us seem so curious," Madame de Chaulieu had said, cut to the heart by Diane's exclamation, "She is divine! Where in the world does she come from?" And with that the bevy flew back to their seats, resuming their composure, though Eleanor's heart was full of hungry vipers all clamorous for a meal. Mademoiselle d'Hérouville said in a low voice and with much meaning to the Duchesse de Verneuil, "Eleanor receives her Melchior very ungraciously." "The Duchesse de Maufrigneuse thinks there is a coolness between them," said Lord de Verneuil, with simplicity. Charming phrase, so often used in the world of society. How the north wind blows through it! "Why so?" asked Modeste of the pretty young girl, who had lately left the Sacré-Cœur. "The great poet," said the pious Duchesse, making a sign to her daughter to be silent, "left Madame de Chaulieu without a letter for more than 2 weeks after he went to Havre, having told her that he went there for his health." Modeste made a hasty movement, which caught the attention of Laure, Hélène, and Mademoiselle d'Hérouville. "And during that time," continued the devout Duchess, "she was endeavoring to have him appointed commander of the Legion of Honor, and minister at Baden." "Oh, that was shameful in Canalis! He owes everything to her!" exclaimed Mademoiselle d'Hérouville. "Why did not Madame de Chaulieu come to Havre?" asked Modeste of Hélène innocently. "My dear," said the Duchesse de Verneuil, "she would let herself be cut in little pieces without saying a word. Look at her, she is regal, her head would smile, like Mary Stuart's, after it was cut off. In fact, she has some of that blood in her veins." "Did she not write to him?" asked Modeste. "Diane tells me," answered the Duchesse, prompted by a nudge from Mademoiselle d'Hérouville, "that in answer to Canalis's first letter she made a cutting reply a few days ago." This explanation made Modeste blush with shame for the man before her. She longed, not to crush him under her feet, but to revenge herself by one of those malicious acts that are sharper than a dagger's thrust. She looked haughtily at the Duchesse de Chaulieu. "Monsieur Melchior," she said. All the women snuffed the air and looked alternately at the Duchesse, who was talking in an undertone to Canalis over the embroidery frame, and then at the young girl so ill brought up as to disturb a lovers' meeting, a thing not permissible in any society. Diane de Maufrigneuse nodded, however, as much as to say, "The child is in the right of it." All the women ended by smiling at each other. They were enraged with a woman who was 56 years old and still handsome enough, to put her fingers into the treasury and steal the use of youth. Melchior looked at Modeste with feverish impatience, and made the gesture of a master to a valet, with the movement of a lioness disturbed at a meal. Her eyes, fastened on the canvas, emitted red flames in the direction of the poet, which stabbed like epigrams, for each word revealed to her a triple insult. "Monsieur Melchior," said Modeste again, in a voice that asserted its right to be heard. "What, mademoiselle?" demanded the poet. Forced to rise, he remained standing halfway between the embroidery frame, which was near a window, and the fireplace where Modeste was seated with the Duchesse de Verneuil on the sofa. What bitter reflections came into his ambitious mind, as he caught a glance from Eleanor! If he obeyed Modeste all was over, and forever, between himself and his protectress. Not to obey her was to avow his slavery, to lose the chances of his 25 days of base manoeuvring, and to disregard the plainest laws of decency and civility. The greater the folly, the more imperatively the Duchesse exacted it. Modeste's beauty and money, thus pitted against Eleanor's rights and influence, made this hesitation between the man and his honor as terrible to witness as the peril of a matador in the arena. A man seldom feels such palpitations as those which now came near causing Canalis an aneurism, except, perhaps, before the green table, where his fortune or his ruin is about to be decided. "Mademoiselle d'Hérouville hurried me from the carriage, and I left behind me," said Modeste to Canalis, "my handkerchief." Canalis shrugged his shoulders significantly. "And," continued Modeste, taking no notice of his gesture, "I had tied into one corner of it the key of a desk which contains the fragment of an important letter. Have the kindness, Monsieur Melchior, to get it for me." Between an angel and a tiger equally enraged, Canalis, who had turned livid, no longer hesitated. The tiger seemed to him the least dangerous of the two; and he was about to do as he was told, and commit himself irretrievably, when La Bruyere appeared at the door of the salon, seeming to his anguished mind like the archangel Gabriel tumbling from heaven. "Ernest here. Mademoiselle de la Bastille wants you," said the poet, hastily returning to his chair by the embroidery frame. Ernest rushed to Modeste without bowing to any one; he saw only her, took his commission with undisguised joy, and darted from the room with the secret approbation of every woman present. "What an occupation for a poet!" said Modeste to Hélène d'Hérouville, glancing toward the embroidery at which the Duchesse was now working savagely. "If you speak to her, if you ever look at her, all is over between us," said the Duchesse to the poet in a low voice, not at all satisfied with the very doubtful termination which Ernest's arrival had put to the scene. "And remember, if I am not present, I leave behind me eyes that will watch you." So saying, the Duchesse, a woman of medium height, but a little too stout, like all women over 50 who retain their beauty, rose and walked toward the group which surrounded Diane de Maufrigneuse, stepping daintily on little feet that were as slender and nervous as a deer's. Beneath her plumpness could be seen the exquisite delicacy of such women, which comes from the vigor of their nervous systems controlling and vitalizing the development of flesh. There is no other way to explain the lightness of her step, and the incomparable nobility of her bearing. None but the women whose quarterings begin with Noah know, as Eleanor did, how to be majestic in spite of a buxom tendency. A philosopher might have pitied Philoxene, while admiring the graceful lines of the bust and the minute care bestowed upon a morning dress which was worn with the elegance of a queen and the easy grace of a young girl. Her abundant hair, still undyed, was simply wound about her head in plaits. She bared her snowy throat and shoulders, exquisitely modelled, and her celebrated hand and arm, with pardonable pride. Modeste, together with all other antagonists of the Duchesse, recognized in her a woman of whom they were forced to say, "She eclipses us." In fact, Eleanor was one of the grandes dames, now so rare. To endeavor to explain what august quality there was in the carriage of her head, what refinement and delicacy in the curve of the throat, what harmony in her movements, and nobility in her bearing, what grandeur in the perfect accord of details with the whole being, and in the arts, now second nature, which render a woman grand, and even sacred. To explain all these things would simply be to attempt to analyze the sublime. People enjoy such poetry as they enjoyed that of Paganini. They do not explain to themselves the medium, they know the cause is in the spirit that remains invisible. Madame de Chaulieu bowed her head in salutation of Hélène and her aunt. Then, saying to Diane, in a pure and equable tone of voice, without a trace of emotion, "Is it not time to dress, Duchesse?" she made her exit, accompanied by her daughter-in-law and Mademoiselle d'Hérouville. As she left the room she spoke in an undertone to the old maid, who pressed her arm, saying, "You are charming," which meant, "I am all gratitude for the service you have just done us." After that, Mademoiselle d'Hérouville returned to the salon to play her part of spy, and her first glance apprised Canalis that the Duchesse had made him no empty threat. That apprentice in diplomacy became aware that his science was not sufficient for a struggle of this kind, and his wit served him to take a more honest position, if not a worthier one. When Ernest returned, bringing Modeste's handkerchief, the poet seized his arm and took him out on the terrace. "My dear friend," he said, "I am not only the most unfortunate man in the world, but I am also the most ridiculous, and I come to you to get me out of the hornet's nest into which I have run myself. Modeste is a demon. She sees my difficulty, and she laughs at it. She has just spoken to me of a fragment of a letter of Madame de Chaulieu, which I had the folly to give her. If she shows it, I can never make my peace with Eleanor. Therefore, will you at once ask Modeste to send me back that paper, and tell her, from me, that I make no pretensions to her hand. Say I count upon her delicacy, upon her propriety as a young girl, to behave to me as if we had never known each other. I beg her not to speak to me. I implore her to treat me harshly, though I hardly dare ask her to feign a jealous anger, which would help my interests amazingly. Go, I will wait here for an answer." End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Modeste Mignon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Chapter 28. Modeste behaves with dignity. On re-entering the salon, Ernest de la Bruyère found a young officer of the company of the Guard d'Havre, the Vicomte de Sérisy, who had just arrived from Rosny, to announce that Madame was obliged to be present at the opening of the chambers. We know the importance then attached to this constitutional solemnity, at which Charles X delivered his speech, surrounded by the royal family, Madame la Dauphine and Madame being present in their gallery. The choice of the emissary charged with the duty of expressing the princess's regrets was an attention to Diane, who was then an object of adoration to this charming young man, son of a minister of state, gentleman in ordinary of the chamber, only son and heir to an immense fortune. The Duchesse de Maufrigneuse permitted his attentions solely for the purpose of attracting notice to the age of his mother, Madame de Sérisy, who was said, in those chronicles that are whispered behind the fence, to have deprived her of the heart of the handsome Lucien de Rubempré. "You will do us the pleasure, I hope, to remain at Rosembray," said the severe Duchesse to the young officer. While giving ear to every scandal, the devout lady shut her eyes to the derelictions of her guests, who had been carefully selected by the duke. Indeed, it is surprising how much these excellent women will tolerate under pretence of bringing the lost sheep back to the fold by their indulgence. "We reckoned without our constitutional government," said the grand equerry, "and Rosembray, Madame la Duchesse, will lose a great honor." "We shall be more at our ease," said a tall thin old man, about 75 years of age, dressed in blue cloth, and wearing his hunting cap by permission of the ladies. This personage, who closely resembled the Duc de Bourbon, was no less than the Prince de Catignan, master of the hunt, and one of the last of the great French lords.
Just as La Bruyère was endeavoring to slip behind the sofa and obtain a moment's intercourse with Modeste, a man of 38, short, fat, and very common in appearance, entered the room. "My son, the Prince de Loudon," said the Duchesse de Verneuil to Modeste, who could not restrain the expression of amazement that overspread her young face on seeing the man who bore the historical name that the hero of La Vendée had rendered famous by his bravery and the martyrdom of his death. "Gaspard," said the Duchesse, calling her son to her. The young prince came at once, and his mother continued, motioning to Modeste, "Mademoiselle de la Bastille, my friend." The heir presumptive, whose marriage with Desplin's only daughter had lately been arranged, bowed to the young girl without seeming struck, as his father had been, with her beauty. Modeste was thus unable to compare the youth of today with the old age of a past epoch, for the old Prince de Cardignan had already said a few words which made her feel that he rendered as true a homage to womanhood as to royalty. The Duc de Rhetore, the eldest son of the Duchesse de Chaulieu, chiefly remarkable for manners that were equally impertinent and free and easy, bowed to Modeste rather cavalierly. The reason of this contrast between the fathers and the sons is to be found, probably, in the fact that young men no longer feel themselves great beings, as their forefathers did, and they dispense with the duties of greatness, knowing well that they are now but the shadow of it. The fathers retain the inherent politeness of their vanished grandeur, like the mountain tops still gilded by the sun, when all is twilight in the valley. Ernest was at last able to slip a word into Modeste's ear, and she rose immediately. "My dear," said the Duchesse, thinking she was going to dress, and pulling a bell rope, "they shall show you your apartment." Ernest accompanied Modeste to the foot of the grand staircase, presenting the request of the luckless poet, and endeavoring to touch her feelings by describing Melchior's agony. "You see, he loves. He is a captive who thought he could break his chain." "Love in such a rapid seek after fortune!" retorted Modeste. "Mademoiselle, you are at the entrance of life, you do not know its defiles. The inconsistencies of a man who falls under the dominion of a woman much older than himself should be forgiven, for he is really not accountable. Think how many sacrifices Canalis has made to her. He has sown too much seed of that kind to resign the harvest. The Duchesse represents to him 10 years of devotion and happiness. You made him forget all that, and unfortunately he has more vanity than pride. He did not reflect on what he was losing until he met Madame Chaulieu here today. If you really understood him, you would help him. He is a child, always mismanaging his life. You call him a seeker after fortune, but he seeks very badly. Like all poets, he is a victim of sensations. He is childish, easily dazzled like a child by anything that shines, and pursuing its glitter. He used to love horses and pictures, and he craved fame. Well, he sold his pictures to buy armor and old furniture of the Renaissance and Louis XV. Just now he is seeking political power. Admit that his hobbies are noble things." "You have said enough," replied Modeste. "Come," she added, seeing her father, whom she called with a motion of her head to give her his arm. "Come with me, and I will give you that scrap of paper. You shall carry it to the great man and assure him of my condescension to his wishes, but on one condition. You must thank him, in my name, for the pleasure I have taken in seeing one of the finest of the German plays performed in my honor. I have learned that Goethe's masterpiece is neither Faust nor Egmont." And then, as Ernest looked at the malicious girl with a puzzled air, she added, "It is Torquato Tasso. Tell Monsieur de Canalis to reread it," she added, smiling. "I particularly desire that you will repeat to your friend word for word what I say, for it is not an epigram, it is the justification of his conduct, with this trifling difference, that he will, I trust, become more and more reasonable, thanks to the folly of his Eleanor." The Duchesse's head woman conducted Modeste and her father to their apartment, where Françoise Gauchet had already put everything in order, and the choice elegance of which astounded the colonel, more especially after he heard from Françoise that there were 30 other apartments in the chateau decorated with the same taste.
"This is what I call a proper country house," said Modeste. "The Comte de la Bastille must build you one like it," replied her father. "Here, monsieur," said Modeste, giving the bit of paper to Ernest, "carry it to our friend and put him out of his misery." The word "our friend" struck the young man's heart. He looked at Modeste to see if there was anything real in the community of interests which he seemed to admit, and she, understanding perfectly what his look meant, added, "Come, go at once. Your friend is waiting." La Bruyere colored excessively, and left the room in a state of doubt and anxiety less endurable than despair. The path that approaches happiness is, to the true lover, like the narrow way which Catholic poetry has called the entrance to paradise, expressing thus a dark and gloomy passage, echoing with the last cries of earthly anguish. An hour later this illustrious company were all assembled in the salon. Some were playing whist, others conversing. The women had their embroideries in hand, and all were waiting the announcement of dinner. The Prince de Cardignan was drawing M. Mignon out upon China, and his campaigns under the Empire, and making him talk about the Portenduère, the l'Estorade, and the Maucombe, Provençal families. He blamed him for not seeking service, and assured him that nothing would be easier than to restore him to his rank as colonel of the guard. "A man of your birth and your fortune ought not to belong to the present opposition," said the prince, smiling. This society of distinguished persons not only pleased Modeste, but it enabled her to acquire, during her stay, a perfection of manners which without this revelation she would have lacked all her life. Show a clock to an embryo mechanic, and you reveal to him the whole mechanism. He thus develops the germs of his faculty which lie dormant within him. In like manner Modeste had the instinct to appropriate the distinctive qualities of Madame de Maufrigneuse and Madame de Chaulieu. For her the sight of these women was an education, whereas a bourgeois would merely have ridiculed their ways or made them absurd by clumsy imitation. A well-born, well-educated, and right-minded young woman like Modeste fell naturally into connection with these people, and saw at once the differences that separate the aristocratic world from the bourgeois world, the provinces from the Faubourg Saint-Germain. She caught the almost imperceptible shadings; in short, she perceived the grace of the grande dame, without doubting that she could herself acquire it. She noticed also that her father and La Bruyere appeared infinitely better in this Olympus than Canalis. The great poet, abdicating his real and incontestable power, that of the mind, became nothing more than a courtier seeking a ministry, intriguing for an order, and forced to please the whole galaxy. Ernest de La Bruyere, without ambitions, was able to be himself; while Melchior became, to use a vulgar expression, a mere toady, and courted the Prince de Loudon, the Duc de Rhetore, the Vicomte de Sérisy, or the Duc de Maufrigneuse, like a man not free to assert himself, as did Colonel Mignon, who was justly proud of his campaigns, and of the confidence of the Emperor Napoleon. Modeste took note of the strained efforts of the man of real talent, seeking some witticism that should raise a laugh, some clever speech, some compliment with which to flatter these grands personnages, whom it was his interest to please. In a word, to Modeste's eyes the peacock plucked out his tail feathers. Toward the middle of the evening, the young girl sat down with the grand equerry in a corner of the salon. She led him there purposely to end a suit which she could no longer encourage if she wished to retain her self-respect. "Monsieur le Duc, if you really knew me," she said, "you would understand how deeply I am touched by your attentions. It is because of the profound respect I feel for your character, and the friendship which a soul like yours inspires in mine, that I cannot endure to wound your self-love. Before your arrival in Havre I loved sincerely, deeply, and forever, one who is worthy of being loved, and my affection for whom is still a secret. But I wish you to know, and in saying this I am more sincere than most young girls, that had I not already formed this voluntary attachment, you would have been my choice, for I recognize your noble and beautiful qualities. A few words which your aunt and sister have said to me as to your intentions lead me to make this frank avowal. If you think it desirable, a letter from my mother shall recall me, on pretence of her illness, tomorrow morning before the hunt begins. Without your consent I do not choose to be present at a fête which I owe to your kindness, and where, if my secret should escape me, you might feel hurt and defrauded. You will ask me why I have come here at all. I could not withstand the invitation. Be generous enough not to reproach me for what was almost a necessary curiosity. But this is not the chief, not the most delicate thing I have to say to you. You have firm friends in my father and myself, more so than perhaps you realize; and as my fortune was the first cause that brought you to me, I wish to say, but without intending to use it as a sedative to calm the grief which gallantry requires you to testify, that my father has thought over the affair of the marshes. His friend Dumay thinks your project feasible, and they have already taken steps to form a company. Goppenheim, Dumay, and my father have subscribed at 1,500,000 francs, and undertake to get the rest from capitalists, who will feel it in their interest to take up the matter. If I have not the honor of becoming the Duchesse d'Hérouville, I have almost the certainty of enabling you to choose her, free from all trammels in your choice, and in a higher sphere than mine. Oh, let me finish!" she cried, at a gesture from the duke. "Judging by my nephew's emotion," whispered Mademoiselle d'Hérouville to her niece, "it is easy to see you have a sister." "Monsieur le Duc, all this was settled in my mind the day of our first ride, when I heard you deplore your situation. This is what I have wished to say to you. That day determined my future life. Though you did not make the conquest of a woman, you have at least gained faithful friends at Ingouville, if you will deign to accord us that title." This little discourse, which Modeste had carefully thought over, was said with so much charm of soul, that the tears came to the Grand Equerry's eyes. He seized her hand and kissed it. "Stay during the hunt," he said. "My want of merit has accustomed me to these refusals; but while accepting your friendship and that of the colonel, you must let me satisfy myself, by the judgment of competent scientific men, that the draining of those marshes will be no risk to the company you speak of, before I agree to the generous offer of your friends. You are a noble girl, and though my heart aches to think I can only be your friend, I will glory in that title, and prove it to you at all times and in all seasons. In that case, Monsieur le Duc, let us keep our secret. My choice will not be known, at least I think not, until after my mother's complete recovery. I should like our first blessing to come from her eyes." Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Modeste Mignon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Poulet. Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Chapter 29. Conclusion. "Ladies," said the Prince de Cadignan, as the guests were about to separate for the night, "I know that several of you propose to follow the hounds with us tomorrow, and it becomes my duty to tell you that if you will be Diana's, you must rise, like Diana, with the dawn. The meet is for 8:30. I have in the course of my life seen many women display greater courage than men, but for a few seconds only, and you will need a strong dose of resolution to keep you on horseback the whole day, bearing a halt for breakfast, which we shall take, like true hunters and huntresses, on the nail. Are you still determined to show yourselves trained horsewomen?" "Prince, it is necessary for me to do so," said Modeste, adroitly. "I answer for myself," said the Duchesse de Chaulieu. "And I for my daughter Diane. She is worthy of her name," added the prince. "So, then, you all persist in your intentions? However, I shall arrange, for the sake of Madame and Mademoiselle de Verneuil and others of the party who stay at home, to drive the stag to the further end of the pond." "Make yourself quite easy, mesdames," said the Prince de Loudon, when the royal huntsman had left the room. "That breakfast on the nail will take place under a comfortable tent." The next day, at dawn, all signs gave promise of a glorious day. The skies, veiled by a slight gray vapor, showed spaces of purest blue,
and would surely be swept clear before midday by the northwest wind, which was already playing with the fleecy cloudlets. As the hunting party left the chateau, the master of the hunt, the Duc de Rhétor, and the Prince de Loudon, who had no ladies to escort, rode in the advance, noticing the white masses of the chateau, with its rising chimneys relieved against the brilliant red-brown foliage which the trees in Normandy put on at the close of a fine autumn. "The ladies are fortunate in their weather," remarked the Duc de Rhétor. "Oh, in spite of all their boasting," replied the Prince de Cadignan, "I think they will let us hunt without them." "So they might, if each had not a squire," said the duke. At this moment the attention of these determined huntsmen, for the Prince de Loudon and the Duc de Rhétor are of the race of Nimrod, and the best shots of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, was attracted by a loud altercation, and they spurred their horses to an open space at the entrance to the forest of Rosembray, famous for its mossy turf, which was appointed for the meet. The cause of the quarrel was soon apparent. The Prince de Loudon, afflicted with Anglomania, had brought out his own hunting establishment, which was exclusively Britannic, and placed it under orders of the master of the hunt. Now, one of his men, a little Englishman, fair, pale, insolent, and phlegmatic, scarcely able to speak a word of French, and dressed with a neatness which distinguishes all Britons, even those of the lower classes, had posted himself on one side of this open space. John Barry wore a short frock coat, buttoned tightly at the waist, made of scarlet cloth, with buttons bearing the de Verneuil arms, white leather breeches, top boots, a striped waistcoat, and a collar and cape of black velvet. He held in his hand a small hunting whip, and hanging to his wrist by a silken cord was a brass horn. This man, the first whipper in, was accompanied by 2 thoroughbred dogs, foxhounds, white, with liver spots, long in the leg, fine in the muzzle, with slender heads, and little ears at their crests. The huntsman, famous in the English county from which the Prince de Loudon had obtained him at great cost, was in charge of an establishment of 15 horses and 60 English hounds, which cost the Duc de Verneuil, who was nothing of a huntsman, but chose to indulge his son in this essentially royal taste, an enormous sum of money to keep up. Now, when John arrived on the ground, he found himself forestalled by 3 other whippers in charge of 2 of the royal packs of hounds which had been brought there in carts. They were the 3 best huntsmen of the Prince de Cadignan, and presented, both in character and in their distinctively French costume, a marked contrast to the representative of insolent Albion. These favorites of the prince, each wearing full-brimmed, 3-cornered hats, very flat and very wide-spreading, beneath which grinned their swarthy, tanned, and wrinkled faces, lighted by 3 pairs of twinkling eyes, were noticeably lean, sinewy, and vigorous, like men in whom sport had become a passion. All 3 were supplied with immense horns of Dampierre, wound with green worsted cords, leaving only the brass tubes visible, but they controlled their dogs by the eye and voice. Those noble animals were far more faithful and submissive subjects than the human leeches whom the king was at that moment addressing. All were marked with white, black, or liver spots, each having as distinctive a countenance as the soldiers of Napoleon, their eyes flashing like diamonds at the slightest noise. One of them, brought from Poitou, was short in the back, deep in the shoulder, low-jointed, and lop-eared. The other, from England, white, fine as a greyhound with no belly, small ears, and built for running. Both were young, impatient, and yelping eagerly, while the old hounds, on the contrary, covered with scars, lay quietly with their heads on their forepaws, and their ears to the earth like savages. As the Englishmen came up, the royal dogs and huntsmen looked at each other as though they said, "If we cannot hunt by ourselves, his Majesty's service is insulted." Beginning with jests, the quarrel presently grew fiercer between Monsieur Jacquin la Roulie, the old French whipper-in, and John Barry, the young Icelander. The two princes guessed from afar the subject of the altercation, and the master of the hunt, setting spurs to his horse, brought it to an end by saying, in a voice of authority, "Who drew the wood?" "I, monseigneur," said the Englishman. "Very good," said the Prince de Cadignan, proceeding to take Barry's report. Dogs and men became silent and respectful before the royal huntsman, as though each recognized his dignity as supreme. The prince laid out the day's work, for it is with a hunt as it is with a battle, and the master of Charles X's hounds was the Napoleon of forests. Thanks to the admirable system which he has introduced into French venery, he was able to turn his thoughts exclusively to the science and strategy of it. He now quietly assigned a special duty to the Prince de Loudon's establishment, that of driving the stag to water, when, as he expected, the royal hounds had sent it into the crowned forest which outlined the horizon directly in front of the chateau. The prince knew well how to soothe the self-love of his old huntsmen by giving them the most arduous part of the work, and also that of the Englishman, whom he employed at his own specialty, affording him a chance to show the fleetness of his horses and dogs in the open. The two national systems were thus face to face and allowed to do their best under each other's eyes. "Does monseigneur wish us to wait any longer?" said La Roulie, respectfully. "I know what you mean, old friend," said the prince. "It is late, but—" "Here come the ladies," said the second whipper-in. At that moment the cavalcade of 16 riders was seen to approach, at the head of which were the green veils of the four ladies. Modeste, accompanied by her father, the grand equerry, and La Bruyère, was in the advance, beside the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, whom the Vicomte de Sérisy escorted. Behind them rode the Duchesse de Chaulieu, flanked by Canalis, on whom she was smiling without a trace of rancor. When they had reached the open space where the huntsmen with their red coats and brass bugles, surrounded by the hounds, made a picture worthy of Vandermeulen, the Duchesse de Chaulieu, who, in spite of her embonpoint, sat her horse admirably, rode up to Modeste, finding it more for her dignity not to avoid that young person, to whom the evening before she had not said a single word. When the master of the hunt finished his compliments to the ladies on their amazing punctuality, Eleanor deigned to observe the magnificent whip which sparkled in Modeste's little hand, and graciously asked leave to look at it. "I have never seen anything of the kind more beautiful," she said, showing it to Diane de Maufrigneuse. "It is in keeping with its possessor," she added, returning it to Modeste. "You must admit, Madame la Duchesse," answered Mademoiselle de la Bastille, with a tender and malicious glance at La Bruyère, "that it is a rather strange gift from the hand of a future husband." "I should take it," said Madame de Maufrigneuse, "as a declaration of my rights, in remembrance of Louis XIV." La Bruyère's eyes were suffused, and for a moment he dropped his reins; but a second glance from Modeste ordered him not to betray his happiness. The hunt now began. The Duc d'Hérouville took occasion to say in a low voice to his fortunate rival, "Monsieur, I hope that you will make your wife happy. If I can be useful to you in any way, command my services. I should be only too glad to contribute to the happiness of so charming a pair." This great day, in which such vast interests of heart and fortune were decided, caused but one anxiety to the master of the hunt, namely, whether or not the stag would cross the pond and be killed on the lawn before the house; for huntsmen of his calibre are like great chess players who can predict a checkmate under certain circumstances. The happy old man succeeded to the height of his wishes, the run was magnificent, and the ladies released him from his attendance upon them for the hunt of the next day but one, which, however, turned out to be rainy. The Duc de Verneuil's guests stayed 5 days at Rosembray. On the last day the Gazette de France announced the appointment of Monsieur le Baron de Canalis to the rank of Commander of the Legion of Honor, and to the post of Minister at Karlsruhe. When, early in the month of December, Madame de la Bastille, operated upon by Desplein, recovered her sight and saw Ernest de la Bruyère for the first time, she pressed Modeste's hand and whispered in her ear, "I should have chosen him myself." Toward the last of February all the deeds for the estates in Provence were signed by La Tournelle, and about that time the family of La Bastille obtained the marked honor of the king's signature to the marriage contract and to the ordinance transmitting their title and arms to La Bruyère, who henceforth took the name of La Bruyère La Bastille. The estate of La Bastille was entailed by letters patent issued about the end of April. La Bruyère's witnesses on the occasion of his marriage were Canalis and the minister whom he had served for 5 years as secretary. Those of the bride were the Ducs d'Hérouville and Desplein, whom the Mignon long held in grateful remembrance, after giving him magnificent and substantial proofs of their regard. Later, in the course of this long history of our manners and customs, we may again meet Monsieur and Madame de la Bruyère La Bastille, and those who have the eyes to see will then behold how sweet, how easy is the marriage yoke with an educated and intelligent woman. For Modeste, who had the wit to avoid the follies of pedantry, is the pride and happiness of her husband, as she is of her family and of all those who surround her. End of chapter 29. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. End of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley.